Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 16. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Class 1A trudged wearily toward the dorms, exhaustion weighing down their steps. Recovery Girl had worked her magic, patching them up after the brutal training session, but no amount of healing could restore their drained energy. God, I'm so tired. Zero groaned, dragging his feet. Same, Kaminari mumbled. Feels like my soul left my body 2 hours ago. Is this what it's like for you all the time, Green? Kyoka muttered, stifling a yawn as she walked beside Izuku, her crutches long abandoned. Izuku chuckled. You get used to it, well, kind of. Recovery Girl's the real nightmare, though. If you see her too often, she stops holding back. I think she enjoys scolding me at this point. Not surprised, Kyoka smirked. I'd probably yell at you, too, if you kept breaking your limbs like a maniac. She's got a point, Mina chimed in. Remember that time you wrecked your fingers during the festival? I swear, she looked 2 seconds away from bashing you with her cane. Izuku scratched his cheek, smiling sheepishly. Yeah, she actually did, twice. As they rounded a corner, Tenya adjusted his glasses, his usual stiff posture intact despite his evident exhaustion. You all go on ahead. I need to check on my hero costume adjustments before tomorrow. Most of the group offered lazy nods or half-hearted waves before continuing toward the dorms, but Izuku perked up. Oh, I'll come with you, he said, stepping into stride beside Tenya. Tenya blinked. That isn't necessary, Midoriya. Izuku shrugged. I know, but I barely get costume repairs, so I figured I'd check out the support course while we're there. Before Tenya could argue, an excited voice piped up. Oh, I was already planning to go, Toru declared, practically bouncing on her heels. My new costume should finally be ready. Mina raised a brow. Wait, finally? How has it not been done yet? Momo got a whole redesign before internships. Toru huffed. Yeah, well, Momo had the blonde genius making it for her, and her dad is, like, the most famous tech brain on the planet. Melissa really thought Momo's original costume wasn't appropriate, Izuku added with a thoughtful frown. She made sure to tweak it before internships. Something about, not sexualizing a teenager on her potential debut. Kyoka snorted. Good call. The last thing we need is some creep zooming in on Yao Momo's bits to jerk off for later. Melissa was quite insistent about it, yes, Izuku chuckled. Toru sighed dramatically. Meanwhile, my designer didn't even see the point of a redesign, and because I'm listed as a mutant type instead of transformation, no one believed me when I said my quirk had evolved. I had to go through so much bureaucratic nonsense to get reclassified. She puffed out her cheeks in frustration before quickly brightening. But that's all behind me. The point is I finally get my new costume. Izuku grinned. That's awesome, Hagakure. I hope it turns out how you want. Same here, Mina added. What's different about it? Toru tapped her chin. Can't say yet, but you'll see, it's so cool. As they neared the support course building, Tenya adjusted his gauntlets. I've also been considering modifications to my costume. Primarily making it significantly lighter, he mused. Yeah, you probably need that, Mina teased. Your armor's so bulky, I keep expecting you to tip over like a turtle on its back. It is not that heavy, Tenya huffed. Momo, intrigued, tilted her head. I've always wondered what the support course is like up close. Actually, it was my second choice course if I didn't get into the hero course, she admitted after a moment. Izuku blinked. Really? Momo nodded. My creation quirk would be perfect for designing support items. I could innovate and produce equipment on the spot. Izuku smiled. You'd be great at it, Momo. You've got the intelligence and creativity for it. Momo's cheeks turned pink at the praise, but she kept her composure. Thank you, Midoriya. But I don't think I would have been truly fulfilled in that role. I want to be out there, directly helping people. That's what drew me to hero work. Ochako grinned. I get that. Being a hero means making a real difference, helping people, protecting them. It's why I want to be a pro, too. Well, that and supporting my parents. That's pretty admirable, Mina said, giving her a thumbs up. You've got the drive for it. Ochako beamed at the compliment, and the group shared a quiet moment, connected by their shared determination. Speaking of hero costumes, Midori, Mina said with a mischievous grin, the kind that instantly put Izuku on high alert. He tensed, already feeling a nervous sweat form on the back of his neck. He recognized that look. He was about to be put on the spot. Momo, standing beside her, let out a tired sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. Oh no. Mina struck a playful pose in front of Izuku, hands on her hips as she leaned in slightly. So, out of all the girls in Class 1A, whose costume do you like the most? Izuku's brain stalled. His face turned a deep shade of red, and his hands flailed slightly as he tried to process the question. I think you all look. He swallowed hard, his voice cracking. Why, you all look great, as heroes. Professional and, good. Mina stuck out her tongue, grinning wider. Wow, that was a terrible dodge, Midori. You didn't even try to answer. Momo shook her head, crossing her arms. Mina, please don't tease him too much. He might just pass out at this rate. Mina turned toward Momo, lowering her voice just enough for the girls around them to hear. Come on, I'm trying to see if he finds us attractive. Remember what we heard? The effect was instant. The girls all blushed, their gazes darting to Izuku before anxiously glancing at each other. Hagakure, never one to let a chance for mischief slip by, chimed in eagerly. Yeah, Midori, come on. Who do you think looks super hot? She pointed dramatically at Ochako. I mean, Ochako kept her skin-tight suit just to show off her round body. Ochako's entire face ignited in a deep, fiery red. She stumbled backward, waving her hands frantically. No, that's a lie, Toru. I didn't keep it for that reason. Toru giggled, shaking with laughter. Sure, Uraraka, we believe you. Mina smirked. Oh, that's funny coming from you, miss. I walked around naked for the first couple of weeks of school. Toru's laughter died in her throat as her invisible face burned with embarrassment. She folded her arms, her body language stiffening. Hey, that wasn't my fault. It's not like I could wear anything when I turned invisible back then. Kyoka crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, but you were naked all the time. Who knows what you could have been doing next to Izuku? Toru immediately turned invisible with a squeaky yelp. No, Izuku, I would never do anything like that. Kyoka leaned in smugly, tapping her earlobe jack. Super hearing, you perv. Toru reappeared instantly, her face somehow an even darker shade of red. Jiru, please stop, I didn't do anything. Momo sighed, rubbing her temples. Honestly, Kyoka, I thought you were beyond these childish antics. Mina snickered. Oh? Really, Momo? You're one to talk. That fanservice and seduction costume of yours isn't exactly subtle. Momo froze, her mouth opening and closing as if trying to form words. Her hands clasped together in front of her chest, her fingers fidgeting as she looked away. It's not shut up. Izuku, completely overwhelmed by the conversation, reached for the door handle in a desperate attempt to escape. CC, can we please? Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted from the other side of the door. Boom. The sheer force of the blast sent Izuku flying backward, his body flipping through the air before crashing into the ground with a loud thud. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the hallway. Midoriya, Green, Midori, Izuku, Dekiru. The class shouted in unison, their voices filled with shock and concern. Some had their mouths agape, others were already moving toward the wreckage, their hearts pounding. Before they could reach him, a voice, thick with fury, echoed through the smoke. You. A small but furious figure stomped out of the destruction, his dull blue eyes burning with frustration. He coughed, waving away the soot covering his yellow excavator-shaped helmet. Just because an idea pops into your head doesn't mean you should go and build it. The students hesitated, eyes darting between the short, spiky-haired man and the still smoking wreckage of the door. Then, from the smoke, a cheerful giggle rang out. Failure is the mother of invention, Mr. Powerloader. As Thomas Edison said, just because something doesn't do what you planned it to do doesn't mean it's useless. The class turned toward the source of the voice, their eyes locking onto two silhouettes on the ground, one lying on top of the other. As the smoke cleared, they finally saw Izuku sprawled on his back, dazed and covered in soot. And on top of him, straddling his torso, was a girl with bright pink goggles and messy hair, completely unbothered by their position. She blinked, tilting her head. "Huh? When did you get there?" Izuku, still dizzy from the explosion, slowly became aware of the warmth pressing against his chest. His brain rebooted as he began to register what was feeling on him. It was a pair of what felt like hills, gentle pressures, that seemed to match each other in size. They were also warm, rising slightly in a gentle rhythm like a person taking steady breaths. Wait a minute. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked at his chest, his face turning crimson. BBBBB. His mind stuttered, but his friends finished the sentence in their heads. Boobs. Their expressions darkened. Ochako's fingers twitched, her lips pressing into a thin line. Mina's eye twitched. Momo stiffened. Toru turned completely invisible again, but everyone could feel the heat radiating off of her. Kyoka clenched her jaw, barely holding back a groan of frustration. And then, the girl sitting on Izuku's stomach grinned. "Oh, my future baby maker has come for a visit," Mei Hatsume chirped brightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Silence. The girl's jaws dropped in perfect synchronization. Tenya, still standing frozen nearby, looked like he was on the verge of an aneurysm. Future. What? The girls all stammered out barely audible sounds, too horrified to form proper words. Izuku, meanwhile, had completely short-circuited. Hatsume, he squeaked. And in that instant, the same thought raced through the girls' minds in perfect, terrifying unison. He knows her. ... Please, get off me, Izuku pleaded, squirming beneath the weight pressing down on him. The girl above him tilted her head, her pink goggles reflecting the workshop lights. A slow, mischievous grin spread across her face before she broke into a giggle. She remained firmly seated on his lap, her golden eyes locked onto his, making Izuku's blush deepen. Hatsume, Izuku ventured, his voice uneven as he tried to reason with her. She didn't respond immediately, instead leaning forward ever so slightly. He could feel the heat radiating off her, and the proximity was enough to send his heart into overdrive. Then, his sleeve was suddenly yanked back, exposing the Omnitrix. His eyes widened in realization. "Wait, Hatsume," he said again, this time his voice carrying a suspicious edge. She hummed, feigning innocence, her fingers tracing the edges of the watch with growing fascination. Izuku's brow twitched. "Are you trying to study the Omnitrix? Is that why you won't get off me?" Her hand stilled for a fraction of a second before she shrugged, an all-too innocent smile plastered on her face. "No, not at all." The onlookers collectively thought, "She's an even worse liar than Izuku." Powerloader sighed, rubbing his temples. "Hatsume, get off him." "Hold on, just a sec," Hatsume said, waving him off. Her grin turned teasing as she looked back at Izuku. "I think he's starting to like it." Izuku's face erupted into a deep shade of red. Around them, a chorus of embarrassed coughs and flustered expressions filled the room as the girls watching grew visibly uncomfortable at the implication. "Ochako," Izuku croaked, eyes darting to her in silent desperation. "On it," Ochako said, stepping forward with a determined expression. She reached out and placed a finger on Hatsume's back. Within moments, Mei found herself floating weightlessly. Oi, what's the big deal?" Hatsume asked, flailing her arms but still grinning. "Don't guys usually like when a girl's on top of them? You got to have a girl on your lap and I got to examine my next masterpiece. That's a win-win." Mina rolled her eyes. "Yeah, well, Midori isn't that kind of guy. Trust me, we'd know." Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka exchanged glances before zeroing in on Izuku, their gazes unusually sharp. His flustered reaction to Hatsume's antics was really starting to get under their skin. Still sprawled on the floor, Izuku blinked as his brain struggled to reboot. Ochako, more accustomed to the absurdity of girls invading his personal space, snapped out of her own daze and helped him to his feet. How come my danger sense didn't go off?" Izuku muttered to himself, still visibly shaken. Powerloader crossed his arms. "You all right, kid?" Nothing broken. Izuku swallowed hard, still reeling. Why yeah, I'm fine. Haha. Glad no one got hurt, he added awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. Powerloader exhaled through his nose. Hatsume, you seriously need to respect people's personal space. PFF'd, it was just a minor accident. Hatsume dismissed with a casual wave. I was just taking advantage of the opportunity presented. Kyoka muttered under her breath, and she doesn't seem to know personal boundaries exist. Hatsume ignored her, eyes gleaming with scientific hunger as she turned back to Izuku. I gotta say, that watch of yours is something else. She leaned in excitedly, still floating as Ochako held her in place. The way it's fused with your skin, the seamless integration, it's like a quirk, but not. I bet it's connected to your nervous system, maybe even your bloodstream. The potential applications for support tech are. Izuku instinctively shielded the Omnitrix with his hand. Sorry, Hatsume, but I can't let you examine it. Ah, come on, just a peek. She pouted but quickly shifted back to her usual manic excitement. I will get a closer look eventually. With that she touched her fingertips. Ochako released her zero gravity, and Hatsume landed smoothly on her feet. She dusted herself off, utterly unfazed. With a light tap on Hatsume's shoulder, Ochako released her zero gravity, letting the excitable inventor float gently back down to solid ground. Hatsume landed effortlessly, dusting herself off without a care in the world. Cool, she chirped, as if she hadn't just been weightless a second ago. The air around them, however, grew noticeably heavier as the girls turned their collective attention toward Izuku. Their voices synced unnervingly. Izuku, Tsuyu and Momo spoke in perfect unison. Midori, Mina and Toru followed suit. Green, Kyoka deadpanned, her earphone jacks curling slightly, almost like the tail of a hunting animal. Dekiru, Ochako finished, her eyes gleaming with something unsettling. The synchronized chorus sent a visible shiver down Izuku's spine. He gulped, his wide eyes darting to Tenya in silent desperation. Tenya, however, was already turning away, pretending not to notice. So, I'm here for my costume, he declared, his voice a little too loud, making a swift retreat. Powerloader, catching on to the tension, sighed and clapped a hand on Tenya's back. Right this way, kid. Izuku could only watch as his supposed friend abandoned him, leaving him at the mercy of the now eerily silent group. Traitors, his mind screamed. Momo stepped forward first, her arms crossed beneath her chest, her sharp gaze pinning Izuku in place. Why did she call you her baby maker? She asked, her voice firm and entirely too serious. The air around him felt suffocating. Kyoka's jacks coiled slightly, as if reacting to the weight of the question. Mina's expression was unreadable, but the glint in her eye told him she was enjoying this far too much. Tsuyu blinked at him, expression unreadable. I don't know, Izuku started, only to yelp as Hatsume suddenly grabbed his wrist, yanking him forward with surprising strength. No time for questions, she announced, dragging him toward the support course workshop. I need him for science. The girls stood frozen for a beat as Izuku disappeared into the support course, his startled protests fading into the distance. Momo's arms crossed tighter, her fingers tapping a slow, thoughtful rhythm against her bicep. Tsuyu's lips pursed, her gaze lingering on the spot Izuku had been moments ago. Kyoka's jacks twitched slightly, her frown deepening. Did she just kidnap him? Mina muttered, tilting her head. She abducted him, Kyoka corrected dryly, rubbing her temple. Inside, Hatsume practically vibrated with excitement. Man, I've been waiting for you to drop by. Did you love the iron soles I added to your hero costume? Still trying to recover from the interrogation outside, Izuku blinked. Oh, yeah, they were amazing. They really helped me in my fight against Stain. Mei froze mid-step. Then, with the biggest, most manic grin Izuku had ever seen, she whirled around. You mean my babies helped you take down the hero killer? She asked, eyes gleaming. Do you know what this means? Izuku opened his mouth, but she didn't give him the chance. In a blur, she produced a notepad and pen from seemingly nowhere. Mei gasped dramatically. Holy crap, I have to use that for marketing. She whipped out a piece of paper and shoved it toward him. Sign here, this is legally binding, by the way. Izuku blinked. What? Just a formality. Now sign. Sighing, Izuku scribbled his signature. As Izuku hesitantly scribbled his name, Mina and Ochako burst through the doors, their heads swiveling as they scanned the room. Where is he? Mina muttered, arms crossed. Ochako's eyes darted from workstations to blueprints before landing on a familiar mop of green. There. But before they could march over, their attention snagged on something else: the sheer chaos of the support course. Everywhere they looked, students buzzed around, assembling prototypes, welding pieces together, and running test simulations. The entire room practically hummed with invention. Whoa, look at all this stuff, Toru exclaimed, practically bouncing as she caught up to Mina and Ochako. Tsuyu followed closely behind, her gaze sweeping over the massive workspace. She gave a quiet ribbit, absorbing the sights and sounds. This place is huge, Mina murmured, barely audible over the hammering and buzzing machinery. And loud, Hyoka grumbled, wincing as a drill whined in the background. It's like a constant battle with my eardrums in here. Undeterred by the noise, Mei grinned and gestured dramatically. Welcome, Client Midoriya, to the support course. The land of innovation and invention. Izuku chuckled. Client, huh, and hey, you actually remembered my name. Mei smirked and subtly hid her hand, where, Midoriya, was scribbled in ink. Of course, I know it like the back of my hand. She spun on her heel and spread her arms wide. This is where the magic happens. The birthplace of support items, where creativity knows no limits. Izuku stepped forward, fascinated. He'd been here before, but seeing it in full swing was different. Students huddled over blueprints, welding sparks flew, and half-finished gadgets cluttered every available surface. The air was thick with oil, metal, and the undeniable scent of ingenuity. Mei turned to him with a mischievous glint in her eye. And you've arrived at the perfect time, my new client. I'm not your client, Izuku corrected. Mei chuckled, still in denial. Fine, but I do need your help. Izuku raised an eyebrow. With what? You know, utilizing that upgrade form of yours. Mina's eyes narrowed. Wait, how do you know about that? Mei smirked. Easy. I tried hacking the system to get access to your files, but Nezu caught me. Then he just gave them to me anyway. She cackled. That little gremlin is my kind of crazy. Izuku's eye twitched. You what? Mei kept going like he hadn't spoken. Turns out, your brainpower in brainstorm form rivals Nezu's. He actually seemed excited about the idea of me collaborating with you. And that EMP machine you made during the USJ. Genius. I've been reverse engineering it ever since. With enough power, that thing could shut down a whole city clean, efficient, and oh so powerful. Izuku swallowed hard. That wasn't exactly the goal. Mei wasn't listening. She leaned in closer, eyes gleaming. You should ditch the hero course and transfer here. Think about it: no boring patrols, no legal red tape, just pure, unfiltered innovation. The babies we could make together. Mei's rapid-fire speech left everyone momentarily stunned. Izuku's face turned bright red, especially with how close she was standing. Tsuyu and Momo exchanged glances, both caught off guard. Actually, Mei continued, tapping her chin, forget what I said about you joining the support course. She grinned mischievously. I don't need the competition. Izuku blinked, still processing. Thanks for the offer. If there's any way I can repay you for the Iron Souls, I wouldn't mind helping out. Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, I heard your upgrade form can enhance technology. I'm curious to see how it'd work on my babies. Izuku's eyes lit up with interest. I mean, I have some time to kill, plus having a chance to use upgrade tech that isn't from a dumpster could be really cool. Alright, what did you have in mind? Izuku asked, taking a step forward. Mei's smile grew wider as she turned to lead the way. But before they could take another step, Tsuyu spoke up, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. Wait, Izuku. Ochako nodded vigorously, her face reddening. Yeah, aren't you tired from today's heroics training? You should probably relax. Her eyes darted between Mei and Izuku, her cheeks flushing deeper. Hyoka's jack snaked around Izuku's arm, her grip tightening possessively. Come on, we should head back to the dorms. Her voice was low and husky, her cheeks tinted pink. 1. Momo's eyes narrowed, and her lips pursed, as she nodded in agreement. Yes, we have a lot of homework and class representative duties to complete. Izuku gave a confused look, a small smile playing on his lips. I'll be fine, we're just testing out her inventions. Plus, I'm curious about how upgrade will affect tech that isn't from a garbage. The girls exchanged nervous glances, their eyes lingering on Mei's breasts, which rivaled Momo's, and her earlier intimate position with Izuku. Tsuyu's arms crossed, her fingers digging into her biceps, while Ochako's eyes fixed on Mei with a mixture of discomfort and annoyance. Kyoka's grip on Izuku's arm tightened, her eyes flashing with a hint of possessiveness. Momo's hands clenched into fists, her jaw clenched. If you guys aren't busy, you can, Izuku began, but the girls cut him off, their voices a tad too eager. Yes, they chimed in unison, quickly pacing to follow Mei to her inventions, their eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that bordered on possessiveness. Mei proudly showcased her workspace, a chaotic, cluttered corner of the workshop brimming with half-assembled gadgets, scattered blueprints, and spare parts stacked in precarious piles. She spread her arms dramatically. Welcome to my domain, where my babies are born, raised, and sometimes explode spectacularly. With a flourish, she swung open a cabinet door, unleashing a tidal wave of tools and unfinished devices that clattered onto the floor. Izuku instinctively took a step back, while Momo and Tsuyu exchanged wary glances. You built all these? Izuku asked, wide-eyed. That's amazing, Hatsume. Momo nodded, scanning the sheer volume of inventions. Your craftsmanship and dedication are impressive. Tsuyu tilted her head, noting the sheer variety of devices. Ribbit, you must really love inventing. Mei grinned proudly, resting a hand on her hip. Love, more like obsessed. Every one of these babies was crafted with my own 2 hands. Quality and quantity. Hatsume Industries guarantees both. The girls exchanged looks, begrudgingly impressed, though wary of Mei's boundless enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Izuku glanced over the tables, scanning the lineup of gadgets. As he examined them, his gaze landed on a familiar design. Wait, is that Airjet's jetpack? He stepped closer, his excitement overshadowing his earlier hesitance. It looks just like the one he uses. Mei puffed out her chest. Ding ding. Good eye. I like recreating pro-hero gear as a warm-up, keeps my mind sharp and my fingers busy. She tapped her temple with a knowing smirk. Kyoka folded her arms, quirking an eyebrow. So, you just casually reverse engineer pro-hero tech? Yeah, that's normal. Mei shrugged. If I can rebuild it, I can improve it. That's how innovation works, baby. Ochako blinked, her eyes landing on the jetpack. Wait, didn't you use this in the sports festival? Mei clapped her hands together. Yep, and now, it's even better. But I hit a wall with optimizing the propulsion system, which is why I wanna see if your form lives up to its name, Izuku. Mei pushed the jetpack into Izuku's hands with a gleam in her eye. He glanced down at it before turning to the Omnitrix. Alright, let's see what happens. He scrolled through the dial and stopped at upgrade. Cover your eyes. With a flash of emerald light, his body morphed into a sleek, black and green biomechanical form upgrade. His circuitry-like patterns pulsed faintly as he flexed his fingers. Mei's goggles glowed as she analyzed him. Hua, your whole body is composed of nanotech. Fully adaptable, reconfigurable at a molecular level. Oh man, this is so cool. The girls blinked at her rapid-fire enthusiasm. It is, they chorused, confused. Upgrade glanced at his hands. Huh, guess I learn new things about my forms every day. Turning his focus to the jetpack, he placed a hand on it, letting his form melt into the device. The old metal shell shifted, morphing into a sleeker, high-tech design. Green circuits pulsed along its surface, and the turbines gleamed with upgraded propulsion systems. Mei gasped, practically vibrating with excitement. This is insane. The thrusters are now running on high-density energy output. And oh, self-generating power reserves. Genius. Before anyone could process the breakthrough, Mei snatched the jetpack and promptly strapped it onto Ochako's back. Ochako blinked in confusion. Then, realization hit. What the hell are you doing? Kyoka shouted. Test run. Duh. Mei grinned, hitting the activation switch before Ochako could protest. With a WHOOOSH, the jetpack roared to life, green energy flaring as Ochako rocketed into the air. Ah! The girls' faces drained of color as Ochako spiraled through the workshop, flailing wildly. Someone help! She screamed. Hatsume. Tsuyu croaked, her tone bordering on done with this. Put her down. You can't just launch like some test drive dummy. Mei cackled. That's the whole point of the test. Real-world data, baby. Momo pinched the bridge of her nose. This is not how testing works. Meanwhile, Ochako's flight pattern was anything but stable. She zipped through the air in jerky, unpredictable movements. Oh gods, it's too fast. We have to get her down before she crashes. Tsuyu yelled. Upgrade's voice crackled through the jetpack. Don't worry, I got her. Ochako suddenly steadied midair. She let out a shaky breath. Oh okay. Still dizzy, but I'm not dead. The girls sighed in relief, their shoulders slumping. Mei, however, pouted. Ah, but I wasn't done collecting data. The girls collectively shot Mei a mix of exasperated glares, their annoyance momentarily overriding their concern for Ochako, at least until an excited voice cut through the tension. Hey, girls, and Midori. The sound of footsteps echoed as Toru stepped into view, twirling to show off her new cycling outfit. She wore a snug white and purple cycling jersey with short sleeves and a V-neck, paired with matching purple cycling shorts, blue cycling gloves with white padded palms, and a pair of light tan cycling shoes with laces. Mina's jaw nearly hit the floor. Oh my god, Toru. You look amazing. Momo nodded approvingly. It's quite stylish and practical. A wonderful choice. Juro smirked. Guess that means no more streaking, huh? Tsuyu croaked in agreement. The colors suit you, Ribbit. From above, Ochako chimed in, still suspended midair. You look awesome, Toru. Toru beamed at the praise but quickly blinked in confusion as her gaze drifted upward. Thanks, Ochako, but, why are you floating? And wait, where's Midoriya? Upgrade's blob-like head popped out of the jetpack strapped to Ochako's back, glowing green circuitry lining his face. Right here. And I agree, you look awesome, Toru. Toru stammered, caught off guard. Gee, thanks. She scratched the back of her head, shifting slightly before shaking off her flustered state. But seriously, what are you two doing? Mei barely looked up from her notebook, grinning. Oh, she's riding Midoriya. Ochako's face turned red almost instantly. It's not like that. This crazy inventor strapped the jetpack onto me. I'm basically her unwilling test subject. Mei corrected with a playful grin, more like my crash test dummy. Ochako shot her an unimpressed glare. Dekiru, fly me over there so I can throw her into orbit. Upgrade's voice crackled. Ochako. She huffed but let herself hover down, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, Mei eagerly unstrapped the jetpack. Green energy pulsed as Upgrade detached from it, shifting back into Izuku with a quick slam to the Omnitrix. Mei tapped her chin, her pink irises gleaming as she scribbled furiously into her notebook. Seeing Upgrade in action has given me so many ideas. I could integrate a more efficient combustion system, maybe a hybrid turbofan engine to increase thrust while reducing fuel consumption. Oh, and by implementing advanced aerodynamics, like winglets and air curtains, I can minimize drag and boost stability during flight. The rest of the group exchanged glances, their confusion slowly growing. They muttered in unison. Mei, completely oblivious, continued, her voice practically vibrating with excitement. Not to mention, I could upgrade the ignition system to a plasma-based startup for faster, smoother takeoff. And if I incorporate advanced materials like lightweight composites and smart alloys, I could. Okay, I think I stopped understanding 5 sentences ago, Mina admitted, rubbing the back of her head. Same here, Ribbit, Tsuyu agreed. Even Izuku, despite his love for technology, struggled to keep up with Mei's rapid-fire ideas. The only one who didn't look completely lost was Momo, who at least seemed to be piecing some of it together. Finally, Mei turned to Izuku with an excited grin. Alright, Midoriya, I think you should upgrade some of my other babies next. Before she could elaborate, a chorus of firm, no way, rang out as the girls swiftly grabbed Izuku, dragging him away before May could rope him into another experiment. Hey, what's going on? Izuku yelped, stumbling as Mina and Ochako each took an arm while Kyoka pushed from behind. Gee guys, at least let me. Not happening. Kyoka cut in. We're not letting you become her personal power source, Ochako added. You'll never leave this workshop if we do, Momo agreed, her grip firm. May, unfazed, simply waved with a knowing smile. Bye for now, Midoriya. Don't worry, I will get you to upgrade my babies soon enough. Izuku's voice faded as the group whisked him away. Bye, Hatsume. May, still grinning, turned her attention back to her jetpack, already brainstorming her next move. Maybe if I add an AI-assisted stabilization system. The muttering continued as the others made their escape, leaving May happily lost in her world of innovation. A few minutes later, Toru had changed back into her uniform, adjusting her tie as Izuku approached, looking puzzled. Was that really necessary? He asked, scratching his head. I mean, you didn't have to drag me out of there. The girls huffed in unison, turning away with crossed arms and small pouts. Izuku sighed, still trying to piece together their behavior. He knew they cared about him, but their reaction had been oddly possessive. The whole thing felt weird, almost like. Wait, were they jealous? The thought barely formed in his mind before he shook it off. No way. Before he could dwell on it further, he noticed Tenya standing nearby, stroking his chin in deep thought. Tenya, what's up? Izuku asked. Tenya blinked, as if snapped out of a trance. Midoriya, I was merely considering modifications to my armor, specifically, making it lighter. Izuku tilted his head. Lighter, but doesn't the weight help stabilize your speed? Indeed, but greater flexibility could increase my reaction time, Tenya explained. His expression darkened slightly. My past encounters have made it clear that my current mobility is not enough. Izuku immediately thought of Stain, the way the hero killer had shut Tenya down despite his speed. The memory made his chest tighten. Momo, picking up on the conversation, chimed in. You could consider materials like carbon fiber, titanium, or advanced ceramics. They're lightweight yet durable, and commonly used in modern armor. Tenya nodded appreciatively. An excellent suggestion, Yaoyorozu. I'll research those materials immediately. Then he turned toward Izuku and Kyoka. By the way, Midoriya, Jiro, you both promised to tell me more about the Forever Knights, did you not? Izuku, Kyoka, and Toru all stopped in their tracks, caught off guard. Oh, right, Kyoka muttered. I kinda forgot, Toru admitted, rubbing the back of her neck. Izuku sighed. Well, I already told Todoroki a few days ago over the phone. Tenya raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to elaborate. All right, Izuku relented. So, Izuku recounted the story of how he, Kaminari, Toru, and Kyoka infiltrated the Forever Knights base, posing as naive children eager to learn their ways. Their goal was simple: gather intelligence. But what they found was horrifying. An alien being was strapped down, subjected to cruel experiments, while a dragon, caged and furious, bellowed in rage. Ironically, the dragon was innocent, but with the Forever Knights' blind hatred toward mutants and anything remotely alien, they treated it as another monster to be disposed of. Izuku had barely managed to stop the beast from going on a murderous rampage, calming it down just enough to avoid a massacre. As Kyoka would later put it, shit hit the fan. Their covert mission spiraled into a full-blown rescue operation, forcing them to fight their way out. Mina's jaw dropped. Holy what the fuck, you went full fantasy RPG for real. Tenya adjusted his glasses, nodding. That is quite the harrowing tale, Midoriya. Though I cannot condone trespassing, even for a noble cause. Kyoka smirked. Yeah, but we didn't break in. They let us in. We just, broke out in the most explosive way possible. The conversation shifted to their encounter with Stain. I didn't fight him for long, but from what I did see, his reflexes were insane, Izuku admitted, rubbing his arm. I don't think he even needed to think about dodging, he just moved. Tenya clenched his fists. I could barely touch him. His speed, strength, and control were on another level entirely. Kyoka scoffed. Too bad he's a lunatic with a hero complex the size of a skyscraper. Tenya exhaled through his nose. I can only hope that the truth about the Forever Knights is revealed soon. If they're connected to Stain, then their influence is deeply concerning. Toru shivered. I already told my parents to avoid that entire district. The last thing I need is those creeps snatching my mom and dad. Momo's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Despite their obvious flaws, their historical records must be fascinating. Imagine what they know about ancient civilizations and extraterrestrial life. Kyoka deadpanned. Yeah, imagine. Too bad they'd probably kill us on sight. Toru giggled. Unless you're Yaoyorozu or Iida. Then you'd probably get the VIP tour and a "Join Our Cult" pamphlet. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by the unmistakable, obnoxious cackling of Class B's resident blonde menace. Ha 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 ha. A collective groan rippled through the group. Why do I get the feeling Monoma found out about the botched training exercise? Toru muttered. Why do we live with him again? Mina grumbled. Kami's divine punishment. Toru sighed dramatically. Kyoka pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, hear me out. What if we don't deal with Monoma? Let's just let everyone else endure his dumbassery. Kyoka, I have a headache from dealing with one loud blonde idiot today. I really don't want to add another, she whined. Tenya crossed his arms. Juro. Fine, she groaned, throwing her hands up in defeat. Begrudgingly, she walked over and opened the door. And there he was. Monoma stood in the center of the common area, his smug grin stretching from ear to ear. Class 1A, you absolute disasters. 0 saves in the rescue exercise. A record-breaking failure, truly an inspiration to all future generations of what not to do. He clapped mockingly. Not 1 save, my god, you people are pathetic. Kyoka gripped Izuku's shoulder and leaned in. Green, I know it's unethical, but... Izuku didn't even look at her as he deadpanned. No, I'm not using Ghostfreak to knock him out. Kyoka sighed dramatically. Had to try. Monoma wasn't finished. I mean, it's kinda impressive how you managed to get the robots killed. And to think people actually believe you're the best class just because you have Midoriya. He pointed directly at Izuku and Ochako, snickering. And you too. You stopped the hero killer, and yet you can't even save a simulation. Talk about embarrassing. Izuku's eye twitched. Stay calm. Then he heard footsteps. Shoto and Shiro descended the stairs, Shoto holding up his phone and showing something to Shiro, completely oblivious to the tension. Can't believe you guys bombed that bad, Itsuka said, strolling down with a smirk. Yeah, when Vlad told us about it, I thought he was joking, Setsuna added, barely holding back a chuckle. He and Monoma were losing their minds. Monoma's smirk only grew, and rightfully so. This just proves who the superior class is. We executed our exercise flawlessly. Kendo's leadership, Shota's tactics, it was a masterpiece. Shiro raised an eyebrow. Okay, but, if you guys won, what was the prize? Monoma turned on his heel, all theatrics, before dramatically revealing. A mountain of pizza boxes. The logo of Pizza Paladin, a famous pro hero known for his heroic pizza-making skills, was stamped across each box. The intoxicating aroma of melted cheese, seasoned tomato sauce, and crispy crust filled the air. Class 1A collectively froze. Their stomachs rumbled. Momo's mouth parted slightly, her usual composed demeanor faltering at the sight. Kyoka's eyes took on a dazed, pizza-induced haze. Even Todoroki, ever the picture of stoicism, visibly hesitated, his gaze locked onto the boxes like they held the meaning of life itself. 8 super-sized pizzas, courtesy of Pizza Paladin himself. Monoma announced triumphantly. All Might and his vast connections got us this heavenly reward for our glorious victory. He smirked. Enjoy your failure, Class 1A. We'll be enjoying this. A deep, unified groan filled the air as Class 1A stared at the holy grail of free food, cruelly just out of reach. Ah, man. ... Holy shit, Shiro exclaimed, his eyes wide with longing. Fuck, I wanna marry that pizza, Kaminari declared, his voice trembling with desire. Great holy pizza, Mineta said. I have never seen a pizza so authentic. Ochako's eyes widened, her mouth watering in awe. Growing up in a humble household in Japan, she had never seen a genuine Italian pizza, fresh from the oven, with its perfectly balanced sauce, melted mozzarella, and various toppings. The aroma wafting from the pie was like nothing she had ever smelled before, leaving her speechless and her hunger pangs screaming in protest. Seriously, Monoma, must you taunt us with the culinary equivalent of a perfect score? Momo said, a single tear falling as her stomach growled in protest. That pizza looks like a masterclass in flavor and texture, a true gastronomic triumph. You have no idea, Shoji agreed, his eyes shining with tears of culinary deprivation. Monoma, reveling in their misery, took a massive slice and bit into it with a flourish. This tastes so good. Oh, I'm sure you guys had your pizza. Oh wait, you didn't, because you failed. Ha 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 ha. Class 1A's comedic tears flowed freely, their faces contorted in agony. Tokiyami muttered, must you rub salt on the wound? Bastard, Kaminari shouted, his fists clenched in frustration. I know Monoma's an asshole, but this is just mean, Izuku said, shaking his head as Monoma took another bite of the enormous slice, the cheese stretching comically. 1. The sight of Monoma savoring the pizza was like a dagger to their hearts, twisting the knife of their defeat. The aroma wafting from the boxes was a cruel taunt, reminding them of their failed mission and the prize they would never taste. Tenya, fed up with Monoma's antics, declared, damn it, Class A. We will endure. We won't let Monoma get the best of us. Our bellies may be empty, but our wills remain strong. We're heroes. Monoma won't have the pleasure of thinking he's won. Class A wiped away their tears, nodding in agreement. Why yeah, that pizza doesn't look so great, Kaminari said, his tone unconvincing. Why yeah, who needs a dumb pizza? Kyoka added, her stomach growling. It doesn't live up to its taste. Don't worry, Momo said, her stomach growling the loudest as she blushed. Monoma burst into laughter, holding his sides. Ha 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 ha. Itsuka intervened, all right, you've had your fun. Monoma, still chuckling, said, fine, you didn't knock me out. I guess I'll live up to our deal. Class A exchanged curious glances, wondering what deal Monoma was referring to. A hero shares food with the ungrateful, needy, annoying, and unpleasant, Monoma said, gesturing to Class A, who twitched an eye. Monoma continued, so, you can have some boxes. We had Kodai supersize the pizzas to comical portions so there's more than enough for all of us. Quote, trust me, Monoma tried, Shota added, comically patting his large stomach. As the boys of Class B were groaning from their full stomachs. So there's more than enough for all of us, Monoma said with condescending smile. Ciro's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, seriously. Everyone's gaze turned to Yui, who still wore a blank expression. Despite her stoic demeanor, she had gone above and beyond to enlarge the pizzas, ensuring everyone from both classes could enjoy a slice. Thank you, Kodai, the group shouted in unison, their voices filled with gratitude. As they tossed their hands into the air, the chant began, Kodai. Kodai, Kodai. Yui's expression remained as neutral as ever, but she gave a slight nod, responding with a simple, Itsuka grabbed 3 pizza boxes and turned to the boys. All right, you guys stay here. We'll enjoy our pizzas upstairs in the Class B common room. The girls eagerly followed her lead, chattering excitedly. Ah, you guys for real. Mina whined, dragging her feet. Momo clapped her hands together, smiling warmly. Kendo, thank you for this. As the girls began to leave, Setsuna hesitated, sneaking a glance at Izuku. A slow flush crept up her face before she quickly shook it off. Actually, she said, scratching her cheek, if you girls don't mind, I think I'll stay down here and chill with the guys. Mina whirled around, looking scandalized. Huh, you're ditching girls' night, this is betrayal. Setsuna waved her off with a chuckle. Relax, Ashido, it's just one night. I feel like switching things up. Plus, I never really get to hang out with Midoriya, and I kinda wanna make my move. I know Kendo called dibs, but there's no harm in trying, right? She thought, shifting uncomfortably at the slight pang of guilt in her stomach. Izuku blinked in surprise. Oh, really? Yeah, Setsuna said with a teasing grin, stretching her arms behind her head. Could be fun. From a little ways off, Kanoko squirmed slightly, nervously toying with the sleeve of her hoodie. I dunno. See, could be fun, she mumbled, stealing a shy glance at Izuku before quickly looking away. Mina gasped dramatically, crossing her arms. First Tokage, now Komori. Is girls' night really that easy to abandon? Momo glanced at the scene unfolding before her and tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, I suppose there's plenty of pizza. It would be fair to share. Yanagi sighed, shaking her head. You do realize it's obvious, right? The girls froze, a faint blush dusting their faces. Ignoring the comment, they hesitated only for a moment before ultimately settling down among the boys, subtly maneuvering themselves toward Izuku. As the conversation picked up again, the class dove into the oversized pizzas, the easy chatter filling the air, though the quiet battle for the best seat near Izuku had only just begun. The boys, still stunned by their unexpected good fortune, lunged at the massive pizzas like a pack of starving animals. The room erupted in chaos as hands shot out, each person eager to grab a slice of the oversized meal. Wait, Zero shouted, bringing the frenzy to an abrupt halt. Everyone froze mid-motion, confused as Zero turned toward Mineta with a knowing glare. Without another word, he unspooled his tape and began wrapping Mineta up like a cocoon. Hey, what the hell? Mineta yelped, struggling as Zero worked efficiently. Sorry, Mineta, Zero said, securing the last wrap, but Shoji and Jiro can unfortunately hear what you do in your room. The room went dead silent. A few faces turned green as they recalled the unsettling rumors about Mineta's solo activities. Zero sighed dramatically. And by how many times you do it? I'm sorry, Mineta, but I'd rather not share a pizza with you. The rest of the boys nodded in unison. Why you guys are acting like I'm some kind of freak? Come on, I wash my hands. Mineta protested, wriggling in the tape. We'd rather not take the chance, Kaminari deadpanned. Despite the public shaming, Zero kept his word and handed Mineta a slice, leaving only his hands free to eat. Mineta, though humiliated, still eagerly devoured his share. As they dug in, the boys savored the ridiculous size of the pizzas, each slice nearly requiring 2 hands to hold. They laughed, joked, and enjoyed their meal, the tension in the air fading. Then, after nearly 2 hours, the dorm door creaked open. Bakugo stomped inside, fresh from his still ongoing detention. The moment he stepped in, the once lively atmosphere died. Class A fell silent. The chewing stopped. The chatter died. Every set of eyes turned to glare at Bakugo. The tension in the room was suffocating. Kirishima, usually the first to defend him, shifted uncomfortably, knowing there was no justification for what Bakugo had done. Bakugo stopped in the doorway, his usual scowl in place. He looked like he wanted to say something, but then, he scoffed and walked off, heading toward his room without another word. Prick, Mina muttered, taking an aggressive bite of her pizza. Asshole, Toru added, her voice dripping with irritation. Kyoka clicked her tongue in distaste, arms crossed. He doesn't even have the guts to apologize, Toru continued, shaking her head. Please, you'd have better luck fighting Inomu than getting Bakugo to say sorry, Zero scoffed, still pissed that Bakugo had blasted him during the sports festival. Itsuka, who had been watching the exchange with confusion, finally spoke up. What exactly happened? The class collectively let out an exhausted sigh, the lingering frustration from the day's events still fresh. As the evening wore on and the last scraps of pizza disappeared, Itsuka, Ochako, Momo, Kanoko, Abara, and Toru took it upon themselves to clean up the mess, stacking empty boxes, wiping down tables, and picking up stray napkins. As they worked, Itsuka turned to the others, curiosity piqued. So, how exactly did you all fail the test? Ochako, Momo, and Toru exchanged tired glances, their mouths still full of pizza. After a long, collective sigh, Momo finally swallowed and spoke. It was frustrating, to say the least. Abara frowned, arms crossed in thought. With Midoriya and Todoroki on your team, both possessing immense firepower, I find it hard to believe that you struggled that much. Kanoko nodded, excitement in her voice. Todoroki could have just frozen the whole damn shroom. And Izuku could have used swamp fire to create, like, a forest of vines to hold back the flood. She giggled. Swamp fire's totally my favorite, shroom. Itsuka raised a brow, skeptical. And I know you guys weren't dumb enough to fall for the fake prize bait. The whole point of the exercise was teamwork. If anything, that should have been obvious from the start. One should never let greed cloud their judgment, Abara agreed solemnly, before sighing. Though I must admit, when the notion of a prize was introduced, some among us may have been tempted to think individually rather than as a unit. In the end, it was Yui's team that saved the most civilians and secured the actual prize, Kanoko added. Shroom. They worked so well together. Momo nodded. For the most part, our strategy was working, too. We had set up rescue zones, started evacuating civilians, and even had Midoriya and Todoroki control the dam's collapse to minimize flooding. We were so close to passing. Toru huffed, throwing her hands up. And then Bakugo completely screwed us over. Momo sighed, pushing up her glasses as she recounted the events. Despite nearly everyone agreeing to work together, Bakugo refused to cooperate, particularly with Midoriya. He insisted on going off on his own, disrupting plans, and ultimately endangering our entire operation. Ochako scowled. Yeah, thanks to him, we barely managed to stabilize the situation in time. Dekiru's quick thinking helped a lot, and Todoroki managed to freeze the dam before it fully broke, but we still had to hold back a ton of flooding. Toru crossed her arms. We literally almost drowned because of that jerk. And he didn't care. Not one bit. Seriously, he was running around screaming, flawless victory. And, die, Deku. While everything was falling apart, Ochako growled, scrunching her face in an exaggerated imitation of Bakugo. Abara gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her chest. Merciful God, bless the heavens, you all made it out unscathed. Itsuka looked completely aghast. Wait, hold up, seriously. He nearly got you all killed just because of his damn pride. Momo sighed. I wish I were exaggerating, but no. His refusal to cooperate nearly cost us the exam entirely. And then after everything, Ochako grumbled, he had the audacity to act like it wasn't even his fault. Toru rolled her eyes, folding her arms. Yeah, not surprising. One thing's for sure, I'm never working with Bakugo again. Her voice was colder than usual. Momo nodded, a sharp exhale escaping her lips. Agreed. I, for one, do not wish to work with someone so. She trailed off, her jaw tightening as frustration bubbled beneath the surface. The memory of what Izuku told her what Bakugo had done to him flashed through her mind. That frustration swelled into something deeper, hotter. When Bakugo had hit Izuku, she had never felt such anger before. A dangerous thought crept into her mind. She had wanted to hurt Bakugo in that moment. She knew her emotions were being influenced by something more personal. Knowing the boy she cared for, the boy she loved. Momo's breath hitched. Her thoughts came to a screeching halt as the weight of her own realization crashed down on her. Her face went red hot, her heart hammering in her chest. I love him. The notion made her stomach flip. She had never considered herself in love with anyone before. No, that couldn't be right. She'd never been in love before, so maybe she was exaggerating. Love was far too strong a word for a connection formed in such a short time. She had a crush, yes, that much was undeniable. But love was, for the first time, barely could find a solution. She felt like someone who was clearly being far too eager. And if they were to date, she could absolutely see herself falling for him, but had she already fallen without realizing it? The thought sent her into a spiral of confusion. Yaoyorozu. Ochako's voice snapped her back to reality, followed by a gentle poke to her shoulder. Yes, Momo blurted out, sitting stiff as a board. The others turned to her with confused expressions. She cleared her throat hastily, trying to compose herself. Ahem. My apologies. What I meant to say is that I agree. Hopefully, his problematic attitude will be addressed by the teachers. Toru tilted her head. Do you think we can, formally request something be done about it? Possibly, Momo said as they began walking back to the common room. Though I imagine the teachers will handle it soon enough. Suyu, who had been listening nearby, croaked curiously. What makes you think that? The teachers told us this was meant to simulate a real-world crisis, correct? Momo explained. If this had been a real-life mission, what would have been the first outcome? The girls fell silent, each pressing a finger to their chin in thought. They'd face immediate backlash, a voice answered. All heads turned toward Izuku, who had rejoined the group, casually chewing on a slice of pizza, his cheeks puffed out slightly. The girls collectively cooed internally at the sight, though Momo looked away quickly, feeling another rush of warmth creep up her face. I think they wanted us to experience the consequences of a failed mission firsthand, Izuku continued after swallowing his bite. Toru huffed. That still doesn't explain why that asshat got off scot-free. Yeah, don't try to defend that asshat, Mina chimed in, frowning. Izuku hesitated for a second, resisting the urge to call Bakugo an asshat himself. Well, it's not like the media would know exactly what happened right away. From their perspective, they just saw a group of pro-heroes fail to stop a disaster. They wouldn't have the details. The girls exchanged uncertain glances before Mina sighed. I guess that makes sense, but it still pisses me off. As the conversation continued, Kanoko found her gaze drifting toward Izuku. She watched him animatedly chatting with the others, the usual nervous energy in his posture as he explained his thoughts. Something stirred in her chest, but she quickly shook it off and turned away. Then, with a sudden glint in her eye, she leaned toward Itsuka, dropping her voice mischievously. Sue, how was your date with Izuku? Itsuka's entire body tensed, her face turning a shade of red that rivaled her hair. For a split second, it was as if all color drained from her, like a poorly drawn manga panel. Then, what the heck? Itsuka yelped, immediately grabbing Kanoko and shoving her under the kitchen counter. You can't just ask that, Itsuka hissed, glancing around in panic. Kanoko grinned, unfazed. Oh, come on, shroom. I need some gossip. What was he like on a date? Was he, like, super romantic? Did he bring you a dozen roses? Oh, or maybe, her eyes sparkled mischievously. Maybe he's a secret perv and totally tried to make a move on you. Itsuka deadpanned. What is wrong with you? Kanoko blinked, then hesitated. Her face flushed slightly as she fidgeted with her sleeve. It's not like I like him or anything. I dunno. I kinda wanna talk about girly stuff, you know. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Sure, totally not suspicious. Kyoka's ear jacks twitched, picking up on the conversation, and Pony, with her own sensitive hearing, quickly caught on. A few of the other girls, who had been casually eavesdropping on Kanoko's questioning, stiffened in place, their conversation with the boys becoming noticeably forced. Meanwhile, the boys remained blissfully unaware, enjoying their pizza without a care. Itsuka wanted to change the subject, maybe even escape entirely, but Kanoko's wide, pleading eyes made her feel like she was about to kick a puppy if she refused. Her heart raced every time she thought back on the date. From the train ride to the coffee shop she had always wanted to visit, to the rock climbing, and finally, the kiss on the Ferris wheel. And the dork totally cheated during darts, Itsuka scoffed, arms crossed. I mean, I still won, obviously, but I had to go easy on him. Kanoko giggled. The girls listening nearby felt a sharp pang in their chests, struggling to keep their expressions neutral. They knew Izuku and Itsuka had gone on a date, but hearing how effortlessly romantic and fun it had been made their hearts ache. Worse yet, it was Izuku who had asked her out. Tsuyu glanced at Ochako, reading the subtle tension in her body. Her friend was clearly trying to listen in, but Kaminari and Kirishima kept dragging her into their conversation. And that's how my usual exercise routine goes, Kirishima said proudly. Oh, right, yeah, totally manly. Ochako forced a smile, though her mind was elsewhere. Seems like Dekiru and Itsuka are getting closer. Her chest tightened. Don't get sad. She actually had the backbone to ask him out. She clenched her fist under the table, trying to ignore the growing pit in her stomach. I should be happy for them, right? Tsuyu sighed internally, a mix of concern and sympathy washing over her. Ochako, I'm rooting for you, despite my own feelings. But it's not like I can force you to confess. Her throat tightened. Not that I even should confess. Izuku already has so many people who like him. Adding myself into the mix would just make things complicated. For me, for the girls, and for him. Especially if he doesn't even like me back, or worse, if he only likes one of us. Mina tapped her foot anxiously, wearing a shaky smile. Quote. So they actually went on a date. She swallowed hard. I kinda always wanted to go on a date with him. A dreamy thought floated in her mind before reality crashed down. Not like I have a chance. Her gaze flickered toward Kyoka. He probably likes Jiro. The more she thought about it, the more her stomach twisted. She gets him like no one else. She knew something was off with Bakugo before anyone else did, and she's always had his back. And why wouldn't he like her? Mina let out a bitter sigh. She's like the perfect girlfriend for him. They both dealt with bullying. They understand each other. And Izuku clearly likes her. She shuddered, a deep blush creeping up her face as a certain memory surfaced the moment she found out Izuku took care of himself to the thought of Jiro. Mina forced a laugh, stuffing a piece of pizza into her mouth. Yeah, like I have any shot. If she asked him out, he'd practically leap at the chance. She clenched her fist under the table. And he's clearly into tomboys, too. I am way too girly. Look how much chemistry he has with Itsuka and Jiro. Toru chewed on her pizza, her heart quietly aching. I should probably just give up. She scolded herself. It's not like he's the only guy in the world. Stop acting like some lovesick schoolgirl. She tried to push down the emotions clawing at her chest. Midoriya deserves a girl who really gets him. Someone who appreciates how cute, funny, sweet, smart, Adora. She shut her eyes tight. No, stop. Bury that thought. Move on. Kyoka sipped her water, listening intently while trying to maintain a neutral expression. But as Itsuka continued gushing about the date, something in her chest twisted painfully. Her mind drifted back to the moment when Izuku, in his usual awkward honesty, had admitted to jerking off to her. Just to make her feel better. Her face burned. That dork. As much as she tried to deny it, that moment stuck with her. The way he had stammered, embarrassed but genuine, giving her unintended compliments that made her heart race. He didn't have to tell me that, but he did. Just to make me feel better. Just to make sure I knew I was desirable. Kyoka exhaled sharply, gripping her cup. I don't know if I have a chance, but I do know one thing. Her fingers tightened around the cup, her face burning. He wouldn't give up, so I shouldn't either. Abara anxiously tapped her foot, her fingers lightly tugging at the ends of her vine-like hair as she overheard the conversation. Her cheeks grew hotter with every word. Stop it. Get these impure thoughts out of your mind, she scolded herself, squeezing her eyes shut for a moment. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the image of Izuku asking Itsuka out and their shared kiss on the Ferris wheel refused to leave her thoughts. She stole a nervous glance toward the group, her fingers gripping her hair a little tighter. The boys, blissfully unaware, continued their own conversation, with Mineta drooling over some actress Jennifer Nocturne, if she remembered correctly. I need to focus on my studies, on my training, not Midoriya. Abara pressed her warm cheeks with her palms, willing the heat away. Meanwhile, Kanoko and Itsuka remained caught up in their conversation until an unexpected presence made them both freeze. Yui, ever the quiet yet bold one, had suddenly appeared between them, crouching like she had been there the entire time. And then Itsuka stopped mid-sentence, her face going pale as she finally registered Yui's presence. Kei Kodai. Itsuka nearly choked, her voice hushed in embarrassment. Yui blinked, her face as unreadable as ever. What? Don't stop at the good part. Kanoko stifled a giggle, while Itsuka's blush deepened. Before either of them could respond, Yui continued, completely unfazed. Besides, I want to know what to expect when I start dating Izuku. Dead silence. Both girls turned black and white on the spot, and a ripple effect spread as the other eavesdropping girls stiffened, their skin metaphorically draining of color. Even Kyoka, who had been sipping her water, nearly choked. Watching from the side, Reiko Yanagi shook her head slightly, the smallest of smiles tugging at the corner of her lips. That girl is way too bold, she murmured. Itsuka's face erupted into an even deeper shade of red. What is that supposed to mean? Yui tilted her head slightly, completely unaffected. Isn't it obvious? I like Izuku, and when we start dating, I'd like to know how much he can handle. She blinked, then added, ooh, does he mind a little pervy? Pervy. Itsuka nearly shrieked. What are you planning on doing to him? Yui considered this for a moment, her face remaining as neutral as ever. I don't want to say. Shiozaki wouldn't approve. Abara, who had been desperately trying to suppress her growing blush, turned an even deeper shade of red. She nearly stormed over then and there, her mind torn between indignation and something far more flustering. Reiko observed the scene with a knowing look, her fingers lightly twirling a lock of her silver hair. She didn't comment, but a certain curiosity lingered in her usually distant gaze. So even Yui's being that forward. She exhaled softly. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Izuku is spooky. After an hour, Ochako carefully watched Izuku yawn and stretch, looking content yet sluggish after devouring too much pizza. The common room had quieted down, some of the girls having retreated to their rooms, while a few of the guys lay sprawled across the couches in varying degrees of food-induced comas. Hiroshima clutched his stomach with a pained grin. I think I overdid it. Shoto, looking uncharacteristically pale, exhaled through his nose. That was excessive. Tenya, despite his own clear discomfort, attempted to rally the remaining guys. Come now, we must retire for the night. A proper hero must regulate their diet and sleeping schedule. Izuku chuckled at the chaos before pushing himself off the couch, rubbing his stomach. Man, that was good. I should really thank Yui for picking the place. He yawned, shuffling toward his room, his body feeling heavier than usual. As he neared his door, he noticed someone standing just outside. The familiar bobbed brown hair and small, fidgeting movements gave her away instantly. Ochako. Ochako jumped slightly, turning to face him with wide eyes. Oh, Dekiru, she stammered, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. There was an awkward pause as she stared at him, her expression unreadable. Izuku, still standing in the doorway, tilted his head. Is something wrong? Before she could answer, his stomach let out a loud, betraying growl. Ochako giggled, her lips curling into a teasing grin. Guess that pizza really hit ya, huh? Izuku laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Why yeah, I might have overdone it a little. I was just gonna crash for the night. Ochako's playful smile faltered slightly as she looked down. Her fingers fidgeted at the hem of her hoodie. Dekiru, she started, voice softer now. You know I think you're really amazing, right? Izuku blinked, thrown off by the sudden shift in tone. Huh? Izuku blinked in surprise. Well, thanks, Ochako, but I mean it. She cut him off, suddenly frustrated with herself. Like, ya really inspire me. I dunno how to explain it, but you're so kind, you're smart, and she swallowed hard, her heart hammering against her ribs. Izuku felt his heartbeat pick up. Ochako, her hands clenched into fists as she forced herself to keep going. And I think you're really sweet, and smart, and, she squeezed her eyes shut, her whole face burning. Really, really cute. Silence. Izuku's brain short-circuited, his eyes went wide, his face instantly heating up. Did she just? Ochako's own brain screamed at her to abort. She flailed internally, regretting every decision that led her to this moment. Why did I say that? Why am I so bad at this? Her mouth opened and closed a few times before she scrambled to cover. I mean, like ya got a real nice smile, ya know. Real friendly like, and ya did great today leadin' everyone, even with Bakugo bein' all, well, Bakugo. She waved her hands in the air, desperately trying to redirect the conversation. Izuku, still frozen, tried to form a coherent response. Ochako panicked. Nope, can't do this, can't. Anyway, I should head back. You're probably real tired, huh? Yep, super tired. Okay, good night, Dekiru. She turned on her heel and made a beeline out of there, her heart slamming against her ribs. Hey, Ochako. She halted mid-step. Izuku hesitated for a moment, rubbing his neck before managing. I like your accent. Ochako nearly tripped. Her face went beet red as she slapped a hand over her mouth. Oh God, I wasn't thinking he totally heard me. Why did I let my accent slip? She bolted down the hall. As she ran, her mind was a chaotic mess. Oh God, I almost confessed. What was I thinking? When I heard about those two going on a date, I thought I lost my chance. I'm not the jealous type. But despite her inner denial, a small voice whispered otherwise. Slowing her pace, she bit her lip. Dekiru probably has enough going on. If I say anything, it'll just stress him out. He'll feel guilty. He doesn't need that right now. She exhaled sharply, shaking her head as if trying to dispel the storm of emotions raging inside her. I just need to suppress this. It'll be fine. She tried to convince herself, but the words felt hollow. Then, like a spark to dry tinder, the memory of Itsuka's confession ignited something deep within her. The way Itsuka had boldly told Izuku her feelings, how she had taken that step forward without hesitation, and how damn it she had even gone on a date with him. Ochako clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Itsuka said she wanted to grow stronger beside him. She didn't just sit around hoping he'd notice. She did something about it. Her chest tightened, jealousy twisting inside her like a vice. Not at Itsuka, no. She admired her, but at herself, for being too scared to do the same. She had watched Izuku push himself day after day, had seen him rise from nothing to become someone who inspired everyone around him, including her. And yet, she had stood back, letting others take the leap she wanted to take. I don't just want to stand on the sidelines. Her jaw tightened. I want to be there with him. I want to be strong like he is. I want him to look at me the way he looked at Itsuka when she said she wanted to grow stronger with him. The thought sent a fresh wave of heat to her face, but she didn't push it away this time. Instead, she embraced it. Damn it, I can't just give up. Her grip on her emotions wavered, her frustration bubbling over. I have to tell him. I have to at least try. Her stomach twisted with nerves, but beneath it, a newfound determination burned. Maybe she wouldn't get the perfect moment. Maybe she wouldn't even get the words out right. But she couldn't keep running. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. Tomorrow, I'll tell him. No more holding back. Maybe the day after. No, just tell him and focus on being a hero. Itsuka is doing it, I can do it. Back at his room, Izuku stood in stunned silence, still replaying the conversation. His heart was hammering in his chest. Did she almost confess? The thought sent a rush of heat to his face. He flopped onto his bed, covering his face with both hands. And no way. She was just being herself, all right. Yet, no matter how much he tried to reason it away, he couldn't ignore how flustered Ochako had been. A small, nervous smile tugged at his lips. Maybe, she really does like me. That thought lingered in his mind as sleep slowly took over, leaving his dreams unusually warm that night. Izuku slept peacefully, his drool dripping onto the pillow, his messy hair a tangled mess from a restful slumber. Suddenly, a knock at the door broke the silence, and Izuku slowly rose from his cozy bed. Dekiru, it's me. I was kinda hoping we could finish our conversation from yesterday. Ochako's soft voice came from the other side of the door, filled with a hint of nervousness. Izuku rubbed the sleep from his eyes, still trying to shake off the drowsiness. He stumbled out of bed, his legs wobbly, and made his way to the door. Right, coming, he mumbled to himself, trying to compose himself. As he opened the door, he was met with Ochako's bright red face, her eyes darting to the floor as soon as their gazes met. I was trying to say something, but I kinda chickened out, she stammered, her hands clutching the hem of her skirt. Izuku's face turned a shade of red as he tried to reassure her. If you want to say something, we can talk later, he said, trying to sound calm. But Ochako's determination was palpable. And no, I want to say this now. When I heard you went on a date with Itsuka and Momo. I don't think I can keep this in anymore, she said, her voice trembling. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as Ochako's ears turned bright red. She took a deep breath, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku, I want. Without warning, she flung herself into his arms, her warm body pressing against his. Izuku, caught off guard, hesitantly wrapped his arms around her, feeling his heart race like never before. As they stood there, Ochako's face buried in his shoulder, her voice was muffled. I want. Izuku's ears strained to hear the rest, but it was lost in the gentle pressure of her embrace. I didn't get that, he whispered, his heart pounding in anticipation. I want. She clutched him tighter, her arms wrapping around him like a vice. Why yeah, Izuku said, gulping. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. I want. Ochako's voice came through her face, burning. Izuku could feel her heart beating against her chest. Out, huh? Izuku asked, his confusion evident. Before nervous stuttering was now clear and firm. I want out. Izuku, unsure if he heard her correctly, asked for clarification. Can you repeat that? I don't think I heard you correctly. Izuku said, his brow furrowed. Ochako's response sent shivers down his spine, as her voice came out in a menacing raspy tone. I want out. Izuku's fear spiked as he tried to break free from the hug, but Ochako's grip was like a vice. Oh Ochako, let me go. He pleaded, his voice cracking a little. Her response was a low menacing chuckle. You want me to let you go? Let me out, she commanded as she looked him dead in the eyes, revealing her black eyes, her pupils glowing an eerie purple with cracks spreading from the edges. Izuku stumbled back, his heart racing as he desperately tried to process the terror before him. He turned and ran, his feet pounding the floor as he fled to the common room. The place bustling with conversation from Class A and B. But when Izuku entered, an eerie silence fell. Guys, something's wrong with Ochako, Izuku said in a desperate tone. But when turned around, his fear intensified. Class A and B eyes transformed similar to Ochako's as they slowly closed on him. You can't get away from me. Momo's voice slithered into his ear like a whisper of smoke, her words dripping with venom. Izuku jerked violently, spinning around only to find her right there, her face barely an inch from his. Had she always been that close? No, she hadn't been there at all. Izuku stumbled back, but more voices joined in. Always the hero, Tenya sneered. What a waste of potential, Suyu murmured from above, her head twisting unnaturally as she clung to the ceiling, her blackened eyes leering down at him. Izuku's eyes snapped upward, his body sparked with one for all, his body instinctively tensing for a fight. Izuku's pulse was a hammer in his skull. This wasn't real, it couldn't be real. Then the world shattered like brittle glass. The floor exploded outward, splintering like rotten wood as a pale, nightmarish hand ripped through it. Ghostly white, elongated, clawed, its razor-sharp talons gleamed like obsidian. Shadows twisted and coiled around it, moving like living smoke, writhing and clawing at the air. Before Izuku could move, the claws snapped shut around him like a cold vice. He thrashed, kicked, fought, but there was nothing to fight. The hand wasn't solid, but he uselessly thrashed through, phasing through like air. You want to be a hero? The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. From the yawning abyss beneath him, a ghastly form began to rise. It was Ghostfreak, large as MT, lady if not larger, clutched him in his pale ghostly claws. Then get me out, as the clawed hand tightened his grip, squeezing him like grape. Izuku's eyes snapped open, his breath came in ragged gasps as he jolted awake, his body drenched in cold sweat. He tumbled out of bed, hitting the floor with a thud, chest heaving, his heartbeat a frantic drum. The room was normal, his door was there, the walls weren't breathing. But even as he wiped his damp forehead, the lingering sensation of hands clutching at his skin refused to fade. Izuku yawned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he wandered into the common room. The nightmare still clung to him, leaving him restless. Giving up on sleep, he figured some quiet time might help. Soft footsteps caught his attention as Kyoka and Momo entered, both stretching and yawning, still groggy. Kyoka shuffled straight to the coffee maker, lazily pouring herself a cup before grabbing a few cookies. Green, you're up early, she murmured, her voice husky with sleep. She slumped onto the couch, sipping her coffee. Izuku stretched, rolling his shoulders to shake off the stiffness. Why yeah, couldn't sleep. Momo, now seated beside him, tilted her head slightly. That's unusual for you, Izuku. You push yourself so hard in training, you need proper rest. He forced a chuckle. It's nothing, really, just a bad dream. Kyoka and Momo exchanged a glance but didn't press further. What about you two? Izuku asked, eager to shift the conversation. Momo smiled, flipping open her book. I enjoy reading early in the morning. It's peaceful. Kyoka, strumming her guitar absently, added, I usually get up to write lyrics. Inspiration hits better when it's quiet. Izuku nodded, his gaze drifting toward them. That's when he noticed their outfits. Kyoka's deep dope tank top clung to her body, the fabric light and just a little too thin. The cool morning air had clearly had an effect, and Izuku's breath hitched as his eyes traced the subtle outline of her small, perky breasts. The way the material molded to her skin, her nipples lightly pressing through, was impossible to ignore. Then there was Momo. She had on a button-up shirt, but it was loose, very loose. The top buttons were undone, revealing the smooth curves of her bare chest beneath. When she stretched, her breasts shifted naturally, the soft flesh pressing against the straining fabric. The gaps between the buttons offered teasing glimpses of her ample cleavage, and for a split second, Izuku thought he saw the edge of her nipple before she shifted again. Heat rushed to his face. Izuku's brain short-circuited. His face turned beet red, and he snapped his gaze to the floor, heart hammering in his chest. Kyoka noticed his reaction first, frowning slightly. What's up with you? Momo tilted her head, following Izuku's now desperate attempt to avoid looking at them. She glanced down at herself, then at Kyoka. It took a second for everything to click. Their eyes widened in horror. Momo's hands flew to her chest as she let out a panicked gasp. Oh my. She quickly crossed her arms, her entire face turning crimson. Kyoka grabbed the nearest pillow, hugging it to her chest as she cursed under her breath. Shit, we didn't think any of the guys would be up this early. Izuku, still frozen, waved his hands frantically. I didn't see anything. I swear. Kyoka and Momo didn't wait around to hear any more. Practically tripping over themselves, they bolted out of the common room, still shielding their chests as they fled. Left alone, Izuku groaned and buried his burning face in his hands. This morning was going to haunt him forever. Momo and Kyoka returned to the common room later, still a bit flustered from their earlier embarrassment, but determined to brush it off. As they settled in, the awkwardness slowly faded, and the morning routine resumed as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Izuku stood in the bathroom, brushing his teeth, trying to shake off both the lingering unease of his nightmare and the unexpected events of earlier. He spat out the toothpaste, rinsing his mouth, but as he lifted his head his heart nearly stopped. The reflection in the mirror wasn't his own. For a split second, his skin had turned gray, black lines running across his face. Cold, piercing purple eyes stared back at him. Let me out, the reflection snarled. Izuku stumbled backward, knocking over a cup as his breath hitched. He squeezed his eyes shut, his heart pounding against his ribs. When he looked again, his reflection was normal, just his tired, wide-eyed self staring back. What the? He muttered, gripping the sink. His hands were shaking. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Maybe Momo's right, I really can't afford to miss sleep, he thought, shaking his head as he finished his routine. After throwing on his uniform and slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he stepped out of the dorms. He had about an hour and a half before class started, just enough time to clear his head. As he walked through the courtyard, he heard a soft, familiar voice behind him. Izuku turned to see Yui Kodai, already dressed for class, her neutral expression as unreadable as ever. Morning, Izuku, she greeted in her usual soft tone. You're already ready for school? Why yeah, Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his head. Just hoping to catch a few Z's before class starts. Yui nodded. Hope you're getting enough sleep. She paused, her lips curving just slightly. And I hope you didn't eat too much pizza. Izuku grinned, remembering last night's feast. Oh, yeah, thanks for enlarging them. I don't think I've ever been that full before. I don't even know how to thank you. Yui's expression remained neutral, but a hint of playfulness crept into her voice. I know one way. She opened her arms, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Hug me. Izuku's face flushed bright crimson as he stuttered, Why Yui, I'm gonna be late. Yui made a cute growling noise, her arms still open. Fine. Izuku hesitated, his face growing even redder, before he opened his arms. No, you walk up to me and hug me, Yui commanded. Izuku's face turned an even deeper shade of red before he reluctantly walked up to Yui and hugged her. She wrapped her arms around him, enjoying the warm embrace. "Yay," she said, a small blush forming on her cheeks. Izuku, still blushing, asked, "TT there, can I go now?" Yui nodded, her expression returning to neutral. Izuku walked out and began strolling to Class 1A. He walked with some students, early birders like himself, heading to class. "Izuku," a raspy voice said in the distance of sea of students. He looked around frantically before catching something flying past. He ignored this before quickly heading back to class. As class began, Izuku did not sleep. His eyes were baggy as he stared at his reflection. As homeroom began, the day went on as per usual. Izuku struggled to not fall asleep and barely noticed the conversation that was happening all around him. "That's totally unfair," Mineta shouted, his face red with rage as he glared at his phone. "How come they have fucking fangirls? It's so unjust." He was seething with anger, his eyes scanning the article with disgust. Dekiru 10 Fan Club vs Shoto Todoroki Fan Club, a debate on who's the most hottest UA first-year hottie. The title alone made his blood boil. "Ugh, why do they get all the attention?" Mineta exclaimed, his voice trembling with frustration. "I'm the one who's been working hard, perfecting my pop-off technique. But do I get any recognition? No." He scowled at the pictures of the fangirls, dressed in Izuku and Todoroki's styles. "I get Todoroki, but why him? Why, he's just a stupid, stoic, ice boy. And Midoriya's just a dork." Mineta's friends took a step back, wary of his explosive outburst. But Mineta didn't care. He was too far gone, consumed by his own anger and frustration. "I mean, come on, he's got credentials." Kaminari started to list off Izuku's achievements. He fought the hero killer, saved an entire school, beat Todoroki, beat Bakugo, saved us at USJ, and even beat All Might's record. But before Kaminari could continue, Mineta's glare cut him off. Mineta's face turned beet red with rage as he slammed his fist on the table. "I don't get it. He's a nerd, all he talks about is All Might. How the hell is he getting babes? I mean, what's so special about him? He's just a lucky, awkward, little dork. I am the one with Krasmia." Mineta shouted, his voice dripping with envy and disdain. "It must be those girls from that school. They must have fallen for Midoriya's hero act, and now he's taking advantage of them. He's grooming them, preying on their vulnerable state. This should be illegal," Mineta exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. Kaminari took a step back, startled by Mineta's outburst. "Dude, calm down, it's not like that," he tried to reason, but Mineta wouldn't listen. Jiro's irritation grew, echoed by the other girls. "Your existence should be illegal," she snapped. "And besides, Midoriya is far more appealing to any girl than you'll ever be." Kaminari and Shiro exchanged a look and said, "Ooh." Mineta sneered, "Flatties don't get a say in this." Iida tilted his head, confused. "Flatties? What does that mean?" "Huh," Jiro said in anger. How dare you?" Kyoka said in anger. Jiro looked ready to murder him, her jacks slithering as Iida tilted his head. "I'm confusion." Kaminari clarified, "Small boobs, man." Mineta scorned, "Yeah, small, non-existent boobs, like Jiro." Kyoka stepped forward, ready to attack, her javelins at the ready. "How dare you?" Iida intervened, "How rude. Breasts are breasts, and one shouldn't get hung up on relative size." Tenya Iida added, "Try walking a mile in someone else's shoes, Mineta. How would you feel if girls commented on your small nature?" Mina chimed in, "Huh, Iida, we comment on Mineta's short stature all the time." Kyoka agreed, "Yeah, I call him imp, or shorty, every chance I get." Tenya Iida clarified, "I'm not referring to his height." The boys who shared a changing room with Mineta struggled to contain their laughter, their faces turning bright red as they bit their lips and looked away, trying to stifle their grins. Kaminari and Shiro were shaking their heads, their eyes watering from holding back tears of laughter. Tokiyami was covering his mouth, his shoulders shaking with suppressed chuckles. Mineta shouted in dismay, "Iida," realizing too late what Tenya was implying. Mineta's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he spluttered, I'll have you know, my little Mineta is average size. Zero couldn't resist taking a jab, calling it your little Mineta is a big understatement. Tokiyami chimed in, shaking his head, average size. PFF'd. Tokiyami glanced at Mineta, sure. Kota held up a sign that read, there's nothing to be ashamed about. He held up the sign with such sincerity. The boy's teasing was too much for Mineta, and he felt his embarrassment reach new heights. The girls, who had been watching the exchange, quickly caught on and tried to stifle their giggles, but it was too late. Mineta's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he realized he was the laughingstock of the group. Shut up, all of you, Mineta shouted, trying to regain some dignity, but it only seemed to make things worse. The boys' laughter grew louder, and even the girls couldn't help but join in, their snickers and giggles filling the air. Shoto, who had been quietly reading his book, looked up and said, it's not fun when you're at the receiving end of it. He was the only one who hadn't joined in the mockery, but his comment carried weight. Todoroki's words struck a chord. I mean, you make blatant sexual remarks about the girls. Maybe before you start commenting on their physique, think about how the other person feels. Your comments can be demeaning, like what you just demonstrated with Jiro. The class nodded in agreement, and the girls began to speak up. Yeah, just because she doesn't have the biggest doesn't make her any less pretty. Ochako shouted. Mina chimed in, yeah, Mineta, you insensitive asshole. Not everyone likes your comments. Suyu added, grow up, Mineta. Ribbit. Toru, who had often been the subject of Mineta's perversion, spoke up, I'm tired of being objectified by you, Mineta. It's not funny, it's just gross. Momo, another frequent target of Mineta's comments, added, I agree with Toru. Your comments make me feel uncomfortable and disrespected. Please stop. Mineta, still reeling from his humiliation, sat silently, his gaze fixed on the floor. Meanwhile, Ochako stole a glance at Izuku. He was staring out the window, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose, lost in thought. She hesitated before gently tapping his shoulder. Izuku jolted, his whole body tensing as if he'd been shocked. Whoa, why you okay? Ochako asked, concern laced in her voice. You look like you've seen a ghost. Izuku let out a dry chuckle. More like a Ghostfreak, he muttered under his breath. Ochako blinked, tilting her head. Huh, and nothing, he quickly dismissed, waving it off. She studied him for a moment before leaning in, lowering her voice. Hey, Dekiru, if you're not busy later, mind coming to my room tonight? Izuku's entire body stiffened, his face went bright red. At night, in her room, alone, his brain short-circuited for a second, but caution quickly settled in. W.Y. Ochako's own face turned pink as she fidgeted with the hem of her uniform. Look, I need to tell you something I've been keeping in for a long time and… Bang! We are here. The door swung open as All Might and Midnight strode in, instantly commanding attention. Good afternoon, Class 1A. All Might boomed with his signature grin. Are you ready for today's training? Midnight smirked, her confident presence drawing everyone's eyes. Today's focus is on subduing villains with minimal force. I'll be demonstrating some effective restraint techniques. Bakugo scoffed, crossing his arms. TCH, what's the point? Beaten. I'm down makes sure they stay down. Midnight's smile didn't waver, but her tone turned sharp. That kind of thinking is exactly why this lesson is necessary. Bakugo's scowl deepened. There will be times when the villain isn't truly a villain, she continued. Maybe they're a civilian panicking in a dangerous situation, or someone being manipulated. Not every fight is about overpowering your opponent. A real hero knows when not to throw a punch. Kirishima grinned. That's actually kinda cool. I wouldn't wanna beat up someone who's just being controlled. That's totally unmanly. Mina nodded eagerly. Yeah, my quirk's not exactly non-lethal. If I can learn how to stop someone without melting their face off, that'd be pretty great. The doors shot open as the suitcases were launched out one by one until there were 19 in total. Wait, 19? Huh, where the fuck is my costume? Bakugo's voice rang through the room, his frustration boiling over in an instant. Midnight's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Ah, glad you brought that up, Bakugo. Before Bakugo could explode further, All Might stepped forward. His usual cheerful demeanor was absent, replaced with the weight of authority. Now, do you all recall the last rescue exercise? Mineta snickered. You mean the one where Bakugo absolutely fucked all of us over by going AWOL? Thinking he could do everything by himself. Claiming it'd be a flawless victory, but instead, it went down as the biggest loss in UA history. Bakugo's face darkened instantly, his teeth gritting as he whipped his glare toward Mineta. Shut the hell up, you grape-haired bitch. Mineta, ever the coward, smartly positioned himself behind Izuku, using him as a human shield. He smirked smugly, knowing Bakugo wouldn't dare lunge with All Might standing right there. Midnight's expression turned serious. Yes, that's correct. Now, let's analyze why you all failed. The scenario was a flood zone rescue. Given the setting, what do you think went wrong? She swept her gaze across the class, watching as they absorbed her words. You've had time to reflect. Tell me what mistakes were made. Momo raised her hand with practiced elegance. We were all at fault for not properly accounting for Bakugo's behavior. Instead of addressing his unwillingness to cooperate, we allowed him to act independently. His reckless decisions led to the dam's destruction, which, in turn, flooded the city and resulted in a catastrophic failure. Midnight nodded approvingly. Partially correct. However, from a media perspective, accountability would not be limited to one person. The scale of the loss would overshadow any internal disputes. You would all be seen as responsible. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Midnight's tone sharpened. Now, let's shift focus. Imagine we are the Hero Safety and Support Commission. What would happen next? Tenya, always quick to respond, adjusted his glasses. We would each have to write formal incident reports, detailing the events in our decision-making process. Midnight nodded. Exactly. In real-world scenarios, thorough documentation is crucial in determining accountability. Zero exhaled. So, in other words, we'd all be explaining how Bakugo completely screwed us over. Momo frowned but nodded. His inability to cooperate cost us the exercise. She hesitated for a moment before continuing, her voice firm. And if we are speaking candidly, I do not believe Bakugo has faced adequate consequences for his recklessness. Bakugo's jaw clenched, his fists tightening at his sides. If you dumbasses had just followed my lead, we wouldn't have lost. But no, you had to follow Deku's half-baked plan. Kyoka let out a dry chuckle, arms crossed. Oh yeah, what a mystery why no one wants to follow the guy who constantly screams at everyone and calls them extras, while making zero effort to listen. Bakugo slammed his fist onto the table with a loud bang, making several students flinch. His glare locked onto Kyoka, eyes burning with barely restrained fury. Kyoka, unimpressed, simply stared back. Her expression was flat, bored even, as she raised a brow in silent challenge. Bakugo took a step forward, his hands still balled into fists, but a single glance from All Might halted him in place. The silence was thick with tension until Tsuyu's calm voice cut through. It wouldn't make sense for everyone to follow Bakugo's lead when the majority agreed that Midoriya and Yaoyorozu had the best plan. She turned her gaze toward Midnight. I agree that letting Bakugo go unchecked was a mistake, but the root of the issue is his refusal to collaborate. That isn't something we can fix on our own. Her eyes shifted back to Bakugo, steady and unwavering. What really concerns me is your lack of willingness to work with others. And the fact that you hit Midoriya proves that. You expect everyone to follow you without question, but you don't extend the same courtesy to anyone else. Bakugo's face twisted in irritation, his nails digging into his palms. Tsuyu, unfazed, continued. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu worked with the entire team. They adapted, they listened, and they valued input from all of us. But you refused to cooperate and then resorted to violence when things didn't go your way. Midnight nodded. So, is this how you all feel? Ochako hesitated before speaking. I agree. We can't force Bakugo to work with us. But what really bothers me is that he hit Dekiru. Bakugo's face darkened. I can work with anyone, I just don't want to work with that damn Deku. His voice was thick with frustration. If you extras had just listened to me, we would have won. But Dekiru didn't do anything to deserve being hit, Ochako shot back, standing firm. He was trying to work with you. But Dekiru didn't do anything to warrant being hit. He just wanted to work with you. Ochako shouted, her voice unwavering despite the furious glare Bakugo shot her way. Bakugo's scowl deepened, hands clenched into fists, but Ochako didn't waver. Mina crossed her arms, her voice sharp. Bakugo was violent and uncooperative. Midoriya, on the other hand, is much easier to work with. Plus, he doesn't call me raccoon eyes every 5 seconds. Shoji gave Mina a brief nod, his expression neutral but supportive. Kota, avoiding eye contact with Bakugo, lifted a handmade sign, its letters shaky but clear. He's scary. Todoroki's voice cut through the tension, cold and precise. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu's quirks suited the situation far better. They understand our quirks and know how to utilize them effectively. You, on the other hand, insist on leading without understanding those you're working with. His eyes locked onto Bakugo. How do the teachers expect us to work with someone who refuses to let others lead, someone who doesn't even take the time to learn our names? Toru, arms crossed, scoffed. Yeah, unlike Dekiru, who actually bothers to learn about his teammates. I don't want to waste my time explaining my quirk just to get insulted. Bakugo's face reddened, a vein throbbing on his forehead. I know all I need to know about you extras. He snapped. Kyoka leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand with an amused smirk. Really? Then what's Kota's quirk? Bakugo stiffened, his glare darting toward Kota, expression twisting with barely contained rage. His eyes scanned the room as if the answer would magically appear in front of him. Seconds passed. Shut up. I don't have to prove anything to you. He barked. Kyoka's smirk widened. My point exactly. Hiroshima scratched the back of his head, glancing at Bakugo with a sheepish shrug. Look, Bakugo's cool and all, but I kinda gotta agree with everyone else here. Midnight, who had been watching silently, finally spoke, her tone laced with disappointment. It seems there's a consensus. She turned to Bakugo, eyes sharp. Katsuki Bakugo, for the next 3 weeks you will be suspended from the hero course. Silence crashed over the room like a wave. Every student's eyes widened in shock. Bakugo's face paled before turning a deep shade of red. Wait, what? Did she just say Bakugo's getting suspended? Someone murmured. Kyoka remained neutral, but there was a flicker of satisfaction in her expression. Midnight didn't waver. This suspension means you will not participate in hero classes for the next 2 weeks. However, you may observe alongside the teachers, nothing more. Bakugo's hands trembled at his sides, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His pride burned like fire in his chest. What the fuck? How is that fair? He exploded, voice shaking with fury. All Might, who had been silent up until now, stepped forward, his gaze firm. Uwa prepares you for the real world, Bakugo. And in the real world, actions have consequences. A pro-hero behaving as you did today would have their license revoked immediately. Bakugo's breath hitched slightly, the weight of those words sinking in. All Might's gaze swept across the room, addressing the entire class. Take this as a lesson. Bakugo is not the only arrogant hero you will encounter. Unfortunately, I have worked with many pros who risked lives to prove a point, especially when working alongside the best. His eyes landed on Todoroki and Izuku. You two, in particular, will face these kinds of heroes. When you're at the top, others will challenge you, not just villains, but fellow heroes seeking to prove they're better than you. Izuku swallowed hard. Todoroki's expression remained unreadable, though a flicker of unease passed through his gaze. Bakugo's jaw tightened, his hands trembling as his anger shifted toward the two standing beside him. He thinks those two will be the top heroes. Them. What about me? I work harder than any of these extras. Bakugo seethed internally. All Might continued, his voice tinged with the weight of experience. Being a top hero is never easy. Envy and pride drive people to reckless decisions. I wish it weren't so, but it's a harsh reality I've faced myself. His gaze shifted toward Momo, who stiffened slightly under his scrutiny. That's why we were so harsh on you and young Midoriya. You both have the potential to reach the top, but that comes with responsibility. Momo's cheeks flushed, her hands tightening at her sides, both from pride and the sheer pressure of such expectations. All Might's expression darkened, and responsibility means handling scrutiny. The media will tear you apart at the first sign of weakness. They won't care about context or fault-only results. If you fail, the headline won't be, "It wasn't their fault." It will be, "How could the top heroes let this happen?" Izuku hesitated before raising his hand. Is that why you usually worked alone?" All Might nodded. "Yes. As the number one hero, I had many allies, but I also had rivals who resented my success. Some made it their mission to surpass me at any cost, even if it meant endangering others." Todoroki's gaze darkened, his mind flashing to endeavor his father's obsession with surpassing All Might, the pain it had caused. Izuku noticed his expression shift, his brows furrowing in concern. All Might's gaze turned sharp again, focusing back on Bakugo. "And speaking of reckless ambition, Bakugo, your behavior during this exercise was unacceptable." Bakugo's teeth clenched, his shoulders tensing. Physically lashing out at Midoriya wasn't just unprofessional, it was a betrayal of teamwork. Your outburst sabotaged your own team, put your classmates at risk, and ultimately cost everyone their victory. In the real world, that kind of recklessness gets people killed. Bakugo's breath came faster, anger and humiliation swirling inside him. "They abandoned me to work with Deku." He spat. "Why should I trust them when they don't trust me?" Midnight's voice was calm, but firm. "Because trust is earned, not demanded. You constantly belittle your classmates, refuse to listen, and expect obedience through intimidation. That isn't leadership, Bakugo. That's fear." Her piercing gaze locked onto him. "No one wants to follow a leader who refuses to respect them. And your inability to set aside your pride and work with Midoriya proves you still have a long way to go before you're ready to call yourself a hero." Aizawa's tired gaze lingered on Bakugo, watching as the boy trembled with barely contained fury. He sighed, rubbing his temples before turning to Izuku, his voice calm but firm. "Midoriya," Aizawa called out suddenly. Izuku stiffened as all eyes turned to him. "You're the one Bakugo hit. You're the one he's refused to work with. And you're also the one who has to deal with the consequences of his actions," Aizawa said, his tone unreadable. "So tell me, what's your opinion?" Izuku's breath hitched. He hadn't expected to be put on the spot like this. Aizawa wasn't finished. "And before you answer, I want you to consider what's best for your entire class." Silence filled the room as Izuku hesitated. He could feel everyone's stares burning into him, waiting for his response. His fingers curled into fists at his sides as he wrestled with his emotions. If he was being honest, he didn't want to be anywhere near Bakugo. Every time he saw him, all he could think about was how much he wanted to knock him flat. His heart pounded. "Honestly, I don't think my opinion matters," Izuku finally admitted, his voice quieter than usual but firm. "I feel like no matter what I say, it would be completely biased." Bakugo scoffed. "But I am a hero," Izuku continued, lifting his head. "And as a hero, my personal feelings shouldn't matter in situations like this." He inhaled sharply. "That being said, I don't want to work with Katsuki Bakugo." A collective hush fell over the room. Aizawa's sharp eyes studied Izuku, but he didn't interrupt. Izuku's hands clenched at his sides. "I don't want to be near him. I don't trust him. Every time we're forced to work together, it ends in disaster. And honestly, I'm tired of trying to fix that when I'm the only one even trying." His voice wavered for a second, but he pushed through. "But again, my feelings shouldn't dictate my decisions as a hero. So I can't give an unbiased answer." Aizawa gave a small nod, as if he'd expected this response. His gaze flicked to Bakugo, who was shaking with frustration. "Bakugo," Aizawa said flatly. "Depending on how you respond right now, I can either lessen or extend your suspension. So tell me, what exactly did you do wrong during the exercise?" Bakugo gritted his teeth, his hands balled into fists so tight that his knuckles turned white. His crimson eyes blazed with fury. "TCH, if these damn extras had just listened to me, then." Aizawa sighed, shaking his head. "Congratulations, Bakugo. Your 3-week suspension is now indefinite." The silence that followed was deafening. "Class 1A, Aizawa said, voice laced with finality, "get your hero cases and leave." "What? Why?" Bakugo snapped. "When someone offers you a hand, asking to work together, and you respond by hitting them, that's not the sign of a hero," All Might said, stepping forward, his usual warmth absent. It's the behavior of a child throwing a tantrum. With a comically exaggerated motion, he pulled out a picture of Bakugo with, temporarily banned, scribbled across it. On top of your indefinite suspension from heroics training, you are now banned from using UA's training facilities. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief. All Might's expression remained stern. This mirrors what would happen in the real world if a hero acted the way you did. A single violent outburst could cost you your license. His voice grew heavier with emphasis. And once you lose that, there is no going back. The weight of those words settled over the room like a thick fog. Bakugo's blood boiled. Indefinite suspension. That means no training, no getting stronger, while Deku keeps getting better. His hands twitched as his gaze locked onto Izuku, sharp enough to cut glass. The intensity of his glare sent a ripple of unease through the class. The room felt colder. All Might's voice cut through the tension. When, or if, your suspension is lifted, Aizawa will oversee your remedial training, but until then, you are forbidden from participating in any combat exercises. Bakugo didn't move, his shoulders rising and falling with each furious breath. His jaw clenched so tightly it looked like his teeth might crack. Now, All Might turned to the rest of the class. Everyone except Bakugo, follow me in midnight. One by one, the students hesitantly filed out, their eyes flickering back toward Bakugo. His head was bowed, his face shadowed, but his body language screamed barely contained rage. Izuku was the last to leave. As he stepped through the doorway, he felt Bakugo's burning glare drilling into the back of his head. Then, bang! The sound of Bakugo's fist slamming onto the desk reverberated through the empty room, making the chairs rattle. His whole body shook as his face contorted into something ugly, veins bulging, eyes wild, teeth bared. Fuck! Bakugo roared, the raw fury in his voice echoing through the halls. Indefinite. You're kidding me, you can't fucking do this. His breathing was ragged, fists clenched so hard that tiny drops of blood splattered onto the floor from where his nails had pierced his skin. Deku's going to surpass me. He's going to get stronger while I sit here and rot. Fuck. ... Izuku walked ahead of the group, his mind clouded with an odd sense of guilt. Not guilt because Bakugo got suspended, no, he deserved that. It was guilt because, deep down, Izuku realized something unsettling. He was enjoying it. Should he really feel happy about this? About seeing Bakugo finally face consequences? Izuku sighed, rubbing his neck. Might as well enjoy it while it lasts. I can't believe they actually suspended him indefinitely, Kirishima muttered, shaking his head. I mean, I get it, he's kinda a dick, Ojiro offered. An asshat, Kaminari added. Explosive idiot, Siro said. Pyromaniac sadist, Mineta smirked. I was gonna say misunderstood, but sure, that works too. Kirishima sighed, crossing his arms. I'm glad he's suspended, Iida said firmly, adjusting his glasses. I'm sure this will teach him a valuable lesson in teamwork. Izuku shrugged. I really. As he stepped into a patch of sunlight, his breath hitched. His heart plunged into his stomach. For the briefest moment, as his shadow stretched along the wall, it wasn't his own. It was Ghostfreak's. Izuku violently jerked back, stumbling as his breath quickened. His wide eyes locked onto the lit wall where his shadow had been, but it was normal again. Huh, you okay, Midoriya? Ojiro asked, frowning. Have you been getting enough sleep? Tokiyami's voice carried an edge of concern. Izuku hesitated before forcing a weak smile. Why yeah, he muttered, shaking his head. Probably just seeing things. The others continued their conversation, but Izuku rubbed his eyes, his body tense. The others hesitated, but when Izuku pushed off the wall and kept walking, they let it go, continuing their conversation. Izuku swallowed thickly. His fingers twitched at his sides as he clenched his fists. That wasn't just a trick of the light, was it? Geez, I seriously need some sleep. The boys of Class 1A exited the changing room, reuniting with the girls as they made their way toward All Might. Izuku tried to focus, but something felt wrong. That brief flash of Ghostfreak's face had settled in the back of his mind like an itch he couldn't scratch. It was crawling under his skin, whispering in the back of his mind. He was still trying to shake the feeling when Pop, pop, crack. The hallway lights exploded. What the? Glass rained down as everyone flinched away from the sudden bursts. The fluorescent bulbs above them shattered one after another, their filaments hissing with electrical discharge. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His body stiffened as his eyes widened in horror. Because from the flickering sparks of the dying lights, a pale, ghastly face emerged. It stretched unnaturally from the shadows, its single, slitted eye locking onto him. I want out. Ghostfreak's rasping voice slithered through the air, sending chills down Izuku's spine. Then bang! Another bulb burst, plunging the hallway into partial darkness. What the heck, Kaminari? Kyoka yelped, instinctively backing away. It wasn't me, Kaminari shouted, looking just as spooked. It wasn't Kaminari, it was Ghostfreak, Izuku yelled, his voice panicked. The hallway fell into stunned silence. All eyes snapped to Izuku, their faces a mix of confusion and concern. What? Momo blinked. Dude. Zero raised a brow. You're kinda sounding crazy. Mineta finished unhelpfully. Izuku turned, expecting to see that horrifying, slitted eye still lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing. Just the usual dim corners of the hallway, flickering slightly from the broken lights. His pulse was still racing, his skin clammy, but no one else seemed alarmed. A gentle hand touched his shoulder. Come on, Izuku, Momo said softly, her brows knitted in concern. You've been under a lot of stress lately. Maybe you just need to clear your mind. Yeah, dude, Mina chimed in, throwing an arm around his shoulder with a reassuring grin. We all get a little jumpy when we're running on fumes. Maybe you need a power nap or something. Izuku swallowed, scanning their faces. None of them had seen it. None of them believed him. His fingers twitched. But none of you saw that. They exchanged uneasy glances before looking back at him with sympathetic smiles. He could tell they just thought he was exhausted. Come on, young Midoriya. All Might suddenly boomed, giving him an encouraging thumbs up. No time for gloomy thoughts, it's hero time. Izuku glanced up at the pro-hero's broad, confident smile. Slowly, he let out a breath and nodded. Right, hero time. Even if his heart was still pounding. Once the tension settled, the class gathered in the training area for the day's exercise. All right, listen up. Midnight called, hands on her hips, lips curled in a sly smirk. Today's objective is simple: restrain your opponent. All Might stood beside her, nodding firmly. Heroes often find themselves in situations where overwhelming force isn't an option. Whether it's dealing with villains, mind-controlled civilians, or even fellow heroes, brute strength alone won't always be the answer. Today, you'll focus on subduing threats without causing harm. He clapped his hands together. You'll be working in teams of 5. 2 of you will act as the villain, trying to escape or resist capture. The other 3 will be the heroes, working together to bring them down using skill, tactics, and restraint. Ooh, Mina grinned, rubbing her hands together. So, like, stealth takedowns. Tactical ninjutsu stuff. Exactly. Midnight grinned. Use your quirks creatively, but no excessive force. The goal is to incapacitate, not obliterate. The students quickly paired up into teams, dividing into mock battles across the training field. The usual playful banter filled the air, but Izuku barely registered any of it. His mind kept drifting. Every shadowed corner, every flicker of movement at the edge of his vision made his stomach twist. It was like a phantom sensation, an itch he couldn't scratch. All Might, standing at the sidelines, watched Izuku with a pensive expression. He'd noticed how distracted his successor had been ever since they entered the training grounds. Young Midoriya, after a moment's thought, he stepped forward. Young Midoriya, he called, his voice steady but kind. I know something's bothering you. Izuku stiffened. All Might studied his face carefully. Is it about yesterday? You feel I was too harsh on you and Yaoyorozu? Izuku quickly shook his head. No, it's not that, All Might. I get what you were trying to say. I really do. It's just. He hesitated, his throat dry. Something else. All Might's eyes narrowed slightly. Something else. I'll tell you later, okay. Izuku forced a weak smile, rubbing the back of his neck. After training, All Might held his gaze for a beat before sighing and nodding. Oh, all right, But don't keep it bottled up too long. Izuku nodded, jogging off to rejoin his classmates. All Might, however, couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was bothering him. After the teams were assigned, Izuku, Ochako, and Mina found themselves grouped together as the heroes, while Kirishima and Tokiyami played the villains. The training area was set up like a maze, filled with narrow hallways, multiple floors, and various obstacles to simulate a real-world capture scenario. The goal was simple: subdue the villains using teamwork and restraint. Mina stretched her arms above her head, a playful grin on her face. "All right, fearless leader, what's the plan?" Ochako nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Dekiru, how do you want to handle this?" Izuku hesitated, glancing at the Omnitrix. The idea of transforming into Ghostfreak made his stomach churn. Something about that form felt wrong, unstable. He shook the thought away. "We have to." Before he could finish, danger sense screamed in his head. A mass of clawed shadows exploded from the darkness, hurtling toward them like a living storm. Ochako and Mina barely had time to react before Dark Shadow's massive talons slammed into them, pinning them against a wall with enough force to crack the concrete. Izuku leapt back just in time to avoid a crushing swipe, only for Kirishima to lunge from the shadows. His skin had already hardened to a near unbreakable level, a wide grin on his face. "Heads up, Midoriya." Izuku barely managed to twist his body midair, bringing his leg around in a swift counterattack. His kick connected with Kirishima's side, sending the redhead skidding back. Kirishima dug his heels into the floor, stopping his momentum. With a roar, he launched himself at Izuku again. "Come on, man, hit me harder than that." Izuku braced himself. Then his vision twisted. Ghostfreak appeared right in front of him. "Let me out," Izuku gasped, his body locking up for just a second, just enough time for Kirishima's hardened fist to slam into his face. The impact sent Izuku crashing through the hallway, tumbling across the ground. "Midori." Mina struggled against Dark Shadow's grip, trying to melt the tendrils with acid, but Tokiyami kept control, tightening its hold. Izuku groaned, pushing himself up just as Kirishima rushed him again. He ducked beneath the next punch, spinning in the air to deliver a sharp heel kick to the side of Kirishima's head. Dark Shadow suddenly released Mina, its clawed hand shooting toward Izuku. Danger sense flared again. From the corner of his eye, Ghostfreak's distorted, spectral form flickered within the shadows. "Let me out." Izuku's breath hitched. "Leave me alone." He slammed 15% Delaware smash into the ground, sending a shockwave through the floor. Cracks splintered outward, forcing everyone to steady themselves. Ochako blinked in confusion, stepping forward cautiously. "Dekiru." But Izuku wasn't looking at them. His wild, frantic eyes darted around the room as if searching for something that wasn't there. His gaze suddenly locked onto Mina, his expression twisting into terror. In the dim lighting, the shadows stretched unnaturally. A scythe-like blade emerged from the darkness behind Mina, poised to cleave straight through her. Izuku lunged for the Omnitrix, his hands moving frantically over the dial. "Going hero." With a swift motion, he slammed the device down. A burst of green light exploded throughout the room, illuminating every darkened corner. Dark Shadow let out a distorted shriek, recoiling violently from the brightness. The sudden flare of light forced Tokiyami to shield his eyes, breaking his control for a brief moment. As the glow faded, Izuku's expression contorted in horror. He wasn't who he had chosen. Ghostfreak hovered in the air, his translucent form floating above the cracked floor. "What?" Ghostfreak's own voice echoed in shock. "I didn't pick you." The room fell silent. Ochako hesitated, a bead of sweat rolling down her forehead. "Dekiru." Kirishima, rubbing his jaw, grinned. "Dude, that was a crazy move. But come on, you're not tapping out already, are you?" Then, Ghostfreak's single green eye darkened, turning into a sinister purple. The air plunged in temperature. Tokiyami stiffened, his feathers bristling. Bloodlust. It slammed into him like a tidal wave. His heart pounded against his ribs as his instincts screamed at him to run. Ochako's breath hitched. The suffocating, malicious aura rolling off Ghostfreak, it was the same feeling she had when standing near Stain. Mina took a step back, her throat dry. Kirishima, normally fearless, felt his blood run cold. The hallway darkened. Shadows curled unnaturally around Ghostfreak, his body distorting and shifting as if he were barely holding himself together. His form flickered, one moment intangible, the next disturbingly solid. A deep silence fell over the room. Kirishima swallowed, his mind flashing with a single terrifying thought. He's going to kill me. The air was thick with tension as Ghostfreak's lone, glowing purple eye bore into Kirishima. His voice was low, venomous. Why do you always defend him? He asked, his tone dripping with disdain. Kirishima swallowed hard. What are you talking about? Kachan. Ghostfreak's voice turned into a slow, eerie drawl, almost mocking. Why do you always make excuses? Why do you refuse to see the monster he is? The words slithered into Kirishima's mind like poison. He wanted to argue, to demand what the hell Ghostfreak was talking about, but his throat locked up. The heavy silence around them felt suffocating. He wasn't sure if it was fear or the pressure radiating off of Ghostfreak, but he felt like prey, like a mouse about to be devoured by something far beyond his strength. Then Ghostfreak scoffed. You know what? I don't care. Purple electricity crackled violently around his body, distorting the air with static. A sudden shockwave burst outward, rustling hair, rattling debris, and making everyone flinch. Then he vanished. Panic swept through the room. Eyes darted everywhere, bodies tensed in anticipation. The only sound was their rapid, uneven breathing. You are so annoying. Ghostfreak's voice suddenly sneered, echoing from nowhere and everywhere at once. Kirishima barely had time to react before an invisible force slammed into him from behind. His body was sent flying, his hardened skin scraping against the cracked floor as he skidded to a stop. He groaned, pushing himself up, but Ghostfreak was already there. So oblivious, so ignorant. Kirishima braced himself as Ghostfreak's claws slashed toward him. He activated his quirk, his skin turning to solid stone. But the claws cut through like wet paper. A sickening crack filled the air as deep, jagged wounds carved into Kirishima's chest. His eyes widened in shock as pain seared through him. His unbreakable defense had been torn apart like nothing. Everyone watched in horror as Ghostfreak cocked back a fist. Then he struck. The first punch landed like a sledgehammer, making Kirishima cough up blood. The next one cracked his armor-like skin even further, fractures webbing out like shattered glass. Another, then another, each hit harder, more vicious, each impact echoing through the halls like thunder. The sound of flesh and stone breaking sent shivers down the spines of everyone watching. Kirishima's body slumped forward, unmoving, unconscious, defeated. But Ghostfreak didn't stop. His strikes became more ruthless, his claws tearing at Kirishima's limp form. The scene was grotesque, brutal, the kind of merciless onslaught that made stomachs churn. Mina's breath hitched, her hands clamping over her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Stop, please, she whispered. Ochako was frozen in place, her knuckles white from how hard she was gripping her arms. This wasn't Dekiru. This wasn't the kind-hearted boy she knew. Then, finally, Ghostfreak stopped. His head slowly turned, locking onto Tokiyami. The moment their eyes met, Tokiyami felt it, a suffocating, dreadful pressure wrapping around him like unseen chains. A predator had set its sights on him. His body stiffened, cold sweat dripping down his temple. He felt like he was standing before death itself. Dark shadow, usually unwavering, was trembling behind him. I surrender, Tokiyami stammered, his voice shaking. But Ghostfreak didn't acknowledge his surrender. In an instant, he disappeared again, only to reappear right behind Tokiyami, his spectral hands turning intangible as they phased into his skull. Tokiyami's scream ripped through the training ground. His body convulsed violently, his legs giving out as he collapsed to his knees. His eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites visible, his entire form twitching and spasming. Dark shadow shrieked, writhing wildly, before suddenly vanishing altogether. In the observation room, the students stared at the monitors in horror. Ida's face was ashen, his usually composed demeanor shattered. This isn't right. Todoroki's hands curled into fists, his jaw clenched so tightly it ached. What the hell is going on with him? Suyu covered her mouth, her large, wide eyes glistening with moisture. Midoriya. Jiro's hands were shaking. Her heartbeat pounded so hard she could hear it in her ears. This wasn't just a loss of control, this was something else. Something terrifying. And then, All Might, Tsuyu stuttered, glancing at the hero for guidance. But All Might was already gone. The heavy silence lingered in the observation room. No one spoke. No one could. They barely dared to breathe, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. All Might arrived in a powerful whoosh, his presence commanding yet cautious. His hand stretched out in a calming gesture, attempting to soothe his students as their fear rippled through the room like a suffocating wave. But Ghostfreak merely stood there, basking in the bloodied wreckage of his enemies, his glowing purple eye fixated on the fallen bodies around him. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice wavered. Ghostfreak's gaze snapped toward him. For the first time in years, All Might hesitated. That look, that gaze, it was not Izuku's. It wasn't the determined, earnest fire he had come to know and cherish in his protege. No, this was different. Cold, detached, hungry for destruction. It was a gaze he had only ever seen in the worst of monsters. It was the same gaze that All for One had once given him before their final battle. A terrible thought clawed at the edges of his mind, suffocating, crushing. Is this still my student? He swallowed hard. No, no, whatever form he had taken, this was still young Midoriya, his protege. He had to believe that. Then, Ghostfreak chuckled, a sickening, echoing sound that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Ochako moved first, her boots skidding against the ruined floor as she ran forward. Mina was right behind her. Dekiru, snap out of it. Ochako pleaded, desperation laced in her voice. Please, we can talk about this. Mina added, her voice cracking slightly. But Ghostfreak only laughed louder. It was sharp, cruel, mocking. Ha 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 ha. His voice distorted unnaturally, layered with something inhuman. Then his grin vanished. Izuku is not here. Before they could even react, Ghostfreak swiped his claws forward, his attack supercharged by One for All. The sheer force of it howled through the air like a storm, the shockwave alone enough to crack the ground. All Might moved on instinct, flashing forward in an instant, yanking both girls close as the devastating slash tore through the air. It sliced through his costume. Blood trickled down his side. Then, the entire section behind them erupted. Stone and metal cracked and splintered, an earth-shattering boom rocking the training facility. A jagged trench carved through the ground and ceiling, ripping through support beams as if they were paper. The outer wall didn't just crack, it was obliterated, light pouring through the gaping wound like flickering embers. Dust and debris filled the air, choking, suffocating. The building groaned, barely holding together. All Might tightened his grip on the girls, holding them close, his mind racing. Ghostfreak stood amid the carnage, unaffected. His purple energy crackled wildly, arcs of lightning licking at his form like living fire. He stretched his claws and let out a sigh, as if bored. Anyways, he muttered, rolling his shoulders, as if the destruction he had wrought was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. I've got places to be. Then his eye gleamed. One for All surged within him like liquid lightning, coiling and twisting through his very being. The moment it did, his head snapped toward the horizon. Danger sense flared violently. A sharp, stabbing pain split through his skull as he felt it, an overwhelming, boiling malice unlike anything else. A hate so raw, so deep-rooted, it almost drowned out all the other fear and chaos in the building. There he is. If he could grin he would. Time to pay Kachan a visit. The words sent a cold shiver through the air. The room froze. A collective chill ran down everyone's spine as they realized what he meant. Before anyone could react, Ghostfreak vanished from their sight in an instant. All Might's heart dropped. His eyes widened in horror. Midnight. Call Aizawa. His voice cracked with urgency as he turned toward the comms, his hands shaking slightly. Midoriya's gone out of the control. He's going after Bakugo, and something is deeply wrong. The dread that swept over the room was palpable. The sports festival flashed in the minds of those who remembered the horrific tension when Izuku nearly killed Bakugo. The observation room had been thick with fear that day, and now that same fear surged back with vengeance. Aizawa sat in the dimly lit room, fingers wrapped around his coffee mug, exhaustion pulling at him like gravity. Across from him, Bakugo sat stiffly, arms crossed, jaw clenched so tightly it seemed his teeth might crack. The anger rolling off him was palpable, practically crackling in the air. Deku. The name burned in Bakugo's mind like a fresh wound, his nails digging into his arm. Indefinite suspension. After everything he had done, after all the blood and sweat he'd poured in, this was his reward. Because the damn nerd and those extras couldn't follow his lead, he was the one being punished. Bullshit. He didn't need them. He never had. A hero always wins. Aizawa exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing as he watched Bakugo. He could see it, the storm behind his fiery gaze. The anger, the resentment, the isolation. It was all too familiar. Then, beast. Aizawa's phone buzzed. He lifted it to his ear, his voice flat. Hello. Before he could even hear a response, it happened. It was subtle at first. A whisper of movement, the kind that made everyone turn their heads instinctively. Something like hurricane flew through halls off Ua. Tables flipped, windows shattered, students screamed, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. A violent force tore through the building, ripping through the corridor like a speeding bullet. The windows of the classroom exploded inward, sending razor-sharp shards flying in all directions. Students screamed from nearby rooms, throwing themselves to the ground as a howling wind tore through the building like a hurricane. Aizawa's instincts flared. Something was coming. He snapped to the door just as Bakugo was ripped from his seat by an unseen force. His body was flung into the air like a ragdoll, and his eyes widened in horror before. Boom! Bakugo's back slammed into the ceiling with sickening force, the impact reverberating through the room as the walls trembled, dust raining down. His body hung suspended in the cracked plaster for a split second, then gravity took hold. But he never hit the floor. With a swift, violent motion, Ghostfreak's clawed hand shot out, grabbing Bakugo by the throat and slamming him back into the ground. The sound of his body hitting the floor was thunderous, the concrete cracking beneath them. Bakugo's face turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled to breathe, his fists weakly pounding against Ghostfreak's hand. It was useless. The grip around his throat tightened, suffocating him. The air grew frigid, too cold, as if all warmth had been sucked out of the room. Bakugo's vision blurred, his body trembling under the crushing pressure. The only sounds were his desperate gasps for air and the eerie creak of the floor beneath them. Aizawa's eyes burned bright red. He didn't hesitate. Midoriya, let him go. His voice was like a whip, sharp and commanding. Ghostfreak, with a bored glance, shifted his weight, sensing the slight flicker of one for all disappearing from within him. His eye darted to Aizawa, a bored, almost mocking expression crossing his face. With a flick of his wrist, Aizawa's capture scarf moved on its own. The cloth slithered in the air like a nest of living snakes, snapping toward Aizawa's head with unnatural speed. His eyes widened as the scarf whipped around his face, blocking his vision, cutting off his erasure. I'll deal with you later, Aizawa, Ghostfreak murmured with an eerie calm. Let's go, Kachan. His voice was like ice, every word dripping with disdain as he gave Bakugo another crushing squeeze. Aizawa's breath hitched as he struggled against the tightening grip of his own capture scarf. His fingers clawed desperately at the fabric constricting around his throat and skull, his nails scraping against the reinforced material. Hope you enjoy your permanent nap, Eraserhead, Ghostfreak taunted, his voice soaked in amusement. Then, with a flick of his fingers, the scarf yanked violently, slamming Aizawa face first into the cold floor. The impact sent a dull crack echoing through the room as Aizawa's head bounced off the ground. Ghostfreak turned, his single, sickly yellow eye gleaming with cruel delight as he focused on Bakugo. Now, he purred, his voice curling around the word like smoke. Let's have some fun. Bakugo's throat convulsed, a sharp, guttural choke escaping as Ghostfreak's claws tightened around his neck. Bakugo barely had a moment to react before an invisible force wrenched him off his feet. His throat convulsed as his body was hoisted into the air, limbs flailing, struggling to break free, but he couldn't touch him as he sent an explosion that passed through him uselessly. And then, slam! Bakugo's body rocketed downward, crashing into the floor so hard that the tiles split beneath him. A sharp gasp tore from his throat as pain flared across his back, rattling his very bones. But Ghostfreak didn't stop. With a flick of his claws, Bakugo was ripped from the ground and hurled across the classroom. His body exploded through a row of desks, the wood splintering on impact before he was whipped in the opposite direction. Crash! Bakugo's spine slammed against the window frame, glass shattering around him, shards embedding into his skin. Before he could even choke out a sound, he was yanked forward again, his body ragdolling through the air. Thud! He smashed into the far door, the wooden frame splintering under the sheer force. His limbs hung limp, blood trailing down his forehead as his consciousness flickered. But Ghostfreak wasn't done playing. Bakugo's body stopped, suspended in midair. He was dangling, weightless, trapped in some unseen force as Ghostfreak leisurely floated forward, his long, spectral tail curling and undulating behind him. The sight of his prey struggling, powerless, made his eerie grin widen. Ghostfreak reeled his fist back, his muscles coiling like a spring before. Wham! A punch exploded against Bakugo's face. His head snapped back, his neck cracking from the sheer force. The impact was so brutal that his jaw nearly shattered, blood and spit spraying from his mouth. His body rocketed backward, crashing through desks and chairs, the wooden frames snapping apart like twigs under the sheer momentum. Bakugo's limp body slammed against the farthest wall, his skull bouncing off it before he crumpled to the ground. His breath came in ragged, shallow gasps, fingers twitching weakly as he struggled to move. His entire body screamed in pain, his muscles barely responding. Above him, Ghostfreak hovered, his tail curling behind him like a serpent coiling around its prey. His singular, ghastly eye gleamed with twisted amusement as he took in the sight before him, Bakugo, bloodied, broken, and helpless. Aizawa, still on his knees, had managed to peel part of the capture scarf from his face, desperately gasping for air. His vision swam, black spots dotting his sight as he clawed at the remaining fabric constricting his skull. Then, crunch! A grotesque, wet sound filled the air as Bakugo's arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Arg! Bakugo's scream ripped through the classroom, raw and agonized. His body arched off the ground before he collapsed back, his breathing ragged. Ghostfreak merely let out a slow, sickening chuckle. He relishing the sensation of Bakugo's limp body hanging from his grasp, utterly powerless. Then, without another word, Ghostfreak's form melted into the ground, his twisted laughter echoing as he sank into the floor like a wraith disappearing into the abyss. Students had begun to panic, their frightened voices blending into a cacophony of terror. Teachers rushed out of their classrooms, their expressions shifting from confusion to alarm as the disturbance grew louder. Vlad King burst onto the scene, his eyes widening at the wreckage before him. Without hesitation, he rushed to Aizawa's side, pulling the battered man to his feet. Aizawa coughed harshly, blinking away the pain as he pushed himself up. His hands trembled as he reached for his goggles, adjusting them with a sharp inhale. His mind was reeling. Ghostfreak had taken Bakugo, and whatever was happening to Midoriya, it was far worse than anything they had imagined. In the observation room, panic surged through Class 1A. Holy shit, what the hell? Kaminari blurted, his hands gripping the table so tightly his knuckles turned white. Did Midoriya just? Before anyone could even react, a low, sickening chuckle slithered through the air, reverberating down the hallways like a whisper from the abyss. Hehehehe. Crash. With a sudden crash, Bakugo's broken body was sent flying across the room. His body collided with the monitors, sending sparks flying as the force of the impact cracked the screens. He fell to the ground with a sickening thud, the force knocking him out cold, leaving him motionless. Class 1A stared in absolute horror. Bakugo's battered, bruised body lay in a heap at the front of the classroom, broken and unrecognizable. The shock of seeing him so vulnerable, so utterly destroyed, silenced everyone. Kaminari was the first to speak, his voice trembling. What the hell just happened? His words were shaky, full of disbelief. Mina's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide. Oh my god, Bakugo. Their gazes fell to the broken body, and the tension in the room thickened, like the air had become suffocating. Nobody knew what to do. Ghostfreak's voice echoed coldly from the shadows, a chilling reminder of the power they had just witnessed. Catch. Everyone's quickly tried to attend to Bakugo, who coughed violently, each breath a struggle as blood dribbled from his split lips. His vision blurred, dark spots dancing in his periphery. His entire body screamed in agony, but he barely had time to register the pain before Iida lunged forward in a blur of motion. As the students tried to help Bakugo, suddenly a chuckle before the students pulled by some invisible force pulled aside like curtain smashing into the wall. "I've been waiting for this moment," Ghostfreak said as he began to float towards Bakugo. "Finally. No more bound by a child. Midoriya, stop this madness." Iida bellowed, his engines roaring as he closed the distance, only for his kick to pass straight through Ghostfreak's form like mist. Shoto's eyes narrowed, frost swirling around his fingertips as he unleashed a blizzard, ice rushing toward Ghostfreak with lethal precision. But the attack phased harmlessly through, the frozen shards scattering against the walls. Ghostfreak didn't even acknowledge them. His crimson eye locked onto Bakugo, his spectral form gliding forward at an agonizingly slow pace. The air was suffocating, thick with dread. The entire class erupted into motion, desperately trying to stop him. Aoyama's laser, Jiro's sonic waves, even Sato's desperate charge. Every attack passed through as if he weren't even there. Yet he moved forward, completely unbothered, his clawed fingers twitching with eerie anticipation. Bakugo struggled to lift his head, his limbs barely responding. His body was battered, his face swollen and smeared with blood. He could barely breathe. Ghostfreak's grip tightened, his claws digging deeper into the back of Bakugo's bloodied scalp. The raw pain sent white-hot agony through his skull, but the worst part wasn't the pain, it was the way his body barely responded to it anymore. His nerves were fried, his limbs incooperative. Yet, his pride refused to let him stay silent. He forced his tongue to move, voice hoarse, barely above a rasp. "Go to hell, F-freak." Ghostfreak let out a low, amused hum. "Oh, Kachan, you still think you have a say in any of this?" Without warning, his clawed hand jerked Bakugo's head back, before slamming his face straight into the shattered ground. Crack! A sharp, sickening noise rang out as Bakugo's nose broke against the concrete. Blood splattered, cooling instantly beneath his face. Arg! His muffled scream barely made it past the floor before Ghostfreak yanked him up again, not even giving him time to recover. "You should really learn to shut up when you're at the bottom of the food chain," Ghostfreak mused before slamming him down again. Crack! This time, a tooth flew from Bakugo's mouth, skidding across the floor. His vision blacked out for a second, pain exploding through his skull. He barely registered his classmates' screams, Tsuyu's horrified sobs, Momo's raw pleas, Kaminari's panicked cursing. It all faded into background noise. Then, Ghostfreak dragged his limp body up again, this time gripping his chin between his claws, forcing his face up so that everyone could see. Blood leaked from his split lip, dripping down his chin and onto the front of his uniform. His nose was crooked, swollen, his left eye already bruising shut. His breathing was ragged, wheezing past the thick layer of pain in his ribs. "Look at them, Kachan," Ghostfreak hissed. Fuck. Bakugo barely got the word out before his head was slammed into the ground. The concrete shattered beneath him, a deep, web-like crack spreading out from the point of impact. His body jerked, muscles spasming as white-hot pain exploded through his skull. Before he could so much as groan, Ghostfreak dragged his head back up, forcing him to meet his gaze. "Look at them," he repeated, his voice sharper, colder. Bakugo blinked through the blood dripping into his eyes, his vision hazy and unfocused. At first, all he could register was noise, frantic, panicked shouts cutting through the ringing in his ears. "Stop it, Izuku," Tsuyu's voice cracked, thick with desperation. "You're gonna kill him." Sato's voice was tense, furious, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. "Please, stop, Izuku," Momo screamed, her voice raw, breaking under the weight of her sobs. The sound of it, the way they were all begging, twisted something deep in Bakugo's gut. His breath hitched, his chest tightening with a suffocating pressure he couldn't quite name. Ghostfreak chuckled, the vibration of it rattling through Bakugo's skull. "Do you hear that, Kachan?" he mused, voice laced with dark amusement. "Your friends, the ones you've looked down on, the ones you called extras, are pleading for your miserable little life." Bakugo forced his head up, his blurry vision finally focusing on the faces of his classmates. And that's when he saw it. Pity. Their eyes weren't filled with anger or resentment. There was no sense of triumph or satisfaction in seeing him like this. Only pity. His stomach churned. Ghostfreak yanked his head back by his hair, forcing him to really take it in. You see it, don't you? Ghostfreak whispered, leaning in so close that his cold breath ghosted against Bakugo's ear. The way they're looking at you. Like some pathetic, broken thing. Bakugo clenched his teeth, rage burning beneath the humiliation, but his body, his goddamn body, was too weak to fight back. You always thought you were above them, Ghostfreak continued, his voice slow, methodical, as if peeling away Bakugo's pride layer by layer. So strong, so superior, but look at you now. His claws flexed, sending another sharp jolt of pain through Bakugo's battered skull. Bleeding, shaking, helpless, Ghostfreak tilted his head slightly, his hollow eyes narrowing as he studied the battered boy dangling in his grip. He let out a quiet, almost contemplative hum. You know why they're begging. His voice was almost curious, like he was genuinely interested in the answer. Bakugo's breath hitched, his already labored gasps coming in short, ragged bursts. The cries of his classmates, Tsuyu's choked sobs, Kirishima's desperate shouts, Momo's raw, tear-filled pleas, all began to blur into background noise, distant and muffled. Ghostfreak leaned in, his cold, unnatural breath ghosting against Bakugo's ear. It's because they know I can kill you. A sickening chill ran down Bakugo's spine. The room froze. Even the sobs quieted, as if the weight of those words had sucked all the air out of the room. I could do it right here, right now, Ghostfreak continued, his voice gentle, like he was stating an obvious fact, something inevitable. Snuff you out like a dying flame. Bakugo tried to snarl, to force out some insult, some pathetic curse, but his throat burned, his body barely responding. And the best part, Ghostfreak's grip shifted, claws trailing lazily from the back of Bakugo's cracked skull to his throat. The moment his ghostly fingers wrapped around his neck, a cold, suffocating force clamped down like an unrelenting vice. There's nothing you can do about it. Bakugo's eyes blew wide. His entire body spasmed as his windpipe collapsed under the unseen pressure. His lungs screamed, burning, begging for air. Instinct took over. His hands shot up, clawing at Ghostfreak's wrist. Only for his fingers to pass right through. Panic seized his chest. His body convulsed, legs kicking, trying to gain any sort of leverage, anything, but it was useless. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't fight back. A choked, gurgling sound escaped his throat as his vision swam, darkness creeping into the edges. Come on, number one hero. Ghostfreak's tone took on a sharp, mocking edge, each syllable coated in venom. Break out of this. Stop me. You're supposed to be the best, right? Better than me, right? Bakugo let out a strangled wheeze, his body jerking weakly as his chest heaved. Beat me, Kachan. Ghostfreak's words stabbed deeper than any physical wound. He had said something so similar before. Try and hit me, Deku. What's the matter? Too weak, too useless. But now, he was the one dangling. The one struggling. The one completely, utterly powerless. He desperately tried to claw away Ghostfreak's grip, but he phased through like a helpless child grasping for air. A broken, rasped sound pushed past his lips. His voice was barely above a whisper. Fuck, why you? Tears, unwanted, bitter tears, spilled from his bloodied face. Ghostfreak clicked his tongue. Tisk, what a shame. And then, boom, the wall behind them shattered as a titanic fist ripped through the concrete, sending chunks of debris flying. A massive silhouette stormed through the dust cloud, golden hair whipping as a voice roared with unrestrained fury. Get away from him. The moment Ghostfreak turned, an earth-shattering punch came hurtling toward his face. Only for it to phase right through. Ghostfreak floated back, completely untouched, his grin never once faltering. All Might landed between them, his broad shoulders heaving, his eyes burning with fury. You will not harm him any further. His voice boomed, shaking the very walls. But Ghostfreak didn't even flinch. His gaze flicked to the number one hero, cold, indifferent, like he was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Then his eyes shifted back to Bakugo. A slow, cruel smile spread across his distorted face. Not even the #1 hero can save you, Kachan. Bakugo's barely conscious body trembled in Ghostfreak's grip, his ragged breaths coming in uneven, shuddering gasps. His mind, hazy, broken, screamed at him. Move, get up, fight back. A hero always wins. Ghostfreak tilted his head. Go on, fight back, he whispered, his tone almost gentle. Then, without warning, he hurled Bakugo's broken body across the room like a discarded toy. Bakugo's back slammed into the wall, the impact cracking the plaster before he crumpled onto the floor like a ragdoll. A wet cough gurgled from his throat, blood splattering against the cold tile. His fingers twitched uselessly at his sides. His body refused to move. He had felt this way before. Helpless, weak. He hated it. He wanted it to stop. Ghostfreak's clawed hand clenched into a fist. I'm going to enjoy this. Then, with a brutal motion, his fist slammed into Bakugo's stomach, his unnatural strength launching him backward. A sickening crunch echoed through the air as he crashed into another wall, a sharp burst of pain shooting through his ribs. Blood splattered from his mouth, staining the floor beneath him. Ghostfreak hovered over him, his form flickering with unstable energy, his eerie pupil narrowing into a menacing slit. His voice twisted into a guttural snarl. What did you call me, Bakugo? Quirkless freak, pathetic loser, worthless trash. His form flickered, twisting and contorting in and out of sight before phasing directly in front of him. Clawed fingers curled into wicked talons, gleaming under the dim light. Yes, I'm a freak. A ghost freak. His voice warped and distorted, rage bleeding through every syllable. That's how you always saw me, Kachan, wasn't it? A freak better off dead. His claws lashed forward. Bakugo barely had time to react before razor-sharp talons ripped across his chest, shredding through fabric and flesh alike. A strangled grunt left his lips as fresh crimson seeped from the gashes, his body instinctively trying to recoil, only for Ghostfreak to phase behind him in an instant. Momo skidded to a stop nearby, her breath catching in her throat. Izuku, stop this, she gasped, horror etched into her features. Ghostfreak's cold, mirthless laughter sent a shiver down her spine. Stop. His voice twisted, echoing unnervingly. Why, he never stopped when it was me. Bakugo groaned, forcing himself up, but Ghostfreak was faster. He reappeared above him, claws slashing downward in a brutal arc. Bakugo barely turned in time. His shoulder exploded with pain as the razor-sharp talons tore through skin, blood spraying onto the cracked pavement below. All Might lunged, blocking another strike, but Ghostfreak's translucent form phased through him effortlessly. With a flicker, he materialized at Bakugo's side again, fingers curling into a ghostly fist. Then he struck. The blow hammered into Bakugo's ribs, lifting him clean off the ground before slamming him back down with a brutal thud. Blood spurted from his lips as his body convulsed, a broken cough rattling from his chest. Tsuyu's voice rang out, thick with desperation. Izuku, stop, you're hurting him. Ghostfreak's head snapped toward her, that single, piercing pupil narrowing. Do you know how many times he's hurt me? He bellowed, his voice ricocheting off the walls. Momo clenched her fists, her heart aching at the sheer emotion in his voice. Toru stood frozen, unable to look away from the nightmarish scene unfolding before her. All Might tried to shield Bakugo once more, but Ghostfreak's intangible form phased right through his defenses. Then, with a bone-shattering force, his fist collided with Bakugo's ribs again, sending him skidding across the floor, his already battered body spasming in agony. You have no idea what he's done. Ghostfreak snarled, his voice cracking with raw rage. You don't know what kind of monster he is. You don't know what he did to me. He hovered over Bakugo's broken form, his translucent body pulsing with one for all. I may look like a monster, but from where I'm standing, the real monster is on the ground. Izuku, Tsuyu screamed, tears streaking down her face. Ghostfreak laughed. Low, chilling, and utterly devoid of warmth. He drifted forward, a predator toying with its prey. You actually thought we were rivals. His voice dripped with mockery. No, we were never friends. We were never rivals. He was just a bully who preyed on the weak. His body flickered, vanishing for a heartbeat before reappearing inches from Bakugo, his single, glowing eye burning with hatred. He is no hero, Ghostfreak spat. He is just another villain in my story. The world around them blurred into insignificance, drowned in the weight of Ghostfreak's rage. Bakugo's wheezing breaths were distant, his battered form little more than a ragdoll under the relentless assault. Like all villains, Ghostfreak whispered, claws glinting ominously as they rose again, he should be put down like the dog he is. His claws descended in a savage blur, each strike cutting deep, carving through flesh like paper. Bakugo's body jerked with every brutal slash, blood arcing through the air in crimson streaks. This is what it feels like. Bakugo muttered, his voice barely more than a rasp, his body racked with pain. Above him, Ghostfreak loomed, claws still raised, his singular eye burning with eerie malice. As with a final killing slice, Momo threw herself between them, arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to shield Bakugo. Ghostfreak's claws hovered inches from Momo's face, the tips glistening with fresh blood. For the first time since the nightmare began, he hesitated. His single, ghostly eye flickered, the burning hatred within it momentarily wavering. Young Yaoyorozu, move! All Might's booming voice tore through the suffocating tension, but Momo didn't budge. No, she cried, her voice shaking but unwavering. Because I know, no matter what, you wouldn't hurt me. Ghostfreak's body tensed, as if struck by something far more painful than any physical blow. His claws twitched, quivering midair. His breathing hitched. You would protect it, he muttered, his voice strange, layered with something unreadable. After everything he's done, you would still protect him. I'm protecting my friend, Momo pleaded, her eyes glossy with unshed tears. Izuku, I know you're in there. I know this isn't who you are. Please, turn back. A sharp inhale rattled from Ghostfreak's form. He staggered back slightly, his translucent body flickering erratically, like a radio signal struggling to stay connected. His claws curled into fists, shaking violently at his sides. His lone eye squeezed shut. Then, suddenly, Omnitrix wielder compromised, limiter engaged. The Omnitrix, still strapped to Ghostfreak's wrist, let out a deep, foreboding beep. Ghostfreak's eyes snapped open in pure horror. No, there shouldn't be a limiter. His voice cracked, desperation and fury colliding in a frenzied panic. His claws raked against his own skull, his entire body convulsing in resistance. No, I'm not going back. Beep, beep, beep. With one final, chilling scream, a blind red light burst from his form, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. As the light faded, Izuku was seen standing panting heavily, his body trembling from exertion. Sweat dripped from his brow as he wiped it away. He swallowed, trying to gather himself. Glad to be back to myself, he muttered, exhaling. He turned to his classmates, about to apologize, when he noticed something was wrong. Nobody was looking at him. They were staring past his shoulder. They had been frozen in fear, taking a battle stance, face drained of color. Shoto's eyes, usually so composed, were blown wide with something dangerously close to panic. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. Momo had gone completely pale, her hands clasped over her mouth, her body visibly shaking. They weren't looking at him. Midoriya, get back, Shoto's voice snapped, laced with urgency. Izuku blinked, his heart pounding. Izu, move. That was when he heard it. A chuckle, low, wet, malicious. Izuku's eyes turned pale, eyes wide in absolute horror. His blood turned ice cold as a sickening chill slithered down his spine, slow and deliberate. Something was behind him. Someone was behind him. The very air grew suffocating, like something ancient and wrong had been unleashed. Slowly, so slowly, Izuku turned around. And then, he saw it. Ghostfreak. His own transformation, himself standing there in the living, breathing flesh. Izuku's face drained of all color. His breathing hitched as he slowly moved back. He had been told before, by everyone, that Ghostfreak was terrifying, that there was something deeply, fundamentally wrong with him. But knowing and feeling it were two entirely different things. Izuku stood frozen, breath shallow, as the entity loomed before him, its very presence suffocating the room in dread. The air felt thick, heavy with something primal, something twisted. The malice radiating from Ghostfreak seeped into his bones, curling around his nerves like cold, dead fingers. No, This wasn't possible. This C can't be. How? He stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, a tremor betraying the horror clawing up his throat. Ghostfreak exhaled, his eye narrowing in delight. Izuku felt his stomach drop into a pit. Finally, Ghostfreak rasped, his voice curling through the air like a dying breath. The ghostly alien floated inches from Izuku's face. We meet face to face. Class 1A trudged through the Downpour Zone, a place infamous for its constant heavy rain and howling winds. But today, there was nothing, no rain, no wind, just an eerie, unnatural silence. The absence of the usual storm made the atmosphere even more unsettling. So, where are our teachers? Kyoka asked. Mr. Aizawa said All Might and 13 would be meeting us here, Momo reminded, though even she was starting to find their absence suspicious. Yeah, well, how long do we have to wander around like idiots? This is getting annoying, Bakugo snapped, kicking at a can. Izuku kept his eyes peeled as he walked alongside Tsuyu, Iida, Todoroki, and Ochako. The quiet unsettled him. I wonder what kind of training we'll be doing today, Ribbit. Tsuyu mused, her tone thoughtful. Something that'll probably put our lives in mortal danger, Kyoka deadpanned, plopping down on a nearby rock. Iida adjusted his glasses, looking scandalized. Juro, UA prioritizes student safety above all else. You don't actually believe. I would remind you of all the times UA nearly got us killed, Kyoka cut in dryly, but I have a feeling you're about to get a perfect example in about 5 minutes. Before anyone could respond, static crackled through the area as the loudspeakers suddenly roared to life. Booyah! I am here in the speakers. The class jolted in shock. All Might, they exclaimed. Now, Class 1A. I hope you're ready for today's rescue training. All Might's voice echoed across the zone, booming even through the distortion. Sir, what exactly will we be doing? Iida called out, raising a hand despite knowing they couldn't see him. No questions. Over the past few weeks, your battle prowess has improved significantly, Aizawa's voice cut in, his tone as dry and uninterested as ever. But being a hero isn't just about fighting villains, 13 added. Since All Might became the top hero, crime rates have dropped, but that means more pro-heroes are needed for disaster relief and emergency rescues. And frankly, your rescue skills are lacking, Aizawa stated bluntly. The class collectively groaned. That's so mean, Sato muttered, looking dejected. Ah, man, not all of our quirks are suited for rescuing, Kaminari complained, slumping. Stop whining. Now, I assume you all remember your assigned teams? Aizawa asked. The class quickly grouped up, standing with the assigned groups. Good. Now, today, none of you will be playing the victims. A beat of silence passed before. Because you're all going to be heroes. All Might finished with his signature enthusiasm. A wave of cheers and excitement erupted among the students. Yes, they shouted in unison. Ochako pumped her fist. Finally, we get to be heroes. I don't need to pretend I need any of your extras' help, Bakugo scoffed, stuffing his hands into his pockets. This is gonna be so much fun. Mina grinned, bouncing on her heels. Kaminari, however, sighed dramatically. Man, I was kinda hoping to be a victim. I suck at rescue training. That's not something to be proud of, Momo muttered, shaking her head. As the rain continued to pour, the excitement in the air only grew. The training was about to begin. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter. Enough talk. He turned to 13. 13, if you would. The distant sound of mechanical footsteps filled the air. One by one, humanoid robots emerged, their numbers swelling into the hundreds, maybe even over 200. They dispersed throughout the zone, some dressed in shirts and caps, standing idle as if waiting for help. Kyoka's eyebrows raised. Are we fighting those? Tsuyu, tilting her head, blinked at the sight. Are these supposed to be the people we're rescuing? Exactly, young Asui. All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. These robots will be simulating civilians in need of rescue. Tenya raised a hand. Sir, what kind of disaster are we dealing with? That's classified, young Iida. All Might replied with a chuckle. You'll just have to react as heroes. But I will say this, it's a natural disaster. The class exchanged glances, tension settling in. But sir, If we don't know what kind of disaster it is, how can we plan our approach, Ribbit? Tsuyu questioned, her throat croaking slightly. Yes, going in blind puts us at a major disadvantage, Iida added. If we don't even know what we're dealing with, we can't come up with an efficient strategy, Toru said. Mina tapped her chin. Maybe that's the point. In real life, natural disasters don't send out RSVPs. Izuku nodded. She's right. We won't always get advance notice. The best thing we can do is react and adapt. Momo folded her arms, expression thoughtful. Indeed, heroes need to be prepared for the unexpected. Emergencies can happen at any moment, and hesitation could cost lives. Well said, Yaoyorozu. 13's voice chimed in. Adaptability is key in rescue operations. Exactly, Aizawa affirmed. In a real crisis, you won't have the luxury of prior knowledge. You need to be ready for anything. All Might followed up. These robots will act as civilians caught in the disaster. Your mission, get them to safety. Aizawa's voice remained firm. Take this seriously. Treat it as a real-life situation. 13 added in a reassuring tone. Remember, this is a simulation, so don't stress if some robots die. It's all part of the training. To demonstrate, All Might grabbed a nearby robot and crushed its head effortlessly. The machine let out a garbled cry, and no, I am dead, as its blue lights shifted to red. 13 continued, if a robot's blue lights turn red, it means they've died. Your goal is to get as many of them to the safe zone before that happens. All Might grinned. If a robot falls behind or takes damage, it counts as depending on the severity it docks points. Protect them like real civilians. The class's excitement grew as All Might announced. Now, to make things interesting, the teams with the most successful rescues will earn a special reward. He waved a brown envelope teasingly. Iida adjusted his glasses. A reward-based system. We don't usually receive incentives for rescue training. What's different this time? Kyoka frowned. Yeah, isn't the point to save lives? A reward just makes it feel like a competition. Kaminari grinned. Not that I'm against some extra motivation. But hey, where are you guys? Usually, you're watching us from the sidelines. Aizawa's response was cryptic. We're in a safe location. The class collectively blinked. Huh, what do you mean? Before anyone could press for answers, the speakers shut off. Then Izuku felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his skull like a needle piercing through his brain. His danger sense flared wildly, sending frantic warnings through his nerves. His head snapped around as he scanned the area, eyes darting for any sign of danger. Nothing. Then, another jolt. This time, the sensation was strong enough that his teammates took notice. Danger sense? Shoto asked, his heterochromatic eyes narrowing. He had suspected Izuku had some form of sixth sense during the festival, and this but pretty much confirmed it. Others had been in earshot when they heard Midoriya discussing during the sports festival's sad face, and Chapter 26, Intermission. Izuku nodded, already activating the Omnitrix and flipping through his available forms. Yeah, it's in the lower range, so whatever's coming, we've got maybe a minute or two. I think it isn't as painful. That's not much time, Tenya said, adjusting his glasses. If this is a natural disaster scenario, our priority should be evacuating civilians. Hold on, though, Tsuyu interjected, her webbed fingers tapping her chin. We don't even know what the danger is, Ribbit. She's right, Momo added as she approached, her tone measured yet firm. An earthquake, a storm, a villain attack, each requires different evacuation strategies. Izuku grimaced, his hand hovering over the Omnitrix. We don't have time to debate it. We need a plan now. Momo nodded. That's why we should coordinate. We need to work together, all of us. The statement caused a brief silence. The idea of teamwork wasn't foreign to them as they all turned to Momo with a confused look. Not to rain on the parade, Kaminari piped up, scratching his cheek, but aren't we, competing? Yeah, Kirishima grinned, cracking his knuckles. The manliest of us wins by saving the most people. I really hope the prize is no homework for a week, Mina said, practically bouncing on her toes. Izuku frowned, his expression uncertain. But this is supposed to be a real situation. Would actual heroes compete like that? The class paused, the weight of his words settling in. Dot 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 dot. Momo folded her arms, her expression firm. Mr. Aizawa said this is a natural disaster simulation. I doubt they expect us to treat it like a competition. I believe they divided us into teams to see if we'd prioritize cooperation over individual success. Tenya gave a sharp nod. That aligns with hero principles. A true hero wouldn't let pride or rivalry cloud their judgment when lives are at stake. Izuku furrowed his brows, his fingers twitching at his sides. Some of our teams have weak points or strengths that other teams can compensate for. His voice tightened as another sharp pang ran through his skull, his head tilting slightly as if adjusting for a better signal. If we don't work together, we're going to fail. Mina tapped her chin. So that's why they put us in teams. And only mentioned one prize, Tokiyami added. To test us if we would cooperate no matter who gets rewarded in the end, Izuku muttered. Tenya adjusted his glasses, his tone resolute. Then there's nothing to discuss. Midoriya is absolutely right. Some of us aren't fast enough to reach everyone in time, while others may struggle with heavy debris. If we coordinate our strengths, we can maximize efficiency and ensure success. Hagakure bounced excitedly, her gloves waving. I totally agree. We can't do this alone. Shoji inclined his head. It's unlikely the teachers will make this easy. But working together we should be able to do this. The darkness preys on those who walk alone, Tokiyami murmured ominously, crossing his arms. Together, we shall stand against it. Dark Shadow nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, what he said. As my sensei always tells me, Ojiro said, his tail flicking, a warrior's true strength lies not in his arms, but in his allies. Suyu nodded. We could combine our quirks for better rescue strategies, Ribbit. Siro grinned, draping an arm over Kaminari's shoulders. All right, class representative and vice, I'm guessing you two are taking charge. Just let us know what you need from us. Yeah, tell us what to do. Kaminari added, giving a thumbs up. Excitement rippled through the class, their murmurs growing into cheers of enthusiasm. The energy was contagious. But danger sense still buzzed insistently at the back of Izuku's mind. Time was running out 3, maybe 4 minutes at most. And, of course, not everyone was on board. TCH. As if. The group fell silent, heads turning toward Bakugo, who stood with his arms crossed, his expression twisted into a scowl. Without another word, he turned away from them. His teammates glanced at each other before hesitantly stepping forward, trying to convince him otherwise. Kaminari sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Dude, come on, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Fuck off. Bakugo's roar cut through the air like an explosion, silencing the class. His crimson eyes burned with unfiltered rage. I'm not working with you extras. Just 'cause that ponytailed bitch is sucking that nerd's dick doesn't mean her dumbass theory is right. And like hell I'm taking orders from either of them. A heavy silence fell over the group. Momo flinched, her expression tightening at the crude insult. The sharp glares from the other girls and even some of the guys only made Bakugo scowl harder, his irritation boiling over. Dude, seriously. Come on, get your head out of your ass. Yeah dude, the teachers were probably baiting us by putting us in a team and telling there was a prize. Kirishima said. Fuck off. The whole point is to see who's the best at rescue. That's fucking obvious. Bakugo snapped, his hands sparking. Anyone with a brain can see that. That's how the real world works. You prove you're the best, or you're just another weak-ass loser. That's why the fucking put is in teams. His gaze flicked over to his team. Raccoon eyes, tape arms, stupid hair, laser stomach were leaving. Siro pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, can you stop screaming for, 2 minutes? No one's trying to screw you over, we're just saying it makes sense to work together. Mina scowled, crossing her arms. Yeah, what are you, 5? Even Kirishima looked uncomfortable. Dude, what's up with you? You're never this aggressive. You've been acting weird lately. Momo adjusted her stance, studying Bakugo's body language. Ever since the internships, he's been getting worse. Ever since Midoriya beat him. Ojiro frowned. Bakugo, we can't physically save all the drones alone. The whole point of hero work is to shut the hell up. Bakugo barked, his voice raw with frustration. You're not real heroes. A real hero wins. If you dumbasses wanna suck up to Deku and his bitch, then go ahead. I don't need any of you. His words echoed, cutting through the excited buzz of the class from earlier. You think a real hero is about being in team. It's about being the best. Bakugo's hands crackled with tiny explosions. Winning is what makes you a hero. That's how you become number one. Hiroshima took a cautious step forward, hands raised. Bro, just take a second to think about Midoriya. Midoriya, that name had been haunting him for weeks. Ever since he lost. Ever since the gap between them started to widen. And now they wanted him to follow that damn nerd's lead. His fury spiked, his vision narrowing to red. Like hell. I've had enough of that damn nerd showing me up every fucking time. And if I have to another fucking word about his name. All fucking week, it was Midoriya this, Midoriya that. The next number one. The guy who brought in some 2-bit thug. The guy who took down that school. The guy kids were already looking up to. The guy seemingly everyone agreed to be the next number one hero. Deku? The next number one? That useless, worthless nerd? Bullshit. Bakugo thought, smoke bellowing from his palms. Deku only took down that fucking principal. Why the hell is everyone acting like he's some big shot hero? Izuku stepped forward, his voice firm. Bakugo, don't be. Bakugo's blood boiled. He physically trembled with rage and anger. He didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to hear his damn voice. His damn name. Everything was his fault. Flashback. The streets bustled with life as Bakugo patrolled alongside Best Jeanist. His hair combed into an infuriatingly neat style itched against his scalp. His usual spikes tamed and slicked back, making him feel like a damn fraud. His mentor insisted it was about image, about presenting himself as a true pro hero. Bakugo hated it. He felt like some dumbass. The hair alone made him want to rip it out. Every second felt like he was wearing a straitjacket. His hands twitched for an explosion, but he stuffed them into his pockets, teeth grinding. As they walked through the city, a group of kids spotted them, their eyes widening in recognition. Hey, I know that guy, one of them shouted, pointing directly at Bakugo. For a brief second, Bakugo felt a flicker of pride, until the kid's expression twisted into a smug grin. He's the one who got captured by the sludge villain. Man, he was so scared. Oh yeah, he looked like he was gonna piss his pants. He totally pissed his pants. Laughter erupted from the small group, their taunting voices grating against his ears like nails on a chalkboard. Bakugo's entire body tensed, his blood boiling. What the hell did you say, you damn brats? He bellowed, explosions crackling in his palms. Ah! The kids screamed in fear, stumbling back as Bakugo loomed over them, smoke billowing from his hands. A firm hand landed on his shoulder. Talk to them like a hero, Bakugo, Best Jeanist reminded him, his voice light but unyielding. Bakugo clicked his tongue, his eye twitching as he forced himself to stand up straight, fists settling on his hips. His lips curled into a stiff, almost painful grin, his jaw clenched so tightly it could crack a tooth. Listen up, brats, he growled. I wasn't scared. I had that bastard right where I wanted him. But before he could finish, another kid, blonde, with a cocky smirk, stepped forward, his voice dripping with amusement. Oh, I remember him now. He's the one who got his ass kicked by Dekiru 10 at the sports festival. The words hit Bakugo like a gut punch. His breath hitched, his entire body tensing as something hot and venomous boiled in his gut. Another kid started throwing mock punches. Yeah, Dekiru didn't even use a form. He's so awesome. My favorite's 4 arms. The blonde kid nodded enthusiastically. I know, right? Everyone loves 4 arms, but I think the fire guy's cooler. What's his name again? Bakugo's vision blurred with rage. His nails dug into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. His whole body trembled with barely contained fury. That damn nerd isn't even here. Why the hell are these shitty brats talking about him? It's fucking annoying. If I have to hear one more thing about that damn nerd, I'll kill someone. His thoughts spiraled, pure, unfiltered hatred seeping into his every nerve. People actually think he's gonna surpass All Might now? That fucker? Just because he took down some 2-bit thug and a few assholes at school? He's not better than me? He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Best Jeanist's presence was the only thing stopping him from blowing up right then and there. Damn you, Deku. Flashback over. Izuku stood his ground. Bakugo, we have to work as a class. The area's too big for just. Danger sense spiked as he thought it was the upcoming disaster. He didn't see it coming. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Bakugo's hand lashed out, striking Izuku across the face with a brutal backhand. Izuku staggered, barely catching himself as pain shot through his nose. His vision blurred for a moment before he found himself on the ground, clutching his face. The class collectively gasped and the girls rushed towards his side. Midori. Dekiru. Green. Midoriya-chan. The girls rushed to Izuku's side immediately, concern and outrage flashing across their faces. Izuku, rubbing his nose, glared at Bakugo, who glared back. One for all crackled throughout Izuku. Shoto snapped. What the hell is wrong with you, Bakugo? Dude, what the fuck? Mineta and Kaminari shouted in unison. Bakugo snarled, his hands sparking. Shut up, you fucking extras. Tsuyu's sharp voice cut through the rising tension. You can't just hit people whenever you want, Bakugo. Yeah, what's your deal? Ochako snapped, her fists clenched. Dekiru didn't even do anything to you. Bakugo's glare hardened. Shut the hell up, you don't know anything. Bakugo's eye twitched. Shut up, you don't know shit. Ochako's expression twisted with anger, her brown eyes burning. Oh, I know plenty, she snapped. I know you're a violent jerk who can't go 5 minutes without picking a fight with Dekiru. I know you're pissed because Dekiru is better than you and you can't stand the idea. Bakugo bristled, his explosions sparking dangerously. You want to say that again, round face? But before he could take another step, his gravity suddenly disappeared. His feet lifted off the ground, and his stomach lurched as he floated helplessly in midair. Ochako's hands glowed pink as she glared up at him. Don't you dare put your hands on Dekiru again. Bakugo thrashed, his eyes wild with fury. Let go, you damn pink cheeks. Kaminari quickly stepped in, raising his hands. Whoa, whoa, easy there, Uraraka. He looked between her and Bakugo nervously. No one wants to see what happens if you drop him from this high up. Ochako's breathing was heavy, but after a few seconds, she finally exhaled and released her quirk. Bakugo was dropped to the ground like a sack of bricks with a thud. He glared at her. She turned away, arms crossed tightly. HMPH. Bakugo growled, dusting himself off, his glare burning into the ground. Momo knelt beside Izuku, gently tilting his face up with a hand beneath his chin. Her touch was warm and caring, but her voice was cold. Are you all right, Izuku? Izuku blinked up at her, still dazed, but he nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Momo's gaze lingered for a moment, searching his face, then she exhaled sharply through her nose. Good, she said, standing up. The class was still arguing with Bakugo, trying to get him to cooperate, but Momo wasn't interested in wasting time. She stepped forward, head slightly bowed, dark hair framing her face. The arguing continued, Bakugo snarling, the others snapping back, but the moment she reached him, she moved. I don't fucking, Bakugo started, only to be cut off by a loud smack. Smack. The entire class fell silent. Even Bakugo, who had been mid-sentence, stood frozen, his face turned to the side from the force of Momo's slap. His crimson eyes widened in disbelief before they snapped to her, blazing with rage. Momo, who rarely ever resorted to physical reprimands, stood tall. As she glared at Bakugo, every word that dropped out was laced with venom that had shocked the class. If you want to act like a child, then leave, she said, voice unwavering. Bakugo's teeth ground together, but she didn't flinch at the way he glared at her. We are wasting time trying to convince you, she continued. We're supposed to be heroes, not stubborn children throwing tantrums. People's lives are at risk. This isn't a playground where we have the luxury of indulging someone's pride. Izuku slowly sat up, pressing a hand to his nose. He could only agree. Kaminari, Shiro, and Kirishima exchanged uneasy glances, scratching their heads. But you all want to include him, Momo went on, shifting her piercing gaze toward the others. If he can't put aside his ego for even a moment to work as a team, that's his failure, not ours. Kirishima opened his mouth, ready to defend his friend. Yao Momo, I get it, but... Momo turned to him, her sharp glare cutting off the rest of his sentence. If you want to waste time arguing, do so at your own expense, she said coolly. But don't you dare hurt your classmates just to soothe your own inadequacies. As she glared at Bakugo with unmistakable hatred. The air felt heavier. The weight of her words sank into everyone like stones in water. Bakugo scowled but said nothing, still reeling from the slap reaching to blow her up. The class shifted uncomfortably, because, deep down, they knew she was right. Izuku let out a slow breath as he got to his feet, rubbing his nose gingerly. She's right. Everyone turned to him. Usually, Izuku was the one advocating for teamwork, even when it was difficult. Kirishima frowned. Midoriya, you can't be serious. Izuku shook his head. Danger sense is going off. We have 2 minutes before something happens, and we still don't know what the disaster is. We've wasted too much time already. He didn't like the fact that he kinda enjoyed that he didn't have to work with Bakugo. That his classmates chose to work with him instead. Momo turned without another word, walking toward the rest of the class. The others hesitated, but one by one, they followed. Mina and Zero lingered, glancing toward Bakugo, who was standing apart from the group. Ah, man, Kirishima muttered, rubbing the back of his head. Come on, Ashido, Zero, we should catch up to Bakugo. Mina shifted uncomfortably. Sorry, Kiri, but no. Everyone blinked at her response in a bit of surprise. Mina sighed. This is supposed to be a real-life scenario. Sticking with the group is the most logical choice. She frowned slightly. Besides, my quirk isn't great for rescue missions, so if I can help, it'll be with everyone else. And honestly, she gave Kirishima an apologetic smile. I really don't feel like dealing with his temper right now. With that, she jogged to catch up with the others. Zero let out a slow exhale before shaking his head. Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm still kinda pissed about the sports festival, so I think I'll sit this one out. With that, he followed. Kirishima stood there for a moment, watching as they all left. His jaw clenched before he turned toward Bakugo. TCH. Bakugo scoffed, as he blasted off from the roof, explosions echoing throughout. Meanwhile, the rest of the class sprang into action. Momo turned to Izuku. Midoriya, how soon do you think the disaster will strike? 2 minutes, he answered, eyes scanning the area as the wind in the Downpour Zone picked up the winds and rains it was known for rushed throughout the zone. The wind howled between the buildings, tugging at their clothes and whipping Momo's long hair into wild strands around her face. Water splattered against the concrete in erratic bursts as distant thunder rumbled above. I'll go fast track and scout ahead. If we can figure out what's coming, we'll have a better chance of preparing. The rest of you should start evacuating civilians. Wait. Momo placed a hand on his arm, stopping him before he could activate the Omnitrix. Before you transform, hear me out. Izuku blinked at her, taking a moment to hear her out. Momo pointed toward the tallest building in the facility, her expression sharp and focused. I suggest using Big Chill or another aerial form to scout ahead. Izuku gave a firm nod. Got it. Take Jiru and Shoji with you, Momo continued. They're the best for recon. You fly up, use danger sense to pinpoint the threat, and they can analyze the situation from above. And with our vantage point, Shoji and I can figure out we're up against, Kyoka added, cracking her knuckles. Iida adjusted his glasses. That way, we can anticipate the disaster scenario before reacting blindly. Kyoka cracked her knuckles, smirking slightly. Sounds like a plan. Let's go. Shoji nodded, one of his tentacles forming an extra eye. Tallest building is a few blocks ahead. I'll guide us there. All right. Let's move. Izuku sprinted forward, pressing the Omnitrix dial. Come on, give me Stinkfly. A burst of green light enveloped him, and when it faded, Stinkfly hovered in his place, his iridescent wings buzzing rapidly. Stinkfly. Kyoka immediately recoiled, pinching her nose. Seriously? You had to pick the one that smells like a dumpster fire? Shoji, unfazed, merely shrugged. You don't have super smell. Kyoka blinked before muttering, damn, okay, now I feel bad. Stinkfly chuckled, his voice warped slightly by his alien form. Yeah, I'll make it up to you later. For now, just deal with it. Without wasting another second, he grabbed both of them and shot into the air, his wings slicing through the wind. The air pressure grew intense as they ascended, the city shrinking beneath them. The moment his feet touched the ground, Izuku transformed in bright green Flashback, immediately clutching his head as danger sense blared like a warning siren stabbing his. His vision swam slightly, the pain so intense it was difficult to focus. It's like it's everywhere. The danger is everywhere, I can't tell where it's coming from. Shoji frowned, extending several extra arms as his dupli limbs formed enhanced eyes and ears. How exactly does danger sense work? It alerts me to threats, Izuku explained, panting slightly. Like needles stabbing my brain. But if it's just sensing something big and not pinpointing anything specific, then maybe it's like my earphone jacks, Kyoka suggested, kneeling to plug her jacks into the rooftop. If I just listen to everything at once, all I get is noise. I have to focus to find the specific sound I want. Shoji nodded. Same with my dupli arms. Instead of just sensing danger, you might need to focus on how it feels. Try tuning into it like how we isolate sounds or enhance our vision. Kyoka smirked. Think of it like listening for your favorite part of a song. You gotta filter out the noise and lock onto the beat. Izuku clenched his fists. Oh okay, I'll try. Izuku inhaled deeply, shutting his eyes. Focus. Don't just feel the pain, follow it. He exhaled, forcing himself to tune out the overwhelming flood of sensations. The stabbing pulses of danger sense sharpened, aligning with one direction. His eyes snapped open. Southwest corner. Kyoka jammed her jacks against the roof, her brows furrowing. Wait, I hear something. Her expression darkened. It's rushing water. Shoji stiffened, his extra ears twitching. I hear it too, and something else, a deep creaking noise. His face paled slightly, like a dam about to give way. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. A flood. Kyoka's eyes went wide. No, it's a flash flood. Izuku instantly tapped his earpiece. Momo, it's a flash flood. Momo's eyes widened as Izuku's warning crackled through the comms. The rest of the class immediately reacted. A flash flood. Kaminari immediately panicked, flailing his arms. Crap, what are we gonna do? I can't swim. I always avoided it 'cause I was afraid I'd electrocute someone. Shit, I knew this would come back to bite me. Before his spiral could get worse, Mina grabbed him by the shoulders and gave him a firm slap. Pull yourself together, Pikachu. She scolded. Momo and Tenya quickly took charge while Izuku's voice crackled over their earpieces. Izuku's voice came through the earpiece. Shoji picked up signs of a makeshift dam in the southwest corner. It's on the verge of collapsing. If it goes, the flood will hit fast and hard. The whole zone will be underwater. Shoji, using his extended dupli arms, nodded. The structure is already failing. We've got maybe a minute at most. Minetta's face turned pale. A minute? How the hell is anyone supposed to get there in time? The entire class instinctively turned to Tenya. He adjusted his glasses with a sharp motion and saluted. I may not be as fast as Midoriya, but I will move with all the speed I can muster. Todoroki stepped forward, nodding. I'll go with you. Tenya's engines revved, and he turned to him with determination. Then climb onto my back. The silence that followed was deafening. Mina and Hagakure immediately covered their mouths, shoulders trembling as they tried not to burst out laughing. The rest of the class stood frozen, their expressions shifting between disbelief and barely contained amusement. Todoroki blinked once, then twice. His face remained neutral, and immediately turned away and began to walk away. He rejected it instantly. The class thought in unison, all mentally screaming. Tenya, still earnest, clarified. Would you prefer I carry you in a bridal style? Shoto turned to him with the most, are you serious look, accompanied with a deadpanned expression. Quote. A muscle in his jaw twitched. He exhaled sharply through his nose before clicking his tongue. TCH. Without another word, he wordlessly climbed onto Tenya's back. A soft giggle slipped past Momo's lips, who failed to suppress her amusement. Now safety first, make sure. Todoroki's face darkened with embarrassment. Just go, Iida, he snapped. Recipro burst. With a deafening roar, Tenya's engines ignited, sending him rocketing forward in a burst of white-hot energy. Wind howled past them as they tore through the city streets, weaving between buildings in a high-speed blur. Storefronts, cars, and shattered debris became indistinct streaks in their wake. "Hold on," Tenya shouted over the roaring wind, pushing his Recipro burst to its limit. He skidded to a halt just as they reached the dam, his boots grinding deep into the pavement, kicking up small chunks of asphalt. The moment they arrived, Izuku's danger sense flared violently, sending stabbing pains through his skull. Izuku's voice cracked through the comms. "The dam, it's breaking." Todoroki didn't hesitate. The second he was off Tenya's back, he sprinted forward. The dam groaned under its own weight, fractures snaking through the structure like veins of impending destruction. Massive chunks of concrete crumbled away, the earth beneath them trembling as if recoiling from the sheer force. Tenya barely had time to process before the first snap echoed like a gunshot. Then a sudden, violent burst of water forced its way through a newly formed hole in the dam, spraying outward in a torrential gush. It wasn't a full collapse, but it was seconds away from becoming one. "Move," Todoroki barked. They sprang back just in time as the structure gave way, unleashing an unstoppable tidal wave. As the dam threatened to burst more, a deep, guttural roar filled the air as thousands of gallons of water surged forward, devouring everything in its path. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, throwing chunks of debris into the air like shrapnel. Minetta's panicked voice crackled through the comms. What's happening?" Todoroki's right side flared, frost creeping up his arm in jagged veins. With a sharp exhale, he slammed his foot down, and a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground, surging forward like a frozen tidal wave. The glacial barrier thickened as it crashed into the rushing water, forcing the violent flow back toward the breach. But the water was relentless. The sheer force of the flood slammed against the ice with a deafening crack, sending fractures splintering across its surface. Todoroki gritted his teeth, forcing his quirk into overdrive. More ice poured out, spreading in thick, jagged layers as the wave solidified on impact, encasing itself in an expanding frozen wall. "Come on, hold." The dam shuddered against the force of Todoroki's ice, cracks spider webbing along its weakened surface. But the ice held. Frost spread across the pavement as Todoroki reinforced his barrier, pushing himself harder. His breath came in misty bursts, his muscles straining under the sheer effort. Beside him, Iida skidded to a stop, panting. His eyes flicked between the dam and the thick sheet of ice holding back the flood. "Midoriya was right," Tenya muttered, still breathless. "If you weren't here, this would have been a disaster." Todoroki exhaled. "Yeah. Momo watched the glacier Todoroki had created, the sheer mass of ice pushing back the raging flood. She swallowed hard. Izuku was right. If he hadn't warned us in time. "We need to get the citizens to higher ground," Tsuyu said, her voice calm but urgent. She extended her tongue, carefully lifting a few robot civilians and placing them onto a rooftop. "Todoroki can't hold it back forever." Sato grunted as he hoisted two more, leaping onto a nearby building and planting his hands deep into the concrete to steady himself before setting them down. Ochako touched several robots, making them float, while Siro whipped out his tape, securing them midair before pulling them toward a rooftop. "The streets look empty. I think we're almost done here," he noted. "Hold up," Shoji said, his extra arms expanding to scan the surroundings. "I'm picking up movement. 3 more, top floor of that building." Without hesitation, Mina sprinted inside. "My quirk isn't great for rescue work, but I can at least make sure everyone gets out safely." Meanwhile, Izuku's hand was already on the Omnitrix, scrolling through his available transformations. "You guys stay here," he said. "If this is a flash flood, we can't risk you getting swept up in it." Shoji nodded in understanding, but Kyoka frowned, her gaze locking onto Izuku. "Hey," she said, her voice softer than usual. Izuku glanced at her, one brow raised. "Yeah," she hesitated, rubbing the back of her neck, a faint pink dusting her cheeks. "Just be careful, okay?" A surprised blush crept up Izuku's face before he nodded. "I will," he assured her before slamming down on the Omnitrix. A flash of green light engulfed him, and when it cleared, Bullfrag stood in his place, his long, muscular limbs flexing as he cracked his neck. "Ah yeah, baby, time to get bouncin'," he said. Then, without another word, he leapt off the building. Kyoka's eye twitched. "I said be careful," and he jumps off a building. Shoji smirked. So, be careful, huh? Kyoka shot him a glare, jabbing a finger in his direction. Say one more word, and you're choking on that mask. Shoji chuckled as they watched Bullfrag swing away, his long, prehensile tongue snapping onto a streetlight before he catapulted forward. Bullfrag swung through the city, his tongue latching onto walls and poles as he swung himself forward with perfect control. "Hoo boy, now this is what I'm talking about," he said with a grin. Spotting a robot couple stranded on a balcony, he whipped his tongue around them and yanked only to realize he had put way too much strength into it. "Ah, I'm hurt, I'm hurt, I'm hurt," one of the robots cried as they tumbled onto the rooftop, their knee joints sparking slightly. Bullfrag winced. "Ah, damn, my bad, my bad." He scratched the back of his head. "I ain't exactly got a soft touch yet." Midoriya. Bullfrag glanced sideways just as Tsuyu landed beside him, two more robots wrapped securely in her tongue. She set them down gently before turning toward him. "You're still throwing them too fast," she pointed out. Bullfrag scoffed, flexing his fingers. "Come on, Sue, that last toss was smooth." The robot landed on its knees, she deadpanned. Minor details." A robotic groan sounded from the side. Bullfrag winced as he noticed the bot clutching its damaged leg. Maybe ya got a point." Tsuyu sighed and demonstrated by gently lowering another bot with her tongue. "You need to pace yourself. Being fast is good, but sometimes, you gotta pace yourself." Bullfrag scoffed, crossing his arms. "Come on, I know how to pace myself." To prove his point, he extended his tongue again, lifting another robot and setting them down with exaggerated delicacy. "Thank you," the robot said with a polite bow. Bullfrag smirked, throwing Tsuyu a look. "See, all good." Tsuyu resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "Still could have been smoother, ribbit." Bullfrag's smirk widened. "You know, I heard we ain't supposed to be competent and all, but a lil, friendly contest never hurt nobody." Tsuyu tilted her head. "What do you mean?" Bullfrag crouched low, his powerful legs tensing like coiled springs. "Try and keep up, dollface," he said with a wink before launching himself into the air. He shot of like a bullet. Tsuyu's eyes widened, a deep blush creeping onto her cheeks. But instead of dwelling on it, she stuck out her tongue, and swung after him. "I won't lose, Midoriya-chan." Bullfrag glanced over his shoulder with a grin. "No need to be so formal, sweetheart. Call me Izuku. Or, you know, Bullfrag, whichever suits ya." Tsuyu's blush deepened as she scooped up a robot family, cradling the child while Bullfrag grabbed the parents. Class 1A worked in perfect sync, relocating the robotic civilians to designated safe zones on higher ground. Todoroki maintained a steady stream of ice to reinforce the dam, his quirk holding back the surging floodwaters. The operation was progressing smoothly. Tokiyami commanded Dark Shadow with precision, the shadowy entity lifting robots to rooftops with careful efficiency. Zero swung through the rain-slicked air, securing civilians with his tape, while Ochako floated groups to safety. But the Downpour Zone was notorious for its fierce winds and relentless rain. A few buildings away, Sato clung to the side of a crumbling structure, carrying two robots under his arms. His enhanced strength allowed him to move quickly, but the moment he tried to leap to the next platform, a powerful gust slammed into him. Gah! Sato's stomach dropped. The force threw him off balance. The robots were wrenched from his grasp, their metallic bodies tumbling helplessly through the air. No! The robots plummeted, smashing into the ground below with a loud crack. I'm dead," the bot stuttered, its blue eyes flickering red. Zero, mid-swing, fought against the wind, his tape struggling under the constant rain. Just as he was about to land, another violent gust ripped through the air. His tape snapped. Shit! Two robots slipped from his hold as they fell to the ground. Ojiro, reacting instantly, used his tail like a whip, snatching both robots from the air before landing on a nearby ledge. He shot Zero a look. Quote. Be more careful, they may be robots, but we're supposed to treat them like real people. Zero grimaced. Right, sorry. Above them, Ochako struggled with the drones she had been guiding. The wind battered against them, sending them veering off course. Her eyes widened in panic as the lack of gravity made it easier to submit to the howling winds. "Oh no, I'll release them before they get blown away," she exclaimed, moving to deactivate her quirk. "Ochako, wait," Momo shouted, but it was too late. The moment Ochako touched her fingertips together, gravity took hold. The drones, now free from her quirk's influence, plummeted toward the ground. Ochako's heart pounded. They're going to crash. Before impact, two figures shot forward. Bullfrag swung low, his powerful tongue lashing out, catching one drone midair. Tsuyu leapt from a rooftop, her own tongue wrapping around another just in time. The two landed gracefully, lowering the drones with care. "Geez, ya gotta think before ya drop 'em, sweetheart," Bullfrag muttered, adjusting his stance. Tsuyu turned to Ochako. "If you're gonna float them, you should stick with us, Ribbit. We can't let them blown off in this wind." Ochako nodded quickly, following after them. Momo, still taking in the situation, exhaled sharply. "This storm is throwing off everything, but we can still." A sudden burst of static crackled over their earpieces. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you idiot?" Todoroki's voice came through, sharp with frustration. Momo's eyes widened. Todoroki, Bullfrag, mid-swing, tapped his comms. "Yo, what's happening over there, Frostbite?" Tenya, struggling against the forceful winds, planted his feet on a rooftop, his engines whirring loudly as he pressed his hand to his earpiece. "Todoroki, report, are you all right?" Then, the explosion hit. A deafening boom rocked the city. A mushroom cloud of smoke and debris shot into the air. The comms filled with static. "You'll cause the entire..." Todoroki's voice cut off. Bullfrag skidded to a stop on a soaked wall, gripping it with his sticky hands. Tsuyu landed beside him, squinting through the storm. The rain made it nearly impossible to see, but then, a bright orange glow erupted through the haze. Bullfrag squinted as he saw someone rocketing like bullet illuminated by orange's hazes. "Are those explosions?" Tsuyu said bluntly as another explosion went off. The blasts illuminated the darkened city in flashes of fiery destruction. Through the rain and smoke, Bakugo could be seen propelling himself toward the opposite buildings, setting off controlled detonations. "Bakugo's explosions," Tsuyu croaked in alarm. Bakugo rocketed toward a cluster of buildings, detonating explosion after explosion. Each blast sent shockwaves through the area. The wind carried the smoke in thick waves. "The hell is he doin'?" Bullfrag muttered. Todoroki's voice, now laced with fury, crackled through the static. "Bakugo, stop, you're..." "Relax, icy hot," Bakugo shouted over the explosions. "We need more debris to block the dam. This is the fastest way. I'm going to win this. I will beat Deku," he exclaimed almost unhinged. He continued blasting away at the structures, strategically placing his explosions to bring down a large cluster of buildings on the opposite side, blowing up weak points to bring them down. He spun mid-air, arms outstretched, the sparks building along his gauntlets. Howitzer impact. The explosion that followed was deafening. A massive fireball erupted in the distance, its shockwave blasting through the city, sending sheets of rain flying in every direction as he continued his relentless assault of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The opposite buildings trembled, cracks webbing through their structures before they finally crumbled. The wreckage crashed down in front of the dam, forming a massive barricade of debris. A massive plume of smoke and debris shot into the air, mixing with the rain. The resulting shockwaves sent another violent gust of wind through the streets, forcing the team to brace themselves. As the explosions subsided, the team stood in awe, watching as the raging floodwaters that had been moments away from breaching the dam slowed to a mere trickle. The deafening roar of the impending disaster faded into an eerie silence, the turbulent waves settling into an almost unnatural stillness. "Now that's what I call a flawless victory." Kyoka and Shoji listened intently, their enhanced senses picking up the shift. The violent rush had ceased. "Did he actually stop it?" Kyoka asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Todoroki wondered the same, lowering his arm as he finally ceased his ice barrage. His left side still smoldered, steam rising from his body as he struggled against the effects of hyperthermia, exhaling a shaky, frosted breath. Bakugo, standing atop a broken ledge, smirked triumphantly, admiring his handiwork. "That's how you do it," he declared with a satisfied grin. He pressed V's comms. Now that's an undeniable victory. While you losers were following Deku's plan, I won the damn exercise. You're welcome. Todoroki let out an exasperated sigh, his expression caught somewhere between reluctant admiration and mild annoyance. As the tension eased, Kaminari chuckled. Bakugo's kinda an asshole, but you gotta admit, he's got talent. Mina scratched the back of her head, her expression distant. Yeah, I guess, she muttered before plopping down onto the wet ground. Hey, don't be such a party pooper. Your team won, Denki said, nudging her playfully. But to Mina, it didn't feel like a victory. Sitting there, her mind drifted back to the sports festival, the moment Izuku had nearly lost control, coming dangerously close to killing Bakugo. She had wondered why he would snap like that, what could have pushed him so far. But now, watching Bakugo, the answer seemed obvious. The way he hit Izuku without provocation, the constant insults, the way he never let up, it was no mystery why Izuku struggled with insecurity. How could he not, when someone like Bakugo had spent years tearing him down? I hope Midori's okay, maybe I should talk to him later, she thought, clenching her fists. Then, Bakugo's voice crackled through the comms, cutting through the moment. I made a decision that we would win. And look, my team saved everybody. Only the strongest can achieve a flawless victory. While you're busy wasting time listening to Deku's and ponytails. But before he could finish, Bullfrag's urgent voice interrupted through the comms, get to higher ground, now. His danger sense went off like someone had stabbed a blade into his skull. Without hesitation, he lashed out with his tongue, wrapping around Ochako and flinging her onto the safety of a rooftop. Midoriya, the dams, Hiroshima started, but his words were drowned out by a deafening crack. The ground trembled beneath them. The class's eyes snapped toward the massive pile of debris that had been holding back the flood. And then, it gave way. A monstrous tidal wave, taller than the buildings themselves, exploded through the wreckage with unstoppable force. Shit. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. Todoroki barely had time to react before instinct kicked in. He thrust his hand forward, summoning a massive ice wall to block the wave. But the sheer force of the water smashed through it instantly, shattering it like brittle glass. For the first time, Shoto was stunned, left standing frozen as the reality of the situation sank in. Move. Tenya's voice snapped him out of it as the speedster yanked him back just in time as he zipped up a building holding onto Shoto. Meanwhile, Bakugo gritted his teeth and launched himself skyward with an explosion, barely clearing the crest of the wave as it came crashing down onto the city below. Crap, we haven't saved everyone, Kaminari yelled, carrying two robots on his shoulder as a wall of water came crashing down the street. The torrent was relentless, sweeping away everything in its path. Just as Kaminari was about to be engulfed, Tsuyu's tongue shot out, wrapping around him like a lifeline and pulling him to safety. Bullfrag dove into the chaos, his agility allowing him to dodge debris and swirling currents. He snatched Momo and Mina from the jaws of the flood, swinging them through the air as the water raged below. Finally, he deposited them on a building's rooftop, where they collapsed, gasping for breath. Sato, meanwhile, saw Kota get swept away by the rushing water. Without hesitation, he plunged into the torrent, fighting against the powerful currents to reach his friend. The water was icy cold and unforgiving, threatening to drag them both down. Sato's muscles strained as he swam, his lungs burning, but he refused to give up. Finally, he grabbed hold of Kota, holding him tight as they both struggled to stay afloat amidst the turbulent water. Just as Sato and Kota were about to be pulled under by the relentless floodwaters, Zero swooped in, his tape shooting out like a lifeline. Sato grasped the outstretched hand, feeling a surge of relief as Zero's tape wrapped around his wrist. With a swift jerk, Zero pulled them both to safety, swinging them up onto a nearby rooftop. Exhausted, Sato and Kota collapsed onto the rooftop, gasping for air. They lay there, taking deep, ragged breaths. The floodwaters continued to rage below, but for the moment, they were safe. Tokiyami used Dark Shadow as an anchor, its dark claws gripping the crumbling building like a lifeline. Aoyama clung to Tokiyami's torso, trembling so violently in his armor that Tokiyami could feel the tremors beneath the metal plates. Below, the submerged robots flickered with their eerie red glow, their optics barely visible beneath the churning water. The mechanical graveyard beneath the surface was growing, consumed by the relentless flood. Shoji and Kyoka tensed, their high ground offering little reassurance as the water levels crept higher by the second. But Shoji's sharp eyes spotted a glimmer of hope. A raft, fashioned from Momo's quirk, secured atop a nearby building, waiting to ferry them to safety. Mineta clung to the rooftop, his quirk keeping him anchored to the surface, while Hagakure gripped his arms tightly. The normally perverted boy was deathly silent, his usual antics replaced by sheer terror as the flood roared below them. He couldn't even enjoy the fact Hagakure was clinging onto him for dear life. "Ah, what are we gonna do?" Mineta shrieked, his voice breaking. "The robots are drowning," Hagakure stammered, her hands tightening around Mineta. I don't know," Toru stuttered out, "and it's getting worse," Mineta wailed, pointing toward the designated safe zones. They were rapidly disappearing beneath the waves, the water consuming everything in its path. Momo's breath caught in her throat as she assessed the disaster unfolding before her. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath. Her mind raced for solutions, but each second that passed only pushed them closer to catastrophe. She gritted her teeth, inhaling deeply. What would Izuku do right now, she asked herself. She activated her comms, steadying her voice. "Everyone, prioritize your safety. This is still an exercise, and those are just robots. Your lives come first. Evacuate immediately." Several students who had been making last-ditch attempts to retrieve robots hesitated for only a moment before abandoning their efforts, scrambling to higher ground. Elsewhere, Tokiyami and Aoyama clung to a rooftop as waves slammed against the building, threatening to pull them into the abyss below. "Aoyama, brace yourself," Tokiyami warned, his talons digging into the soaked concrete. But Aoyama's grip faltered. With a terrified cry, he lost his hold. "Mon Dieu, protégé nous!" Aoyama screamed as the floodwaters claimed him, sweeping him away. "No, you fool, Dark Shadow, hold tight," he commanded, and his quirk responded instantly, digging its shadowy claws deeper into the rooftop for stability. With that anchor secured, Tokiyami kicked off, diving into the raging waters after Aoyama. "Fumi, wait," Dark Shadow roared, extending itself in an attempt to anchor them as Tokiyami swam after the boy. The frigid water engulfed him immediately, dragging him under. The weight of his armor slowed him, but he fought against the tide, his eyes fixed on Aoyama's struggling form. "Aoyama, hold on," Tokiyami begged, desperate to reach his classmate. He swam towards Aoyama, his armor weighing him down, as he stretched out his hand as Aoyama's drowning form was just out of reach. Tokiyami chastised himself. "No, damn it. Come on," as he struggled to close the distance. "Dark Shadow, do not let go. I need to get to him." "Got it, Fumi. Just get back," Dark Shadow urged as Tokiyami began to swim towards Aoyama, his armor weighing him down even further. Despite his struggles, Tokiyami pressed on, his eyes fixed on Aoyama's drowning form. "No, damn it, come on," he chastised himself, his hand outstretched towards Aoyama. "Aoyama, hold on," Tokiyami shouted, but the water seemed to push Aoyama further away, his hand slipping beneath the surface. Tokiyami's eyes widened in horror as Aoyama's hand began to sink, his fingers slipping from view. "Aoyama," Tokiyami yelled, his voice cracking with desperation as he strained to reach his classmate. Tokiyami clenched his teeth. He couldn't lose Aoyama, not like this. Ribbit. A powerful force suddenly yanked him from the water. Tokiyami barely had time to process what happened before he was deposited onto a life raft, gasping for breath. Tsuyu set him down safely before immediately turning her attention back to the water. "Midoriya, Aoyama's still under." A green blur shot past her. Bullfrag hit the current with enough force to send waves rippling outward. He dove like a torpedo, his muscular legs kicking with powerful bursts. The floodwaters roared, fighting against him, but Bullfrag was relentless. "Izuku," Tsuyu's voice barely cut through the storm as she secured Tokiyami onto the raft. Bullfrag's keen amphibian eyes locked onto Aoyama's sinking figure. His tongue lashed out, wrapping securely around Aoyama's arm. The flood refused to yield, the current howling as it tried to rip them apart. Debris swirled around them, splintered wood, shattered concrete, jagged metal. But Bullfrag braced himself, tightening his hold. Tsuyu anchored them both, her tongue adding another link to their human chain. The water pulled, screamed, pushing them violently. But they didn't let go. With one final heave, they broke the surface, gasping for air as they were pulled onto the life raft. Gasping, Bullfrag heaved Aoyama onto the raft. His armor had been discarded, allowing him to breathe easier, but his face remained pale. Momo was already working on resuscitating him, pressing against his chest. "Come on, Aoyama, breathe," she urged. "Is he all right?" Tsuyu and Bullfrag asked in unison, their voices strained from exhaustion. As Aoyama let out a weak cough, Tokiyami finally allowed himself to slump back, catching his breath. His gaze flickered to Dark Shadow, who had retracted back into his body, visibly weakened. "Good work," Tokiyami murmured, his fingers gripping his forearm. Dark Shadow, still flickering from overexposure to the floodlights, rumbled tiredly. "I don't like the water, Fumi," it muttered. Tokiyami gave a small nod, looking down at Aoyama, who was now coughing up water and regaining consciousness. "Neither do I." Hiroshima's body was tossed about like a ragdoll, the torrent of water slamming him into buildings and debris with brutal force. His hardening quirk protected him from the impact, but it couldn't save him from the suffocating grip of the floodwaters. As the waves crashed over him, he struggled to break free, his voice muffled by the deluge. "Damn it, I can't get out of this. Crap." Just as all hope seemed lost, Mina's voice pierced the chaos. "There's Kirishima," she shouted from her makeshift raft, before leaping into the churning waters to rescue her friend. "Mina, wait," Hagakure cried out, but Mina had already plunged into the turbulent waters. Ashido, seeing Kirishima trapped, held her breath and began to melt the debris entwining him, the sizzling sound of her acid quirk echoing through the air. With a few swift motions, she freed Kirishima and grabbed hold of him, swimming towards the life raft with all her might. Hagakure and Mineta rushed to assist, helping to pull Kirishima to safety just as the water began to drain at an alarming rate. Ojiro was violently tossed within the raging floodwaters, gasping for air as the relentless current threatened to pull him under. Just as panic set in, a red and blue blur shot past him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on a rooftop, coughing violently, his lungs burning from inhaled water. Nearby, Todoroki and Iida braced themselves against the storm's fury. The rain pelted them in sheets, and the wind howled like a beast unleashed. Massive chunks of metal debris hurtled toward them, torn from submerged structures by the merciless currents. Iida raised his arms instinctively, and Todoroki's hands tensed, ice ready to form, but before they could act, a thunderous boom split the air. A powerful shockwave erupted in front of them, sending the debris hurtling away. Through the haze of rain and chaos, the towering figure of All Might stood firm, his cape billowing wildly in the wind. Another wave of wreckage came hurtling toward the students, but with another mighty swing of his arm, another concussive shockwave sent the debris flying, shattering into harmless fragments upon impact with distant buildings. "Stay close to me," All Might bellowed every time another deadly projectile was flung toward them. His fists struck like lightning, creating shockwaves that deflected the danger away. Todoroki and Iida could only watch in awe as their teacher stood firm against the raging tides, his presence an unshakable shield amidst the chaos. Man, this escalated fast. All Might thought, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scene. His eyes landed on Bullfrag and Tsuyu, the two of them weaving through the wreckage with practiced coordination, clearing debris as they went. "They're handling themselves well." A small, proud smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I think it's about time we wrap this up." As if on cue, a loud horn blared through the air, signaling the end of the exercise. The roaring waves stilled, and the floodwaters began receding rapidly, draining away as though someone had pulled the plug on a massive tub. The howling winds and torrential rain faded, leaving behind an eerie silence broken only by the gasping breaths of the exhausted students. Bullfrag swung down, landing with a heavy thud before reverting back to his human form. His breathing was ragged, but his first instinct was to check on everyone. A green flash erupted as Izuku stood once more. Suyu arrived a moment later, scanning the area until her gaze locked onto Izuku. Without hesitation, she bounded toward him, wrapping her arms around him in a firm hug. "You're okay," she murmured, relief evident in her voice. Izuku blinked in surprise before nodding, still catching his breath. "Why yeah, let's check on the others." Suyu pulled away, giving him a small nod before hurrying off to help their classmates. Nearby, Kyoka sat hunched over, coughing up water, her body trembling from exhaustion. Izuku spotted her and immediately rushed to her side. "Kyoka," he called, his voice filled with concern. She barely looked up before suddenly gripping the front of his uniform, her soaked fingers tightening as she shivered against him. "Green," she whispered, her voice hoarse from inhaling floodwater. Izuku's heart clenched. Then, as Kyoka shifted slightly, she flinched, wincing as her leg gave out beneath her. Without thinking, he caught her, steadying her with a firm grip. "Kyoka," his eyes flickered down, spotting the way she was favoring one leg. "You're hurt." She let out a tired sigh, clearly frustrated but too drained to argue. "Get on my back," he said firmly, lowering himself so she could climb on. Kyoka hesitated for only a second before sighing, too drained to argue. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, resting her head against him as he secured her legs. As Izuku carried her through the wreckage, the battlefield around them looked like the aftermath of a storm. Twisted, dented robots lay scattered across the now drained streets, and remnants of debris lined every corner. As Izuku carried her through the aftermath, the devastation around them came into focus. Twisted, motionless robots littered the streets, their once glowing eyes now dim. Izuku spotted Momo on the raft, hunched over and taking deep breaths, her body still trembling from exhaustion. Even from a distance, he could tell she was drained, yet still trying to maintain her composure. Without hesitation, he made his way to her side, Kyoka still clinging to his back. "Momo," he called out, concern evident in his voice. Momo looked up at him, her raven hair soaked and clinging to her pale face. Dark circles lingered under her eyes, her usual sharpness dulled by fatigue. "Izuku," she breathed, attempting to stand, only to be racked by a harsh cough. It took her a moment, but she finally steadied herself, though her legs still wobbled. Despite her clear exhaustion, her focus remained on the others. "Is anyone hurt? Does anyone need medical attention?" she asked, her voice weak but resolute. Izuku hesitated for a second. Jeer. A sharp tap on his forehead from Kyoka's jacks made him flinch. I mean, Kyoka. She sprained her ankle. Can't put weight on it," he corrected himself, shooting a sheepish look over his shoulder. Momo gave a small nod before summoning her strength and materializing a waterproof mattress in front of them. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you can still create?" he asked, surprised that she could still use her quirk after everything. Momo offered a small, tired smile. "Yes, thanks to my training with Fatgum's agency. I've been working on conserving energy," she explained. "Go ahead and set Kyoka down. If anyone else is hurt, bring them here." As Izuku carefully lowered Kyoka onto the mattress, he glanced back at Momo. "You're not injured, are you?" Momo shook her head, though her body still visibly trembled. "And no, just exhausted. My body's still recovering from the waves, but I'll be fine." Kyoka, resting against the mattress, smirked weakly. "Yeah, Green, she's tough. She'll be fine," she murmured, though her own exhaustion was just as evident. Momo let out a soft chuckle, though the weariness in her gaze never fully faded. Izuku nodded, then turned to scan the area. Not far from them, Mineta was frantically searching for Kaminari, his usual shamelessness replaced by genuine panic. Meanwhile, Mina and Hagakure hobbled toward them, supporting each other. Their clothes were soaked, their movements sluggish, but as soon as they spotted Izuku, their faces lit up. Midori." Mina's voice was hoarse from all the water she had swallowed. Before he could even respond, she and Hagakure threw their arms around him, squeezing him tight. "I'm so glad you're okay." Mina sobbed against his shoulder, her body shaking. "Me too," Hagakure added, her voice trembling. Izuku tensed for a second before awkwardly patting their backs. "All right, I'm glad you're both okay, too, but," his voice trailed off as his eyes landed on Mina's shoulder. A jagged piece of wood was embedded in her skin, blood trickling down her arm. Mina winced as she followed his gaze. "Oh, yeah, that," she muttered, shifting uncomfortably. "I was hoping Yaoyorozu could patch me up. Any idea where she is?" Izuku's concern deepened, and he immediately led her toward Momo, who was already tending to Kyoka. Nearby, Kirishima stood with his fists clenched, his head bowed slightly. He helped a few of their classmates, but his usual bright demeanor was dimmed, his thoughts heavy. "Guess you had to save me again," he muttered under his breath, staring at his palm. His voice was thick with frustration. "Damn it, have I really not changed?" Before Izuku could say anything, Ochako floated down from a nearby building, her eyes scanning the scene. Her expression shifted when she spotted Momo tending to Mina's wound. "Mina," Ochako called out, concern written all over her face. Mina waved her off with her good arm. I'm fine. Geez, you're as bad as Midori, always worrying." Ochako frowned, but before she could reply, her face suddenly went pale. A wave of nausea hit her like a truck, and her body swayed. Her stomach twisted violently. She barely had time to press a hand to her mouth before she collapsed onto the ground, her body trembling, her face looking pale. Momo, noticing immediately, tossed a small bottle toward Izuku. "Here, give these to Ochako. They should help with the nausea." Izuku caught them with ease, kneeling beside Ochako as she looked up at him weakly. "Momo says these will help," he explained, offering the pills. Ochako blinked up at him, her glazed eyes unfocused, but she managed a weak nod. Her hands trembled as she took the pills, her fingers brushing against his before she downed them with a small sip of water. "Thanks," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Tenya conducted a quick assessment, his usual disciplined expression marred with exhaustion. "Despite everything, most of us are in one piece," he said, voice strained. Momo, still slightly unsteady but composed, nodded in agreement. "Yes, we've sustained injuries, but nothing too severe. Tsuyu and Hagakure both sprained their shoulders, and there are a few bruises and scrapes all around, but aside from Mina's wound," she trailed off, glancing at Mina's slung arm with visible concern. Kaminari let out a heavy sigh, his gaze falling on the scattered remains of the destroyed robots. His usual carefree energy was absent. "Man, we totally bombed this, huh?" His voice was quiet, but the weight of failure was clear. A heavy silence settled over the group. No one had the heart to argue. Then, a series of explosions rang through the air. Before anyone even turned, Hagakure exhaled sharply, already knowing the source. "Oh, for the love of, we all know who to thank for that," she spat. Every pair of eyes locked onto Bakugo as he landed, his face twisted into an unreadable scowl as everyone either gave him glare or disappointed look. The weight of their collective disappointment bore down on him, even Kirishima's usual unwavering loyalty wavering as he gave him a disappointed look. The tension seemed to only get worse by the passing second. Even Bakugo, for all his stubborn pride, seemed aware of the sheer hostility in the air. For a long moment, no one spoke. The silent condemnation stretched before he finally snapped. "The hell are you damn extras looking at?" Mina, her patience completely gone, stepped forward, her arm in a sling, shoved past Momo before anyone could stop her. "You complete dumbass," she shouted, her voice trembling with anger. "Are you actually incapable of teamwork, or do you just enjoy screwing us over?" She stomped forward, fully prepared to let him have it, but Shoji and Kaminari quickly restrained her. "Mina, chill," Kaminari urged, holding her back. "You just couldn't work with us for one damn minute," Mina continued, struggling in their grip. "You always act like you're the only one who matters. Well, congrats, you tanked the whole exercise." The silence that followed was damning. No one rushed to Bakugo's defense. Not even Kirishima, as Bakugo glared back with just as intensity. Footsteps echoed against the debris-strewn ground. All Might, Aizawa, and 13 emerged, their expressions grim. "Well," All Might began, clearing his throat awkwardly. "It's safe to say the exercise is over." Yet, no one moved. No one even acknowledged him. The collective resentment toward Bakugo kept them rooted in place, their attention still locked onto him. Aizawa's sharp gaze flickered over the students, clearly noting the tension, but he remained silent, waiting. Bakugo scoffed, turning his head away. His hands twitched, but he didn't respond. Aizawa finally spoke. Enough. We'll address this later. His voice was even, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. He turned on his heel. Meet up for the review. Now. The students slowly began moving, exhaustion weighing on their movements. Kyoka, balancing on crutches, winced as she took a careful step forward. Kaminari, limping slightly, sighed. As they passed Bakugo, the discontent boiled over. We definitely failed, thanks to you, Sato muttered, shaking his head. Arrogant prick, Kyoka added, her voice tired but sharp. Asshole, Shiro chimed in, shooting Bakugo a glare. Selfish dick, Hagakure spat. Explosive dumbass, Mina grumbled, rubbing her injured shoulder. Flawless victory my ass, Mineta snorted, supporting Kaminari. Seems his arrogance and pride have only worsened, Tokiyami remarked, his tone laced with disappointment. Momo sighed, running a hand through her damp hair. Honestly, his hubris could have gotten us killed. The students' murmurs faded as they walked away, leaving Bakugo standing alone. His expression was unreadable, but for once, he had no retort. Aizawa's sharp gaze swept over the class. This exercise was a disaster. The worst I've ever seen from a first-year class. 13 folded her arms, disappointment laced in her voice. Normally, first-years manage to save around 60% of the drones. But this, not a single one, a complete failure. Nearly everyone turned to Bakugo glaring. TCH if you damn extras had actually listened to me. Bakugo scoffed. Oh, for fuck's sake, would you shut the hell up already? Kyoka snapped. I'm sorry we didn't want to work with the ticking time bomb who hurls insults every minute. Even Kirishima, who usually tried to see the best in him, looked disappointed. Man, do you even hear yourself right now? Come on dude, just apologize to the class. Bakugo's scowl deepened. Like hell I'm apologizing for shit. This was an exercise, the only way to win was to be the best. I didn't need you extras dragging me down. Todoroki said coldly, if you actually cared about being the best, you would have realized by now that teamwork is what makes a hero. But you clearly care more about your own damn pride and ego. Bakugo scoffed and opened his mouth to protest, but 13 cut him off sharply. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. What matters is that people died. In the real world, heroes don't get to pass blame, every failure is shared. The words hit hard, but the class barely had time to process them before All Might spoke, his tone unusually stern. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, as leaders and class representatives, you two will take responsibility for this failure. A second of silence. Then, outrage. Bullshit, Kyoka shouted, slamming her crutch against the floor. Absolute bullshit. Like damn hell it's Greenie's and Yaomomo's fault. I agree, sir, Iida said, more composed but just as firm. Despite Jiro's colorful language, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu are not the ones to blame for this mess. Yeah, we all know who turned it into a goddamn war zone, Shiro muttered, shooting a glare at Bakugo. Others followed suit, their expressions hardening. Bakugo scoffed, rolling his eyes, but the sheer volume of the anger directed at him was impossible to ignore. Mina was already on her feet, her injured arm forgotten as she stepped forward, eyes blazing. Bakugo was the one who messed everything up. Midori actually tried to work with him. And how did he respond? By hitting him in the face. In the middle of a damn rescue exercise. Ochako shouted, her usual bubbly tone replaced with raw frustration. Yeah, because that's totally what a rational person does when their teammate is trying to help. Kyoka snapped. He clocked Midoriya the second he opened his mouth, like some rabid animal. Toru threw up her hands, completely exasperated. And then didn't even have the nerve to apologize when it all went to hell. Are we just gonna pretend he didn't punch our class representative for trying to keep us from dying? Oh right, I nearly forgot how he basically attacked him for no reason, Kaminari muttered, arms crossed as he glared at Bakugo. For no reason, Momo repeated, her voice tight with frustration. Midoriya approached him with an actual plan, with a solution to get the rescue moving smoothly, and instead of listening, Bakugo assaulted him. Total sadist, Mineta chimed in, shaking his head. Mina scoffed, rolling her eyes. And the worst part, Midori didn't even fight back. He just took it because he was still trying to get us through the exercise. Like, are we seriously supposed to ignore that? Iida spoke up. Midoriya did what a leader was supposed to do. He tried to unify us. Bakugo did the opposite. He sabotaged us before we even had a chance. The hostility in the room spiked further, everyone's eyes turning to Bakugo, who scoffed and looked away. If Bakugo had cooperated from the start, Todoroki said coldly, we could have prevented the flash flood. Instead, we were forced to clean up after him. What the hell is wrong with you? Toru snapped, her normally cheerful voice shaking with frustration as she glared at Bakugo, who barely seemed to acknowledge her. We had a plan, and you blew it up. No warning, no coordination, just boom, and suddenly we're drowning. Mina crossed her arms, sarcasm dripping from her words. But no, you couldn't let your damn grudge with Midoriya go for 5 minutes. Congrats, next time we nearly die, I'll be sure to send a thank you card. Bakugo scowled, fists clenching, but he remained silent under the weight of his classmates' fury. Tsuyu's voice cut through the noise, her usual bluntness making her words hit harder. Why should Midoriya and Yaoyorozu be punished for Bakugo's inability to work with others? It's ridiculous. Yeah, totally unfair, Shoji added, his multiple arms tensing. Midoriya tried to work with Bakugo, and while, yes, Yaoyorozu was reluctant, she had good reason. How can they be blamed for his hostility? More importantly, why are we acting like this failure is on them? Kyoka snapped, arms crossed as she glared at Aizawa and All Might. Are we just ignoring the fact that Bakugo punched Midoriya when he tried to lead? That he actively sabotaged the mission from the start? All Might raised his hand, his expression calm but resolute. Yes, it is unfair, but let me paint you a picture. His usual booming voice softened slightly, taking on a more serious tone. Imagine this wasn't a training exercise. Imagine those drones were real people, civilians, families, children, people desperate for help. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling heavily over them. If this were reality, and you were the heroes responsible for their lives, how do you think the world would react? The media, the citizens, the people who lost their loved ones. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, processing the weight of his words. After a moment, Momo raised her hand. They would blame the pro-heroes, not a single hero. All Might pointed at her. Correct. 10 points to Gryffindor. He forced a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood, but the tension remained thick. He coughed awkwardly before continuing. In the world of heroes, people don't see individuals, they see heroes. And heroes are expected to save lives, no matter the circumstances. His gaze swept over them. It doesn't matter that one person was uncooperative. It doesn't matter whose fault it was. What does matter is the result, failure. And when heroes fail, the world demands answers. They don't care about the details. They care about why their loved ones are gone. The public won't care about internal conflicts or who was at fault. What they see is that heroes failed them. Aizawa added bluntly. 13, who had remained silent, now spoke, her tone firm but patient. And when people are grieving, when they are desperate for someone to blame, they won't ask, who started the fight? Or, who ignored the plan? She gestured toward the class. Why didn't you work together? It doesn't matter whose fault it is. To them it doesn't. They won't see that one person refused to cooperate, Aizawa added bluntly. They will only see a team that couldn't put their differences aside to do their job. And they'll lose faith in you because of it. In this world, heroes don't have the luxury of pointing fingers, 13 continued, her voice carrying the weight of experience. When people die, excuses don't matter. A single person's foolishness will never be just their burden to bear, it will always fall on the shoulders of every hero present. That's why it doesn't matter whose fault it was. That's why all of you need to understand this now. All Might stepped forward, his usually bright eyes dark with the seriousness of the lesson. And unfortunately for you too, young Midoriya and young Yaoyorozu, you were the designated leaders. That means whether or not it was within your control, you must learn to take accountability. He sighed. It isn't fair. It never will be. But that's the reality of hero work. When something goes wrong, leaders take the blame. The class stiffened in shock, more than a few looking to Midoriya and Momo with a mix of sympathy and frustration. But, that's insane, Mina muttered, shaking her head. They tried. What the hell were they supposed to do? Drag Bakugo kicking and screaming. If they had forced him to follow orders, he probably would have fought back, making it even worse, Kaminari muttered. That's the thing, Kaminari, Todoroki spoke, his tone colder than usual. Midoriya shouldn't have had to force him at all. A real hero wouldn't need to be convinced to do their job. His gaze flickered toward Bakugo, who scowled but remained silent. Ochako's fists clenched, but Bakugo was the only one who refused to cooperate. The rest of us listened to Dekiru. So why is he getting a free pass? He isn't, Aizawa cut in. Bakugo will answer for his actions. His sharp eyes turned toward the explosive teen. But this lesson isn't about him. It's about what it means to lead. 13 nodded in agreement, and what it means to be a good hero. The fact that you all work together, even with only one prize available for one team, speaks volumes about your maturity. It's something many first years struggle with. Aizawa continued, his tone still firm but with a hint of approval. And the fact that 19 out of 20 of you were able to put aside personal differences for the greater good is a solid sign. You'll make fine heroes, no doubt about it. His gaze softened just slightly as he turned to Izuku and Momo. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, despite the outcome, you both showed exceptional leadership potential. But with leadership comes responsibility. Taking the brunt of the class's failure is part of that. All Might continued, unwavering despite the silence. A hero's strength is not just in their power, but in their ability to lead, to stand tall in the face of failure, take responsibility, and learn from it. Young Midoriya, you are the class representative. That means representing your class even in failure. Aizawa's sharp gaze scanned the room. As aspiring pro-heroes, you'll have people working under you, sidekicks, teams, civilians relying on your leadership. When they succeed, it reflects on your ability to guide them. But when they fail, that's on you, too. You have to be strong enough to shoulder that weight. The class fell into stunned silence. Some looked uncertain, others still fuming over the injustice of it all, but none could argue against their teacher's logic. Izuku swallowed, his expression filled with turmoil before he took a deep breath. Then, before anyone could stop him, he bowed. I'm sorry, I should have accounted for Bakugo's tendencies. I'll do better next time. Momo followed suit, her expression solemn. We both should have. Midoriya and I should have worked harder to find a way around Bakugo's resistance. Instead, we let him operate on his own, and the result was a catastrophe. To our classmates, we are truly sorry we couldn't lead you all to success. Aizawa's stern demeanor softened, just slightly. See that you do, Midoriya. This is a harsh lesson, but one I hope you take to heart. All Might's expression brightened as he clapped his hands together. Now, onto the positives. Despite the outcome, there were commendable efforts made. First and foremost, young Yaoyorozu and young Midoriya demonstrated exceptional leadership by uncovering the true purpose of the exercise. This was never just about winning, it was about cooperation, about working toward a shared goal despite your differences. His gaze flickered toward Bakugo, his usual warmth giving way to firm disapproval. Well, most of you. The class remained silent, the weight of their failure still hanging in the air. Bakugo simply scoffed, arms crossed, his expression as usually as pissed off as ever. All Might sighed but pressed on. While only one team would have officially won, your inability to work together ensured that no one did. And since every last rescue bot was destroyed, he pulled out a brown envelope, then dramatically shredded it with a flourish. No prize for anyone. The collective groan that followed was instant. You've gotta be kidding me. Zero muttered, slumping forward. Several students sent pointed glares at Bakugo, who remained defiantly indifferent. He doesn't even look guilty, Hagakure thought in irritation. Denki, ever the optimist, tried to salvage the mood. Come on, guys. The prize was probably just, like, extra homework or something lame. Tenya pushed his glasses up, frowning. I would have appreciated additional assignments. Denki blinked. Yeah, I got nothing. Aizawa, still unimpressed, interjected, that aside, unlike other first years, you guys had an early warning system which being, Midoriya. All eyes turned toward Izuku as Aizawa gestured toward him. Explain. Izuku stiffened under the sudden attention. Well, remember when I used my quirk to enhance my vocal cords to create a shockwave? I figured I could do something similar with my brain. Silence. Then, as one, the class collectively imagined his head exploding similar to how his bones broke. All Might meanwhile gave a thumbs up of approval by the lie. The blood drained from the girls' faces, their expressions turning ghostly white. Are you out of your mind? Ochako, Mina, and Hagakure shrieked in unison. Momo's voice cut through the chaos, cool and commanding. Midoriya. Izuku froze. She never called him by his last name. That was a bad sign. He swallowed hard, making an audible gulp. Why yes. You're going to Recovery Girl immediately to get checked for brain damage. I'm fine, really. Momo's sharp look made him shut up instantly. This isn't up for discussion. Yes, ma'am. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. Regardless, your early warning system had potential, and your team was making good progress before everything completely fell apart. Only about 10 rescue bots were taken down before. He trailed off, shooting a pointed look at Bakugo. Hagakure muttered under her breath, maybe if Bakugo wasn't such an asshole. Bakugo's eye twitched, his glare snapping toward her. Hagakure glared right back. All Might clapped his hands together, reclaiming their attention. All right, class dismissed. I suggest reflecting on today's failures so that next time, you can actually pass the test. As All Might was about to leave, Izuku hesitated before calling out. Wait, All Might. The retired hero paused mid-stride, turning back with his usual larger-than-life presence. Yes, young Midoriya. Izuku clenched his fists, staring down at the floor. Frustration churned inside him. How was he supposed to work with someone who outright despised him? No matter what he did, Bakugo refused to see him as anything but an obstacle. How am I supposed to work with Bakugo? Izuku asked, his voice tense. I've tried. Over and over, I've tried. But he constantly belittles me. Like it doesn't matter what I do, he's dead set on hating me. All Might stepped forward, placing a firm but reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. The answer to a predicament like this is simple, my boy. His voice was softer, more thoughtful. I have to do everything in my power to make sure everyone is safe. Izuku blinked in confusion. All Might sighed, choosing his next words carefully. As your teacher, I'd like to tell you to keep working with Bakugo, find a way. But, his expression darkened slightly. I know you, and I know you've already done everything you can to convince him. And that's the real problem. Izuku's brows furrowed. What do you mean? All Might exhaled, his grip on Izuku's shoulder firm but reassuring. As a hero, and especially as a leader, you won't always have the luxury of waiting for someone to come around. If pride, stubbornness, or personal grudges get in the way during a crisis, you have to do whatever it takes to ensure the mission succeeds. I won't give you the answer you seek. All Might straightened, his signature grin returning. But I trust you'll find the right answer. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he spun on his heel and pointed toward the door. And now, witness my most dazzling, heroic exit. Whoosh. In a golden blur, All Might vanished, the sheer force of his departure sending papers flying and ruffling Izuku's hair. Izuku stood there for a moment, still processing his words. A decision no one else wants to make. The scene unfolded with eerie intensity as Izuku's eyes widened in terror, his gaze fixed on the figure floating before him. The ectoplasmic form of Ghostfreak, the twisted alter ego he had struggled to control, now hovered menacingly in the air. All Might's face was grim, his eyes narrowed in concern as he took in the scene. Momo's expression was a mix of confusion and fear, her eyes darting back and forth between Izuku and Ghostfreak as if trying to comprehend the horror unfolding before her. Ochako's voice trembled as she broke the silence. How is this happening? How can you be there and here? Her words trailed off as she gazed at Ghostfreak in horror. Izuku's eyes blazed with a mix of fear and denial. This can't be happening. You can't be you, I'm you, he exclaimed, as if trying to convince himself that Ghostfreak was just an illusion. Ghostfreak's grin grew wider. I was never you. He spat, his voice dripping with malice. An ectonorite's consciousness exists even in the few strands of DNA. When the sample was taken for the Omnitrix, I was trapped inside. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Ghostfreak continued, I had to bide my time within the Omnitrix until you were able to handle a good portion of One for All. Izuku and All Might's eyes widened in unison, their minds reeling from the implications. He knows about One for All. They both thought in horror. The name, One for All, echoed through the minds of Momo, Ochako, Toru, Mina, and a barely conscious Bakugo, each of them struggling to comprehend the magnitude of Ghostfreak's words. Ghostfreak's hands, tipped with razor-sharp claws, tore into his own gray skin, ripping it apart with a sickening, wet sound. His fingers dug deep, tearing through the flesh, as if trying to shed his own skin like a macabre cloak. As he ripped and clawed, his skin hung in tatters, revealing glimpses of the black and white striped tentacles beneath. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest seemed to dissolve into the darkness, consumed by the emerging horror. But now I can reveal my true self, Ghostfreak said. With a twisted, inhuman strength, Ghostfreak continued to tear at his own flesh, his body contorting and twisting as he shed his old form. His gray-purple skin ripped away, exposing the dark, ghostly form beneath. Then, in a gruesome, inhuman gesture, Ghostfreak's upside-down head began to rip through the remaining skin, the gray-brown skull tearing free from the confines of his old form. The sound of tearing flesh and crunching bone filled the air as his head emerged, uneven teeth and black lips twisted in a macabre grimace. The purple eye burned with a cold, calculating cruelty, its gaze devoid of empathy or humanity. It was a window to a soul consumed by bloodlust and malevolence, reveling in the terror it inspired. Everyone's eyes were wide in horror. Seeing Ghostfreak full form, everyone felt a wave of fear. I thought that alien was ugly before, Mina said. What is it you want? All Might booming voice echoed, making sure the students were behind him. If you say you were trapped within the Omnitrix as you say you were now, you are free to do as you wish. Young Midoriya has nothing to do with what happened. Don't take anger out on the boy. I need the power of the Omnitrix to make me whole again. But I can only do that by taking over your body, Ghostfreak said as he floated towards them. I will not let you lay a hand on young Midoriya, All Might said before launch smash. Ghostfreak turned intangible as the wind pressure blasted a hole through the building, sending the kids. Ghostfreak turned tangible to try and slice the pro in that split second. All Might landed a punch, sending the ecotnorite flying and smashing through a wall. Ghostfreak then phased through the floor. I know everything he knows, Ghostfreak said that echoed throughout the building. Since he was invisible, no one knew where he was. Mina, Toru, Ochako, and Momo surrounded Izuku. Don't worry, Midori will protect you, Mina said. Momo created a diamond staff as she twirled it around. Then the ghostly alien appeared behind All Might with a smile. All Might then felt a stabbing piece through his side. All Might let out a scream. Everyone heard the man scream and widened in shock, even if those in the Montour room widened hearing the number one hero scream like that. All Might, your weak spot, Izuku muttered out unconcisely before gritting his teeth in anger and going for the Omnitrix. He pressed the Omnitrix. When he saw the Omnitrix was in the red, he repeatedly pressed the button, but it refused to work. Come on, what's up with this thing? I'm not even exhausted. Hee. The Omnitrix's failsafes has activated the limiter, it won't, so I'll take the OPP turn a T. Ghostfreak thought. Ghostfreak's cackling was cut short as he was viciously yanked out by the tentacle, his ghostly form stretched like putty before being slammed into the wall with bone-crunching force. The impact sent rubble cascading down, burying him beneath a crushing pile of debris. But even as the dust settled, Ghostfreak's purple eye flickered open, his gaze burning with an otherworldly intensity. This is interesting, he hissed, his voice like a rusty gate scraping against concrete. All Might's response was a snarl, his words dripping with venom. What kind of twisted game are you playing, Ghostfreak? But before he could get an answer, a massive shockwave detonated, blasting the rubble off Ghostfreak's form like a grenade. The force of the explosion sent All Might and Izuku, alongside the other girls, flying across the room, their bodies crashing into the walls with sickening thuds. As the dust settled, Ghostfreak stood revealed, his ghostly form crackling with purple electricity. His eyes blazed with an unnatural power, his voice dripping with malevolence. "It seems I didn't leave without some of One for All," he declared, his words dripping with sadistic glee. All Might's eyes widened in alarm as he asked, "How are you able to use Midoriya's quirk?" Ghostfreak's response sent shivers down their spines. "When you tapped into One for All through me, I siphoned off a fraction of its power. Like plucking a flame from an inferno, a small spark, but mine to wield. Each time you unleashed One for All with my body, I captured a piece of its energy, harnessing it for myself." Izuku's voice trembled as he asked, "Does that mean One for All is getting weaker?" Ghostfreak's clarification only fueled their terror. One for All's power is not waning, no, it's evolving. Each time you tap into its might, merging it with your own alien abilities, the power adapts and amplifies, resonating with each form. Izuku and All Might exclaimed in unison, "One for All is getting stronger." Toru's confusion was palpable. "I thought Midoriya's quirk was super strength, what's going on?" Ghostfreak's eyes seemed to gleam with an otherworldly intensity as it said, "You can't even begin to comprehend the true scale of power that flows through you when One for All is merged with each alien form." The air was electric with tension as Ghostfreak's sickening chuckle filled the room, accompanied by the crackling of purple electricity that cast an eerie glow on the walls. "But I cannot allow you to waste such a vast well of power." Quote, "Purple electricity crackled throughout the room, casting an eerie glow on the walls. Let's see what I can do with all this power," Ghostfreak cackled, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. He began to chant in a language that sent shivers down All Might's spine, the words sounding like a dark incantation. The air grew colder, the wind picking up as a faint breeze swirled around Ghostfreak. Suddenly, a scythe materialized in his hand, its blade glowing with a menacing purple light. With a swift, deadly motion, Ghostfreak slashed through the air, unleashing a massive shockwave that tore through the building's third floor. The walls shuddered, the concrete cracking and splintering as the blade's energy ripped through the structure. The sound of crunching steel and shattering glass filled the air as the building's interior was split in two. The floor beneath them gave a sickening lurch, and the walls began to separate, a jagged rift opening up like a mouth of chaos. All Might and the others stumbled, struggling to keep their footing as the building seemed to tilt and sway around them. They stared in horror as the rift grew wider, the far side of the room sliding away from them like a departing train. The sound of groaning steel and creaking wood filled the air, and the smell of dust and smoke hung heavy over everything. Ghostfreak's smile was pure malice as he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a trail of destruction and chaos. The building creaked and groaned, its structural integrity compromised, but still standing, for now. "Everyone, get out," All Might shouted, his voice echoing off the walls as he sprang into action. With his superhuman speed and strength, he grabbed the students and rushed them outside in the blink of an eye. As they emerged from the building, the structure behind them began to unravel like a thread pulled from a sweater. The third floor, where Ghostfreak's slash had bitten deep, started to sag, the walls crumbling like sandcastles in a storm. The steel beams groaned, twisted, and snapped, sending shards of concrete flying like deadly projectiles. The building's two halves began to separate, the gap between them growing wider by the second. Windows shattered, and doors burst off their hinges as the structure's integrity failed. The sound of crunching steel and shattering glass filled the air, a deafening cacophony that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. "And no way. He cut the whole building in half," Ochako stammered, her eyes wide with fear. Unconsciously, she reached for Izuku's hand, her grip tightening as she trembled with shock. But before anyone could react, a strange, unseen force began to affect the girls. Momo, Ashido, Toru, and Ochako all started to float, their bodies lifted off the ground as if by an invisible hand. Ochako desperately reached for Izuku. Dekiru. Then, in a violent, jerky motion, they were tossed about like rag dolls, their screams echoing through the air. All Might's eyes widened in alarm as he leapt into action, his incredible strength and speed allowing him to catch the girls simultaneously, holding them close as they trembled with fear. "What about Midori?" Mina asked. The building behind them continued its catastrophic collapse, the two halves crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. The sound of the impact was like a thunderclap, shaking the ground beneath their feet. As Ghostfreak materialized in front of Izuku, the students' eyes widened in horror, their faces pale and frozen in terror. Izuku's eyes were fixed on Ghostfreak, his mind racing with fear, his heart pounding in his chest like a jackhammer. He tried to move, but his legs felt like lead, as if rooted to the spot. Ochako, Momo, Toru, and Mina, who were all holding on to All Might, screamed in unison, their voices trembling with fear, their eyes brimming with tears. "No, no, no. Izuku," Momo cried, her voice cracking with desperation. Quote, "Midori, get away from him." Mina and Toru shouted, her eyes wide with panic. "Dekiru, be careful," Ochako shouted. "Now let's see how you like being trapped in someone else." Ghostfreak's voice sent shivers down Izuku's spine, his words dripping with malevolence. Izuku's legs gave out beneath him, and he fell onto his rear, his eyes fixed on Ghostfreak's claw hand, inches away from his face. Danger sense didn't go off. He stammered, his voice barely audible. As Ghostfreak approached, his claw hand closing in, Izuku activated One for All, leaping away from the attack with a burst of speed. But as Ghostfreak's hand left the shadows, smoke and sizzling sounds filled the air, and Ghostfreak let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" he wailed, clutching his hand as he stumbled back into the shadows, his body smoldering from the sunlight. He vanished from sight. Izuku moved back, trying to calm his racing heart, his chest heaving with exertion. He was shaken but relieved that Ghostfreak had retreated. The girls, still clinging to All Might, looked on with concern, their eyes fixed on Izuku, their faces etched with worry. As All Might released them, the girls rushed to Izuku's side, their faces etched with worry and relief. Ochako reached him first, her suppressed feelings overflowing as she flung her arms around him. "Dekiru, I was so terrified," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "When you started hurting Kirishima and Bakugo, I knew something was wrong." Izuku tried to speak, but Ochako's desperate grip tightened. "Oh Ochako, Momo interrupted, her eyes brimming with tears as she wrapped Izuku in a tight hug. "Izuku, I was so worried. I've never seen you like that before. It scared me to death. I'm just glad you're safe with us." Mina's voice trembled. "Midori, please don't scare us like that again." She flung her arms around Izuku, holding him close. "I thought I'd lost you." Toru's eyes welled up with tears. Are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he?" Mina released Izuku, her face streaming with tears. "I thought you were gone," she whispered, her voice cracking. Izuku reassured her, Mina, I'm fine." As they hugged Izuku, they heard the sound of quickening footsteps approaching. They turned to see their classmates rushing towards them, worrying etched on their faces. "Guys, are you okay?" Sato shouted, his voice laced with concern. Todoroki followed close behind, his eyes scanning the scene. "When the feed cut off and we heard the huge rumbling, we came as fast as we could," he explained, his brow furrowed with worry. Their classmates' eyes widened in horror as they took in the scene before them. Kirishima and Bakugo lay unconscious, their bodies battered and bruised, their uniforms torn and bloody. Tsuyu rushed alongside her classmates, her eyes fixed on Izuku. Without thinking, she flung her arms around him, wrapping him in a tight hug. But as she held him close, she felt a lump form in her throat, and her eyes prickled with tears. She was taken aback by her own emotions, and her grip on Izuku faltered. She quickly pulled back, her face flushing with embarrassment. Sorry, Ribbit, I didn't mean to." Tsuyu stuttered, her voice trembling. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen Tsuyu stutter before. She was always so calm and composed. Tsuyu's eyes dropped, and she looked away, trying to hide her tears. She was struggling to reject the feelings she had for Izuku, but they seemed to be bursting to the surface. She took a deep breath and tried to compose herself, but her heart still raced with emotion. It was just a crush, Sue, I don't feel that way about Midoriya. He's just a friend, she thought, trying to shake off the worry that gripped her when Izuku's anger boiled over and he lashed out at Bakugo and Kirishima. It was so out of character her heart ached at the sight, a pang of fear and concern for her friend. As she reflected on the events, Tsuyu's mind replayed Izuku, transforming back and Ghostfreak appearing in the monitor room. She hadn't caught what they said, but the alien materializing a sigh and slashing the building in half was forever etched in her memory. Her heart had felt like it broke, thinking she'd lose her friends. He's just a friend, nothing more, she told herself, but her face flushed crimson as she remembered the instinctive hug she'd given him, her arms wrapping around him in relief when she saw he was safe, her heart still fluttering at the memory of that impulsive embrace. Tsuyu's gaze drifted to Midoriya, who was catching his breath, his heart still racing. All Might tended to the students nearby, but Tsuyu's focus remained on Izuku. "Green, are you all right?" Kyoka asked, concern etched on her face, as she helped him sit down. Tsuyu's own emotions swirled in turmoil, her heart fluttering erratically. Kyoka's open display of affection, hugging him tightly, made Tsuyu's jealousy simmer just below the surface. "God, I was so worried, you dork," Kyoka exclaimed, her words a stark contrast to Tsuyu's own restrained feelings. "He's just a friend, nothing more," Tsuyu reminded herself, but her heart refused to listen. Her pulse pounded furiously in her chest, betraying her true emotions. As she spoke, Tsuyu's hands fidgeted, her fingers tangling together in a restless dance. Her cheeks flushed despite her attempts to appear nonchalant, and her eyes lingered on Izuku's face, drinking in the sight of him. Her breath caught in her throat, and her legs felt weak, as if they might give out beneath her. "I won't fight my friends over Midoriya," she thought. Her face flushed as she recalled the embrace and the undeniable electrical feeling when she hugged him, her eyes closed as she clutched her beating chest. It was just a stupid crush. "All three of these students require immediate medical attention," All Might declared, his voice firm and urgent. "And, young Midoriya, remember to stay in the sunlight, do not venture into the shadows under any circumstances." He emphasized the warning before swiftly lifting the broken and battered bodies of Bakugo, Hiroshima, and Tokiyami into his powerful arms. With a burst of speed, he shot off into the distance, leaving behind a whirlwind of dust and debris. The sudden departure of All Might left everyone stunned, and a cacophony of questions erupted from the group. "Shit, what the hell just happened?" Mineta exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. "The building's been sliced in half. What in the name's that's big and bouncy is going on?" Kaminari and Shiro chimed in, their voices overlapping in concern. "Midoriya, what's happening? We saw Ghostfreak and you. What's going on?" Shoji, trying to remain calm, asked, "Midoriya, did you transform into something?" Ojiro, his brow furrowed with worry, added, "And what did All Might mean by, stay in the sunlight? What's happening to you, Izuku?" Just as the barrage of questions seemed to escalate, Tenya stepped in, his voice firm and authoritative. "Everyone, quiet. Midoriya needs a breather more than anyone else. Let him catch his breath before we bombard him with questions. I know we're all worried, but right now, we need to do what All Might said and wait here. And allow Midoriya to take a breather," Todoroki added. Todoroki's calm and collected voice cut through the chaos. "I know we're all worried, but right now, we need to do what All Might said and wait here. Let's give Midoriya the space he needs to catch his breath." The group fell silent, their anxious chatter ceasing as they nodded in agreement. Izuku, Momo, Ochako, Mina, and Toru sat together, still trying to process the events that had just transpired. They took slow, deep breaths, trying to calm their racing hearts and clear their minds. Izuku sprang to his feet, disregarding All Might's warning, and began to walk away with a sense of urgency. "Ghostfreak has to be here somewhere, I have to find him as soon as possible," he said, his mind racing with worst-case scenarios. He thought to himself, the thought of him wielding One for All's power to slice through buildings is terrifying, who knows what kind of damage he can cause. The class quickly fell in step behind him, concern etched on their faces. "Slow down, Midoriya, All Might instructed us to stay here," Tenya cautioned, trying to reason with his friend. But Izuku pressed on, his determination fueled by fear. "Tenya, after what he just did to the building, I can't just sit around and wait. I have to catch up to Ghostfreak now." He activated his full cowl, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Iida swiftly zipped in front of him, blocking his path. "Calm down, Midoriya, take a breath," Tenya urged, his voice firm but worried. Shoji and Ojiro flanked Izuku, trying to reassure him. "Yeah, you need to take a breather. Explain what's going on," Shoji said, his voice calm and gentle. Ojiro added, Midoriya, you're not thinking straight. Let's take a step back and figure this out together. But Izuku's eyes remained fixed on the horizon, his mind set on finding Ghostfreak. Izuku's pace quickened as he recalled the brutal battles with Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tokiyami. No, I need to find Ghostfreak as soon as possible, he urged. Mineta's confusion was evident. He's looking for himself. Kaminari chimed in, yeah, dude, I thought you were Ghostfreak. Jiro rolled her eyes. You both can't be that stupid. We just saw that's not the case. Izuku explained, he said he's been alive inside the watch this whole time, trying to get out. That's why I always felt unsettled as Ghostfreak. Momo's eyes widened, and he was bidding inside for you to have access to. One for all. The group exchanged puzzled glances. One for all, what's that? Tenya asked. Aoyama ventured a guess. Like the Three Musketeers, from when I read about them as a little child, Nessie Pa. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. I told you my body couldn't access the full power of my quirk. I don't know why he's calling it, one for all. Maybe the time in the Omnitrix has driven him crazy. He changed the subject abruptly. That's not important right now. I need to find Ghostfreak as soon as possible. Quote. Todoroki and Momo exchanged a skeptical glance, sensing Izuku's suspicious behavior, but chose to ignore it for the time being. So, he's been trying to get out. Why wait this whole time for Midoriya to get a hold of his quirk? Ojiro asked, puzzled. Mineta snorted. That seems really stupid. Todoroki offered a more thoughtful perspective. Consider this, Midoriya's quirk grants him power rivaling All Might's, despite the physical toll it takes. That level of strength can be intoxicating, and Ghostfreak must have been tempted to exploit it. Momo's eyes narrowed as she pieced together the clues. The way it makes your form stronger and far more powerful. Waiting all this time, he must have been planning this within the Omnitrix. Kyoka pointed out the obvious flaw. Okay, but Izuku, you still don't have full control, he can only use 16%. Izuku's gaze remained fixed, his determination evident. Guess he couldn't wait any longer. But how are you planning on bringing him down? That alien is pretty tough. Ochako said. Shoji's expression turned grave. His strength is indeed formidable, capable of slicing through buildings with ease. Moreover, his intangible form renders physical attacks futile. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. We're up against an enemy that can't be harmed by conventional means, and he can attack us with no issue. Izuku's eyes widened as he recalled the recent battle. He remembered the intense struggle, and then it hit him. Izuku stopped before recalling the past few minutes. He remembered how Ghostfreak reached out before what seemed like the sun to burn him, forcing him to retreat. Sunlight. He couldn't go into the sun. He had to stay in the shadows. What, like a vampire? Toru asked. And Dark Shadow? Shoji asked. You never had that problem when you were Ghostfreak. Mina pointed out the obvious contradiction. That's exactly why he needs me. Somehow, if we're joined, he'll be whole again. Izuku looked at the sun. Which means we better find him before sunset. Izuku hastened his pace, but Momo swiftly caught up, grasping his shoulder and turning him to face her piercing onyx eyes. And he possesses ghost abilities, including invisibility, she reminded him. You won't find him before sunset, so calm down. We're here to help. You don't have to tackle this alone. Izuku's breathing slowed as he inhaled deeply, then exhaled. Tsuyu's voice of reason chimed in. We know you're intelligent, Izuku. Stop and think this through. Collaborate with the rest of us to devise a plan. Recovery Girl's eyes widened as she took in the battered state of Kirishima and Bakugo. Bakugo's face was swollen and bloody, his eyes blackened, and his nose cracked. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, revealing deep gashes on his arms and legs. Long, jagged cuts crisscrossed his torso, as if he had been slashed apart. Kirishima's massive frame was limp, and still, his skin pale and clammy. His face was a mess of bruises and cuts, with a long, bloody gash running from his forehead to his chin. His arms and legs were heavily injured, with deep lacerations and broken bones visible beneath his torn clothes. His chest and abdomen were also slashed, with blood seeping from the wounds. "Toshinori, what happened to these boys?" Recovery Girl exclaimed, quickly attending to their wounds. All Might's expression was grim. "Ghostfreak did this." Recovery Girl's eyes widened further before she scowled. "I told Nezu he should have expelled Bakugo. I warned him not to accept him into the school, let alone put him in the same class as Midoriya." She gestured to Bakugo, her scowl deepening. "Recovery Girl, I know you all want to pretend Izuku is some kind of saint, but no. He's an emotional teenager, prone to anger, just like any other human. He's been affected by Bakugo's relentless bullying, and we're lucky he didn't kill him." All Might interrupted her tirade. "Recovery Girl, listen, it wasn't young Midoriya's fault. Ghostfreak is a separate entity, and it's currently wreaking havoc on the school." Recovery Girl's expression changed slightly, acknowledging the new information. All Might continued, "Ghostfreak is trying to take over Izuku's body to access the Omnitrix. I need to inform the staff immediately. Can I leave these three in your care?" Recovery Girl nodded, still looking concerned. "Yes, go, I'll take care of them." All Might had informed the staff, calling an emergency meeting. When the footage of Ghostfreak of brutality was shown, Midnight was more than shocked seeing Ghostfreak brutally beat all three students. "This is troubling news," Nezu said, sipping his tea. "I knew that form wasn't right." Aizawa said, his face darkened. "Midoriya was always so malicious in that form. I could feel that little blood lust exuding from him." All Might nodded. Young Midoriya described his transformation like he was controlling someone else, his body. And he didn't like it. "But it also seems that this ectonorite can't freely walk in the sun. We can exploit this weakness." "No, this far worse than we could imagine. The ectonorite we're facing is Zscair." Quote. The teacher's eyes went wide with horror, their faces pale as ghosts. "I've studied the ancient records, and I recognize the ominous voice, the eerie whisper of his scythe's presence, and the dark aura that surrounds him. Zscair's return from the depths of space, where he was last seen near the Florana system, is a terrifying reality," Nezu said, his voice steady but laced with concern. "Wait, hold up, I thought Zscair was just a myth, a legend to scare kids," Present Mike exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. "I've heard tales of Zscair's ruthless tactics, how he shrouded an entire planet in darkness, claiming it as his own twisted domain," Snipes said, his voice low and gravelly, with a cowboy drawl. "Ain't no one messin' with Zscair and livin' to tell the tale, partners," Snipe added, shaking his head. "Zscair, the High Ecto Lord. God have mercy, he's as dangerous as Vilgax himself," 13 whispered, her voice trembling. "We need to evacuate the facility immediately. Get the students out of here, now," Midnight urged, her voice firm and commanding. "I agree, we gotta prioritize the students' safety," Sniper said. "The problem is, he could already be possessing one of our students," Nezu said, his voice still calm but laced with a hint of urgency. "Hound Dog is patrolling the grounds, ensuring that no one leaves the premises, because if Zscair were to possess someone and escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. He could potentially infiltrate and control anyone, from heroes to world leaders, wreaking havoc on a global scale," Nezu continued, his eyes scanning the room with a mix of concern and determination. "Right now, as we speak, any student could be a meat suit for that bastard. Just waiting biding his time," Aizawa said. "Till sunset when he will make his move," Cementos said. "And I'm more than sure he will have no qualms using students as puppets," All Might said. Aizawa's expression turned grim as he sighed. "Damn it, I hate to say this, but we may need to put the students on temporary house arrest in their dorms until this situation is resolved." The other teachers nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. "I'll make an emergency announcement for all students to return to their dorms immediately," one of the teachers said, already moving towards the communication device. "We can monitor the students' activities and keep a close eye out for any suspicious behavior. It's better to be safe than sorry. Speaking of which, I think we should prepare weapons that harness the power of the sun," Powerloader suggested. "I'm sure Ghostfreak isn't the first villain or alien to have a weakness to sunlight." Nezu nodded in agreement. "Powerloader, See to it that our solar-based weapons are ready for deployment. We still have hours before sunset, and I want to ensure we're fully equipped to face whatever comes our way." Powerloader nodded, already moving to carry out Nezu's orders. "I'll get the solar cannons and sunblades prepped and ready for battle. We'll be prepared for anything." "Agreed. Besides Nezu, you're the expert when it comes to alien technology," Aizawa said, nodding in acknowledgement. Nezu's expression turned serious. "Powerloader, head to the plumbers, armor on the 4th floor. We have a stash of weapons specifically designed for aliens weak to sunlight. Retrieve them and bring them back here." Powerloader nodded, his masked face expressionless, before bowing and turning to leave. As he exited the room, the shadows cast by his mask seemed to grow longer, and for a brief moment, his eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, a hint of something sinister lurking beneath his stoic exterior. Class B was engrossed in their physics work, left behind by Snipe, when Monoma spoke up. "I wonder why Snipe suddenly left like that." Pony nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and I think I heard the footsteps and other pro-hero teachers running by." Kanoko's voice trembled. "Why, you don't think it's another villain attack, do you?" Monoma's eyes widened. "Like the League villains who attacked USJ. Itsuka added, and attacked Hosu." Kurorio reassured them, "No, there isn't a villain attack. This must be something else." Monoma smirked. "I mean, it could be the League of Villains. They're probably not happy about not being on the front page of the newspaper." Kurorio's expression turned serious. "No, it can't be the League of Villains." The class raised an eyebrow at his sudden certainty. Kurorio explained, I mean. Look, I don't like what happened at USJ. It was terrifying. Can you blame me for not wanting another villain attack?" The class's expression softened, understanding Kurorio's concern. Just then, the speaker went online. Nezu's voice announced, "Attention all students. Today, school will be ending early. Please return to your dorms immediately. That is all." Class B looked confused for a moment before standing up, grabbing their bags, and following the instructions. As they walked out, they joined other students exiting their classrooms, all buzzing with speculation about what could be going on. The elevator doors slid open with a foreboding ding, and Powerloader stepped into the dimly lit plumber's armory, his neutral expression a stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere. The air was heavy with the scent of metal and smoke, and the flickering fluorescent lights above cast ominous shadows on the walls. As he scanned the room, his gaze settled on the array of alien grenades and sticky bombs, their sleek designs seeming to whisper promises of destruction. A slow, menacing smile crept across his face, like a crack spreading through ice. With deliberate movements, Powerloader began to gather the grenades and sticky bombs, his hands moving with a purpose that sent a shiver down the spine. The soft clinking of the weapons as he collected them echoed through the room, building a sense of tension, like the quiet before a storm. Powerloader's smile grew wider as he began to attach the sticky bombs to the surface of the plumber's armory, his movements methodical and deliberate. The soft thud of each bomb as it adhered to the metal walls seemed to echo through the room like a countdown to destruction. The fluorescent lights above flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows on the walls as Powerloader worked. The air grew thick with tension, heavy with the promise of chaos. Each sticky bomb seemed to pulsate with malevolent energy. The entire armory was now adorned with glowing beeping lights of the adhesive bombs attached to the weapons and surface of the room. As Powerloader finished his task, he stepped back, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. "I guess these frail human bodies are useful for something after all." Powerloader's face contorted into a malevolent smile, his eyes radiating an eerie purple glow that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, casting an unsettling light on the dark room. Aizawa led Class 1A towards the dorms, his expression grim. "We haven't found him yet," he replied to Izuku's anxious question. "Ghostfreak's ability to possess others is making it difficult to track him. Plus, since he was once a part of you, our detectors aren't picking up his spectral form." Izuku's worry deepened. "But what can we do?" Aizawa's gaze turned stern. "I need all of you to get to safety. Head back to the dorms and stay there." Izuku's face set in determination. "No way, I have to help. Ghostfreak is my responsibility, My watch, my problem. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Look, Midoriya, Ghostfreak wants to take over your body. We can't risk that. I won't lose my student. We're the professionals, and we'll protect all of you. Izuku's fist clenched, his anger and guilt simmering. He still felt the weight of his friend's injuries, the crunch of Kirishima and Bakugo's bones in his hands. Aizawa's voice softened. I know you feel responsible, but don't carry this burden alone. Have faith in your teachers and trust us to handle it. Izuku nodded reluctantly, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. Tsuyu's gentle hand on his shoulder offered some comfort. Come on, Izuchan, the teachers know what they're doing, she said softly. Izuku sighed, his voice barely above a whisper. All right, I just feel really responsible. Tsuyu's hand squeezed his shoulder in understanding. Mina and Toru exchanged glances. They then recalled what happened in the battle trial. Hey, Midori, Mina asked as she looked him in the eye. Quote, can we talk? It's about what happened when you were Ghostfreak. Mina said, looking at him in the eye. Tsuyu tilted her head in confusion. Is this the best time? I mean, we have homicidal alien on the loose. Quote. However, Toru's expression was still neutral. Can we talk alone? She said, clutching her chest. Izuku was confused, but when Toru grabbed his arm. Please, it's important. Before Ochako asked, Dekiru, what did Bakugo do to you? Quote. The question hung there. Mina, Momo, and Jiro widened. Izuku widened in surprise. Izuku's danger sense went off, and then an earthquake felt rumbling shook the school. Kyoka widened as she could hear what was making the viscous rumbling. It was an explosion. And no, it's an explosion from below. Aizawa widened in horror. He ran at full speed in his footsteps. Damn it, we didn't think he could be possessing one of us. Fuck. Aizawa made his way to Plumber's base hidden within UA and he saw. He reached the armory alongside the other pros and widened in horror as Aizawa looked down alongside the other staff. Shit, Snipe said. His keen eye immediately saw Powerloader on the wall. Midnight and 13 barely made any noise, just stared in horror. Powerloader's frail, youthful body lay mangled on the floor, his spiky ginger hair now matted with blood and soot. His dull blue eyes were glazed over, staring blankly into the distance. His large mouth hung agape, revealing crooked teeth stained with blood. His disproportional hands, once his greatest asset, now lay twisted and broken, the orange L-shaped pieces on his fingers cracked and shattered. His hero costume was torn and tattered, the yellow helmet cracked and dented, the excavator claw shape now resembling a mangled beast's jaws. The gray gloves were shredded, exposing his mangled hands, and the metal guards hung limp and twisted. The cyan pants were stained with blood and smoke, and his shirtless torso was a mess of burns, cuts, and bruises. Shrapnel wounds scored his skin, oozing a sticky, metallic tainted blood that pooled on the floor around him. His small frame was broken, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, his skin charred and blackened in places. The steel appliance, once his trusted battle companion, lay nearby, its metal arms twisted and tangled, its surface scorched and dented. As All Might burst through the flames, his iconic smile twisted into a snarl of rage and concern. He grasped his injured colleague and launched himself upwards, narrowly avoiding the devastating impact of the second explosion. The force of the blast sent them both tumbling through the air, but All Might's incredible strength allowed him to shield his colleague and maintain his grip. Once clear of the inferno, All Might swiftly contacted Nezu via comms, his voice firm and urgent. Nezu, we have a critical situation here. The armory has been obliterated, and Power Loader is critically injured. I'm en route to the nurse's station now. Prepare for emergency treatment. With his colleague secure in his grasp, All Might soared through the facility, his speed and agility allowing him to get to Recovery Girl at incredible speed. His focus was fixed on getting Power Loader the medical attention they desperately needed. Nezu's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with the implications of the armory's destruction. This is a disaster. Our entire reserve of weapons, gone. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, unsettling presence behind him. He turned to see Ghostfreak, his smile twisted and sinister. Principal Nezu, Ghostfreak said, his voice dripping with malice as he began to force himself into Nezu's body. Nezu's eyes widened in horror as his pupils turned a deep, unnatural purple, and fine cracks appeared at the edges of his irises. Ghostfreak's grip on Nezu's mind tightened, his voice now a dark, menacing whisper. "Ah, the possibilities are endless. Let's see who will make the most intriguing meat puppets." His smile grew as he began to sift through the school's records, searching for the perfect hosts to manipulate and control. Class 1A and 1B stood outside the dorms at Heights Alliance, confusion and fear etched on their faces as the campus shook violently. "What's happening?" Tsuburaba exclaimed. "Is this an earthquake?" Itsuka asked, looking around nervously. But Izuku's eyes were wide with panic. "And no, it's Ghostfreak. He's behind this." The others stared at him in alarm. He can create earthquakes?" Tsuyu asked, her voice trembling. Izuku shook his head, feeling a mix of fear and inadequacy. I have never been able to do that." Just then, the shaking stopped, and an uneasy silence fell over the group. "Hopefully, the teachers are stopping him as soon as possible," Momo said, trying to reassure everyone. But Class 1B looked confused. Wait, back up. You guys are talking as if Ghostfreak is a person," Itsuka said, furrowing her brow. Class 1A exchanged nervous glances before launching into an explanation of the situation. They told Class 1B about Ghostfreak's true nature, his ability to transform and escape, and the terrifying events that had unfolded. As they finished their story, Class 1B's eyes widened in shock. "Holy fuck," Juzo exclaimed. Kanoko looked horrified. Wait, your transformation escaped. Are all the aliens within the watch prisoners?" Izuku hesitated before answering. "And no, seems only ectonerites can do that. Even exists in the few strands of DNA. No, I'd imagine not all forms can do that," Momo said, cooting the alien. Soon mutters amount the class began. Izuku was then pulled aside by Toru, pulling him possessively by the arm to secluded area. What are you doing, Toru?" Izuku asked. "Abara, Tsuyu," Setsuna, noticing the two leave, was about to go before shaking their heads. Pony herself shook her head, putting on a brave face. Ochako looked in concern. She also wanted to ask what he meant, but she didn't feel right now was the best time. Toru pulled Izuku aside to a secluded spot, her grip on his arm possessive. Midori, the whole fight with Kirishima and Bakugo, was it all Ghostfreak?" Izuku's face contorted in a mixture of guilt and defensiveness. Look, don't worry about it, it wasn't me, it." Toru's lip trembled with anger. "Midori, you're a terrible liar." Toru quoted Izuku's words, "Do you know how many times he's hurt me?" her voice cracking with emotion. Izuku's face fell, and he looked away, avoiding eye contact. "Look, we need to figure out how to stop Ghostfreak." Toru's voice rose, her frustration boiling over. "Stop lying. I know there's something going on. You don't nearly beat someone like that without a damn good reason. So, just be honest. I'm your friend, please don't lie to me." Izuku's eyes darted around the secluded area, searching for an escape from the confrontation. Toru's tears streamed down her face, but she held back sobs, her body tense with frustration. Fine. If you want to keep whatever. I don't care," Toru said. Toru realized Izuku wouldn't open up, and her shoulders slumped in defeat. She turned away, tears still streaming down her face, and walked away, leaving Izuku feeling awkward and uncomfortable. Toru left for her room, tears streaming down her face. Mina, Tsuyu, and a few classmates from Class B noticed her distress. "I'm fine if Midori wants to keep things to himself, that's his problem," Toru said, trying to sound convincing. But her voice cracked, betraying her emotions. "I don't care, he's just some guy. I'm fine." Mina and Tsuyu exchanged worried glances. "So what if he doesn't want to tell me anything? So what if he doesn't want to tell me how he's truly feeling?" "That's fine with me, he's just some guy in my class," Toru continued, trying to suppress her true feelings. As she entered her room, Toru slammed the door shut behind her and curled into a ball on her bed, wrapping her arms tightly around her knees. Her body shook with sobs, and her tears soaked into the pillow. Her thoughts overflowed, and to think I actually had feelings for him. What's so special about him, anyway? His reckless heroism. How he always puts others first, without considering their limitations. How he sees me, even now that I'm visible, with the same kindness he showed me when I was invisible. It's infuriating. Toru's fists clenched, and she buried her face in the pillow, muffling her cries. She rocked back and forth, trying to comfort herself. Tears fell from her face as she tried to convince herself, why yeah, I don't care. I'm not in love with Izuku Midoriya. A few minutes later, Mina, Tsuyu, and the other girls visited her, concerned about her well-being. They knocked softly on the door. Mina peeked into Toru's room, concern etched on her face. Hey Toru. Toru turned away, her voice laced with a mix of sadness and frustration. I'm fine, I don't need checking up on. Mina hesitated, then continued, we kinda heard you and Midori. We're worried about you. Tsuyu stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Toru's shoulder. Look, Midori is right, whatever happened in the battle trial, it was just his form. He wouldn't hurt Bakugo or Kirishima, that's not in his nature. Itsuka nodded in agreement, her brow furrowed with concern. Yeah, Izuku wouldn't do that. Yui added a gentle, her eyes filled with empathy. Toru's expression turned anguished, her voice cracking. You didn't see his face, Tsuyu, the anger, the hurt, it was like he was consumed by his own emotions. Every word he spoke, every punch he threw, it was like he was screaming in agony, a pain that went far beyond just the battle. Toru's lips trembled, and she bit down on them, struggling to contain her emotions. I'm really worried. The girls exchanged nervous glances, their concern shifting from Toru to Midoriya. Mina clutched her chest, while Tsuyu made a small, worried croak. Izuku sighed in exasperation, running a hand through his hair as he activated the Omnitrix. He scrolled through his forms, his brow furrowed in concern. What's up with her? I know we're friends, but was she so pushy? As he scrolled, his eyes widened in surprise, and he took a step back, his eyes fixed on the Omnitrix. Seems Ghostfreak isn't in the Omnitrix anymore. Tenya nodded, his expression somber, making Izuku flinch. Makes sense, he did just escape. Shoto's eyes filled with concern as he asked, so, how are you taking it? Izuku shook his head, his eyes welling up with frustration. How am I taking having one of my forms escape the Omnitrix? Oh, and he has powers that I didn't even realize I had. I mean, telekinesis. I didn't even know Ghostfreak could do that. He threw up his hands, his face twisted in anguish. Tenya placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, his voice soothing. Don't beat yourself up over it, you can't expect to know every aspect of all your forms. Izuku looked down, guilt etched on his face. He kicked at the ground, his eyes avoiding his friends. I know, and I feel really bad about what happened to Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tokiyami. I mean, he could be hurting more people, and I'm supposed to just let everyone handle everything for me. I just feel so useless. Just then, Kyoka, Ochako, and Momo approached, concern etched on their faces. Kyoka's eyes filled with empathy as she said, don't say that, Izuku. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but Kyoka cut him off, her hands on her hips. Mophead, I know you feel responsible, but it's not like you knew Ghostfreak was some homicidal psychopath. Ochako said, Dekiru, don't be too hard on yourself. The real question is, who in their right mind collects DNA from a supervillain? Izuku let out a chuckle, and some of the others snickered. I guess that was a pretty reckless move, Izuku said, scrolling through his Omnitrix forms. But it's a bummer I can't transform into Ghostfreak anymore. Todoroki nodded in agreement. Good riddance. Kyoka added, I'm with Todoroki on this one. That form always sent chills down my spine. Momo chimed in, it was definitely unsettling. Izuku continued, but Ghostfreak was still an awesome form, even if he was creepy. His powers were incredible, possessing, turning invisible. I could have done some amazing espionage work and taken down villains with ease. Kyoka interjected, by flashing them, right. The group erupted into laughter, and Izuku's face turned bright red. Something you and Momo have in common, Kyoka said. Momo blushed heavily. Kyoka, I'm kidding, Juro said. Don't bite me my head off. Izuku composed himself. Seriously though, Ghostfreak may have had his issues, but he was a valuable form. It's a shame I won't be able to use him anymore. Kyoka teased. Ah, no more striking fear into the hearts of villains. Izuku laughed. Plus, you still have Big Chill, who can do everything Ghostfreak can do, Ochako pointed out. Plus he doesn't send shivers down people's spine, Momo said as everyone raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know what I mean, Momo said. Todoroki added, and Big Chill has cold powers, making him a far greater asset. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. You're not a bit biased, are you, Todoroki? Todoroki smirked, maybe a little. But Big Chill is definitely one of my favorite forms. Izuku glanced over and noticed All Might conversing with the other teachers, his clothes stained with blood. Aizawa looked somber, pinching the bridge of his nose. Juro, mind using your quirk? Momo asked, already plugging her jacks into the ground and listening intently. All Might briefed the group. All the weapons based on the sun have been destroyed, and the only person besides Nezu who can help is currently out of commission. Recovery Girl estimates he'll need at least a week to recover. Aizawa cursed under his breath. Alright, Nezu can still construct some weapons, but we'll need all hands on deck. Midnight spoke up. Speaking of our principal, where is he? I haven't been able to reach him. Aizawa snorted. Really? I thought the rodent always picked up his phone. Kyoka had to stifle a chuckle at the homeroom teacher's nickname for the principal. Vlad King entered the school. He's probably devising some new plan. I'll go check up on him. Wait, all the weapons reserve is gone? Momo asked, alarm rising in her voice. Kyoka chimed in, how are they planning on fighting the ghost without, Ghostbusters level weaponry? Just then, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tokiyami emerged from the school, the first two sporting bandages wrapped around their bodies. Tokiyami appeared relatively unscathed. Izuku approached them, his head hung low in shame. Bakugo halted, his glare intensifying as he took in the scene. What? Bakugo growled, his tone demanding an explanation. Look, I'm really sorry for what happened during the battle trial, Izuku said, his voice filled with remorse. I didn't mean it, and I feel terrible. Tokiyami smiled warmly. Don't worry, Midoriya, all is forgiven. Recovery Girl told us everything, we know it wasn't your fault. Kirishima offered a fist pump, a gesture of no hard feelings. Yeah, we know you didn't mean to hurt us. Izuku smiled, relieved, and returned the fist pump. Tokiyami's expression turned somber, his eyes clouding over as if recalling a painful memory. I've had similar experiences, he said, his voice trailing off. Where we ended up hurting those we care for. His gaze drifted away, lost in thought, before refocusing on Izuku. So, you won't get any grief from me. He offered a fist pump, which Izuku accepted. But Bakugo just glared at Izuku, his expression unyielding. TCH, he scoffed, before shoving Izuku roughly. I don't want your damn apology. Izuku's eyes narrowed, his gaze cold and hard as he looked at Bakugo. Like you would know anything about apologizing, he said, his voice firm and laced with a hint of bitterness. Bakugo's footsteps halted abruptly, his entire body freezing as Izuku's words hung in the air. The tension between them became palpable, a heavy silence that seemed to suffocate the space around them. A scowl etched itself onto Bakugo's face, his eyebrows furrowing in anger. His eyes flashed with a mix of irritation and defensiveness, his jaw clenched in a tight line. Kirishima and Ochako exchanged a worried glance, sensing the escalating tension between Bakugo and Izuku. Bakugo spun around, his eyes blazing with intensity as he glared at Izuku, trying to intimidate him. But Izuku stood his ground, refusing to back down. Come on, guys, we're all friends here, Kirishima intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. But Izuku shook his head. No, we're not. With a quiet determination, Izuku bowed deeply. I'm sorry, regardless, he said, his voice firm. Then, he turned and walked away, leaving Bakugo seething with anger. Bakugo's face twisted in rage, but as he watched Izuku's retreating form, his expression faltered, memories of the battle trial flooding back. Do you know how many times he's hurt me? Ghostfreak's voice thundered, echoing off the walls as he materialized out of thin air, his eyes blazing with fierce anger. Bakugo recalled the intensity of the alien's gaze, all directed at him. "You have no idea what he's done," Ghostfreak shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "You have no idea what kind of monster he is. You don't know what he's done to us." Each word was laced with pain and agony, etched in Bakugo's memory. "I may look like a monster, but from where I'm standing, you are the only monster here." Ghostfreak spat, his eyes blazing with contempt. Bakugo's teeth gritted in anger as he looked down, shame flickering across his face. He bit his lip, recalling the coldness in his own voice when he said, "No, we are not friends." The same coldness Izuku had just echoed. He paused, his gaze dropping to the ground. His fingers instinctively touched the ghostly slashes still etched on his body. His head hung low, shoulders slumped in a hint of guilt. He bit his lip again, grimacing at the memory. "Damn it. Vlad King approached the principal's office, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He reached out to open the door, but found it locked. It's locked?" he asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He knocked on the door, and a moment later, Nezu's voice called out from inside. "One moment, just finishing up my tea." Vlad King's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard the click-clacking of a keyboard. "Sir, it's important. The other teachers have been trying to reach you." "Oh, sorry, I was just working on a plan," Nezu replied, his voice calm and collected. Vlad King nodded thoughtfully, but his mind was already racing. Something didn't add up. Nezu always offered someone tea, especially in high-stakes situations. But this time, he was drinking alone, and his door was locked. Vlad King's instincts told him that something was off. Vlad King's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Sir, may I have some tea? I'm feeling parched." But Nezu's response sent a chill down his spine. "Oh, not right now, I'm currently busy." Vlad King's anger ignited as he realized the principal's blatant dismissal. With a fierce burst of strength, he blasted the doors open, his arm covered in hardened blood that resembled crimson crystals. His glare was piercing as he confronted Nezu. But the principal's demeanor remained eerily calm, his smile twisted and unsettling as he continued typing away. The air was heavy with tension as Vlad King's voice growled. "Principal Nezu is always welcoming. Even in the most dire situations, he never would turn away someone from a cup of tea." Nezu's voice transformed, his tone shifting from calm to menacing, his words dripping with a sinister intent. "Ah, Vlad King, I was actually going to look for you," he rasped, his voice like a rusty gate scraping against concrete. "But you've saved me the trouble. And how thoughtful of you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep." The word hung in the air like a challenge, heavy with foreboding. Vlad King charged forward, his rage unleashed as he smashed the computer and desk, splitting the table in two. Nezu's smile grew wider as he leapt into the air, and Ghostfreak emerged from his body, possessing him. Ghostfreak turned his hands intangible and violently shoved them into Nezu's skull, making the principal scream in agony as his brain felt like it was being scrambled. "That brilliant mind is far too dangerous to remain free. Let's shatter its potential, shall we?" Ghostfreak taunted from behind Nezu. Vlad King launched a furious punch, but Ghostfreak, still possessing Nezu, phased through the attack with a malevolent smile. Then, he ejected his hands from Nezu's skull and flew into Vlad King's body. Vlad King's body shook violently as Ghostfreak took control, his eyes turning black with purple pupils as a sinister smile spread across his face. Nezu, still recovering from the possession, slowly got up, his brain feeling like it was ravaged by a massive migraine. But before he could react, the newly possessed Vlad King violently kicked him into the wall. "Now, Class 1A and B," Vlad King's voice dripped with malice, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. As Bakugo entered the common room, the warm sunlight streaming through the curtains seemed to falter, overshadowed by the tense atmosphere. The room fell silent, with all eyes on him. Tori and Mina swiftly approached him, their concern evident. "What did you do to Midori?" Toru asked, her voice firm but laced with a hint of trepidation. Bakugo's eye twitched, his anger simmering just below the surface. He brushed past the two, his growl low and menacing. "Fuck off, see-through bitch." Toru stood her ground, her voice unwavering. What did you do to Midori, Bakugo? Bakugo's response was laced with venom. Oh, and what if I said none of your business? What the hell are you going to do about it? As he spoke, small explosions erupted in his palms, the sound and flash making Toru flinch. The room held its collective breath, aware that Bakugo was one of the strongest among them. His expression warned that if pushed further, he might unleash his full fury. Just as Toru was about to press Bakugo further, Tsuyu swiftly intervened, her long tongue darting out to grab Toru's arm. "Ribbit," she cautioned, her wide, unblinking eyes conveying a clear message, "back down." Toru hesitated, her frustration evident, before finally relenting and storming off. She seethed with anger, unsure what infuriated her more, the fact that she'd been intimidated into silence or the harsh reality that pushing Bakugo further would only result in beating to a bloody pulp. And no one in the room including liked her chances against the blonde. As Izuku, Kyoka, Momo, Ochako, Todoroki, and Tenya entered the common room, Izuku's incessant muttering filled the air, a stark contrast to the tense silence that greeted them. Shoto's keen instincts picked up on the uneasy atmosphere, and he exchanged a confused glance with Tenya. Did something happen? Shoto asked, his voice low and cautious. The room's occupants shifted nervously, their eyes darting towards Izuku, who was still grumbling under his breath. The memory of Bakugo's outburst in the sports festival where he had called the girls a derogatory term in front of Izuku was still fresh in their minds. They recalled how Izuku had been ready to defend them, his anger simmering just below the surface as he'd stood up to Bakugo. They didn't want to think about what would happen if Izuku found out Bakugo had just threatened Toru. From what they heard, Midoriya had nearly killed Bakugo today, but everyone had this sinking feeling it wasn't just about Ghostfreak. Mina had a scowl. "I know he bullied Izuku, but I can't say. He confided in me, and I don't want to tell everyone, but if he threatens Toru again, I'm going to melt him into a puddle," she thought to herself in anger. "No, nothing happened," a Class B student said. "All right," Mineta exclaimed. "We don't want another one of the girls having an outburst over a certain someone." Tsuburaba muttered under his breath, especially when it's obvious who they're all head over heels for. Before he gestured to the currently muttering Izuku. A moment of silence passed before the girls' eyes widened in unison. What?" they exclaimed, their faces flushing with indignation. Tsuburaba looked confused before saying, "I thought you were all in love with a certain someone." Tsuburaba said, using his head to gesture to Midoriya, who was still muttering while enjoying a cup of tea. Momo, who was sitting next to Izuku, blushed and turned away. Kyoka's face turned red as she twirled her jacks. Mina's face turned lilac before laughing it off. Ochako permanent blushes deepened. Abara's face turned as she began praying. "Lord, let me rest," she whispered to herself, her heart beating repeatedly. Don't be silly, Tsuburaba," Setsuna said as some of the guys were just confused on why the girls were suddenly flustered and who Tsuburaba was referring to. "Yes, romance shouldn't be considered right now, we're working to be heroes," Abara said. "But no, we don't have those feelings. We're just friends," Tsuyu said. Yeah, it's not like that," Mina said. Tsuburaba and a few of the boys seemed to beam at that, a smile crossing their face. Monoma saw this and he didn't like the look on their face. Shoji saw their looks and grew some uncomfortable. "I got it," Izuku exclaimed, gazing out at the sun, relieved to see they had plenty of time. He then turned to Momo, his smile radiant, and asked, "Momo, I have a plan, but I'll need your help. Would you mind assisting me?" Momo's face felt like it was on fire as she met Izuku's gaze. She stuttered out a reply, "Why yes, oh of course." As Izuku's smile lingered on Momo, the other girls couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Toru thought to herself, yeah, just friends, trying to convince herself that her feelings for Izuku were purely platonic. Pony echoed a similar sentiment, he's just a great friend, attempting to downplay the flutter in her chest. Tsuyu, meanwhile, thought, I can't be selfish and hurt my friends, reminding herself to prioritize their relationships over her own emotions. Abara thought, I don't have feelings for him, but her eyes betrayed a hint of wistfulness as she watched Izuku and Momo interact. As the girls struggled to suppress their emotions, Izuku remained oblivious, his focus solely on his plan and Momo's assistance. As the two were about to leave, Vlad King entered, his presence commanding attention. "Hello, Class 1A and B," he said, his voice firm but with a hint of unsettling enthusiasm. "Oh, Midoriya, do you mind hanging back just a sec?" Vlad King asked, his gaze fixed on Izuku. Izuku hesitated, unsure of what to expect. Sure, Mr. Vlad King." He stopped in his tracks, Momo by his side, as Vlad King beckoned him to stay. Vlad King's eyes scanned the room, his gaze landing on Aoyama. "Ah, Aoyama, there you are," he said, his voice laced with an unsettling warmth. He gestured for the blonde boy to come over, his smile seeming almost friendly. Aoyama approached cautiously, sensing something was off. "Yes, Vlad King, you wish something of me?" he asked, trying to sound confident. Vlad King's hand came down on Aoyama's shoulder, his touch surprisingly gentle. He patted the boy's shoulder twice, his eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. "I just wanted to chat with you, Aoyama," he said, his voice dripping with false sincerity. But before anyone could react, Vlad King's demeanor darkened. His hand shot out, delivering a vicious, gut-wrenching punch to Aoyama's stomach. The force of the blow was immense, cracking apart his belt and sending him crashing to the ground. Aoyama's eyes widened in agony, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for air. Spit flew from his lips as he struggled to speak. The class erupted into chaos, their voices raised in horror. "Aoyama!" they shouted in unison, shocked by the brutality of the attack. Vlad King's twisted smile grew wider, his eyes gleaming with malevolent pleasure. He chuckled, his laughter haunting and sinister. Izuku's instincts kicked in, his fear and anger boiling over. Ghostfreak, he stuttered, activating the Omnitrix in a flash of adrenaline. Vlad King's gaze locked onto Izuku. "Ah, Izuku, it's good to see you again." Class B sprang into action, assuming fighting stances in unison. Momo summoned a staff, Itsuka's hands enlarged, Todoroki's left side ignited with flames, and dark shadow emerged from Tokiyami's shadow. Monoma touched Bakugo, and they both readied explosions. "Get the hell out of our teacher!" Monoma shouted. "We won't ask twice," Itsuka warned. Ghostfreak burst forth from Vlad King's body, and Vlad King's eyes returned to normal as he collapsed to the ground. The class rushed to his aid, helping him up. But the relief was short-lived, as Ghostfreak's eerie voice echoed throughout the common room. "Ah, Izuku, aren't you glad to see me?" he taunted. "And I thought we were close." Monoma stepped forward, his voice firm. "What do you want? Why don't you go back to your own planet?" Ghostfreak's response was chilling. "Oh, when I have an entire planet just waiting to be enslaved. But I'll need the power of the Omnitrix to do so." The class exchanged worried glances, readying themselves for battle. "You're not getting anywhere near Midoriya," Abara shouted, her voice firm. "Come on, Ghostfreak, face us like a real villain." Testutetsu and Kirishima yelled in unison, but the ghostly alien just let out a chilling laugh. "Kirishima, do you really want to face me again?" Ghostfreak sneered. "I almost killed you last time, along with Tokiyami and Bakugo. You were all barely clinging to life." Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tokiyami seethed with anger, their eyes blazing with hatred. As the alien let out a chuckle that echoed throughout the room. "How many more will suffer, Izuku?" Ghostfreak taunted. "Powerloader and Principal Nezu are already on the brink of death. I'm surprised Powerloader is still breathing, to be honest." The class gasped in horror, their faces pale with fear and shock. Izuku's eyes were wide unblinking. "I must admit, Bakugo's resilience is impressive. I expected him to be nothing more than a memory after our last encounter." He let out a sickening chuckle that made Izuku shake in anger. "Tokiyami and Kirishima were mere playthings for me, but Bakugo, oh, the damage you inflicted on him was truly exceptional. I merely set the stage, but you, Izuku, were the one who delivered the performance. Every punch, every crack of his bones, every tear in his skin, it was your masterpiece," he said, taunting the green-haired boy. "I wonder how many will be injured, how many young hero candidates will suffer in our little game, Izuku." "Oh, Let's not forget the other courses, they'll surely be fun to play with. But what I'm most excited about is tormenting your dear and lovely girlfriends. Their cries of agony will be music to my ears. Come out and face me. Izuku shouted, but Ghostfreak just laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. Be patient, Izuku. When nightfall comes, we'll have our quality time together. And we'll be together again. ... Aizawa stood guarded. Currently third-year students alongside a few of the staff were patrolling the school. The sun had begun descending down. Hey, what's going on? Why are we patrolling the school? Nejire asked. Apparently someone's quirk went haywire, and now the school's on high alert. The school doesn't want the kid to have bad publicity, so they're trying to keep it under wraps. Mirio said. I wonder whose quirk could be so dangerous that the teachers even asked the third years to do patrol. Amajiki said. Maybe we should take a detour to Class 1A dorms. Oh, you wouldn't want to meet a certain green-haired boy now, is there? Yuyu has short, cropped hair that has been dyed salmon-colored, and reddish-brown eyes with long lower eyelashes. She also has several piercings in her ears, all with gray studs. Her hero costume consists of a small mask covered her eyes, a black tight suit, long boots, and a belt across her chest with cylinder attachments to it. Nejire blushed. I'm just making sure he's okay. Is that okay with you, Yuyu? Hey, just calling it as it is, Yuyu said with smile. ... Aizawa looked in concern at the unconscious principal. He will be out for 3 days. That alien made sure he was thorough. Recover girl said. I've tried my best, but I can only go so far. That's fine, Aizawa said, before sighing. This getting worse by the minute. We're used to having to fight aliens, but after Hisashi dies we've gotten a little rusty. Snipe said. Yeah, now we don't have anything we can use to combat the alien. Our armory were blown to smithereens. Midnight said. Hey, how? Let go of me. What sounded like Izuku said. Izuku, they not ready. The far from perfect. They just fine. Izuku, wait, come on, we haven't even tested them out yet. They could malfunction, explode, or something really bad. A voice all might recognize over a laptop. Melissa, he questioned. Can you both quiet down? I'm sure the principal and Powerloader are trying to get the rest. What sounded like Momo as 3 sets of footsteps. Izuku then opened the door, with a duffel bag. Young Midoriya, All Might asked. All Might, I know stay outside, but I heard you guys say the weaponry of sun-based weapons were destroyed. Izuku said before he opened the bag. The teachers widened before visible smirk on the teachers. ... As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into a canvas of deep blues and purples, before surrendering to an inky blackness that seemed to swallow the world whole. An anxious feeling swept the students. Aizawa, Snipe and Midnight stood at the ready, alongside the other students. I guess this is it, Ochako said, standing closely near Izuku, making sure he was safe. Finally, that bastard can quit hiding, Bakugo said. Don't confuse, he's not confrontation for cowardice, Aizawa said. Aizawa cautioned, an enemy won't engage when the odds are against him, waiting for an opportunity to strike when you're weakest. Midnight added, this isn't like the USJ incident. This villain is far more dangerous. He's been lying in wait, exploiting our weaknesses. Snipe drawled, this fella's as sneaky as a rattlesnake in a saloon. He's taken down our best minds faster than a gunslinger on a shootout spree. Don't get caught with your boots down, partners, this one's the real deal. Midnight holding some handle device, it began to beep. Some trace spectral activity is approaching. Everyone gained in a few nervous and scared expressions. Midnight's device began to beep, and she announced, I'm detecting spectral activity approaching. The group exchanged nervous glances, their expressions tense with anticipation. Izuku steeled himself, saying, all right, let's get ready. He activated the Omnitrix, dialing in his selection, passing 4 arms as Heatblast hologram was on display, before slamming down on the device. A burst of green light enveloped him, forcing the others to shield their eyes. As the light faded, Izuku looked down at his transformed arms, his face scrunched in frustration. Damn it, I was hoping for Heatblast. Not 4 arms. Shoto's voice cut through his disappointment, no time to complain. His left side ignited in flames, casting flickering shadows across the area. Bakugo crackled his knuckles, unleashing a flurry of small explosions around his palm. Hiroshima and Testutetsu fortified themselves, their bodies transforming in a display of incredible abilities. Hiroshima's skin hardened like stone, while Testutetsu's turned to gleaming steel. As they prepared for battle, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the air. A girl with dark hair and curved pigtails came into view, her thin eyes gleaming with a stern intensity. Her sullen expression seemed etched on her face, a permanent scowl that commanded attention. Izuku, Momo, Shota, and Itsuka exchanged surprised glances as they recognized the girl. Togaike, Itsuka, Momo, and Shota asked in unison. Chikuchi, Izuku added, his confusion evident. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Wait, you know her? Izuku nodded. Yeah, she's in the general course. We've met a few times at the class representative meetings. Momo filled in the gaps. She's the class rep, actually. And she's never been a fan of the hero course. Thinks the fame we get is undeserved. Itsuka pondered, but she's been quiet about it lately. Thinks she's jealous, along with the other general course students. They usually give us the cold shoulder, especially Izuku, since he's the most popular hero course student. But recently, they've been looking at him differently. I mean, they still have that jealous look, but it almost seems reluctant. Though she always had a warm side when it comes to Izuku, even though she tries to hide it. The group's eyes remained fixed on Togaike, trying to understand what had brought her here. Chikuchi. Four Arms asked. Togaike's faint whisper sent a chill through the air. Hee hee. The group's eyes locked onto her, sensing something was off. Suddenly, Ghostfreak emerged from Togaike's body, his eerie form materializing as Chikuchi crumpled to the ground. The entity's departure left Chikuchi disoriented, clutching her head in confusion. Her eyes widened in terror as she took in the sight of Ghostfreak hovering before her. Ah! She screamed, her voice piercing the air as she stumbled backward, desperately seeking refuge. In her panic, she collided with Four Arms, Izuku's transformed state, as if seeking protection from the malevolent entity now hovering menacingly before her. The group stood on high alert, their eyes fixed on Ghostfreak as Aizawa's capture scarf glowed with a soft, pulsing light in the darkness. Hello, Izuku, Ghostfreak said, his voice dripping with familiarity. Have you been working out? Four Arms scowled, his voice laced with venom. Ghostfreak. Setsuna and Mina exchanged uneasy glances. Major horror show, Setsuna whispered. I know, right, Mina agreed, her eyes fixed on the alien's unsettling form. Ghostfreak chuckled, his voice sending shivers down their spines. You haven't seen nothing yet. With a burst of speed, he hurtled towards Four Arms, attempting to possess him. But instead of entering his body, Ghostfreak's form splattered across Four Arms like goo or slime. Four Arms struggled, his arms flailing wildly as he tried to shake off the alien. Finally, he managed to rip Ghostfreak off, tossing him aside like a ragdoll. Ghostfreak's spectral form shuddered, then reformed into his usual, unsettling appearance. It seems I cannot merge with your alien forms, Ghostfreak said, his voice laced with disappointment. No matter. My recent departure has triggered Omnitrix's failsafe protocol. I'm sure you've noticed the time limit, Four Arms. Four Arms grimaced, his eyes darting to the device on his shoulder. He had experienced the time limit firsthand when he transformed into Brainstorm earlier, reverting back to human form after just 10 minutes. You'll be human again soon enough, Ghostfreak taunted. And I have ways of forcing you back, regardless. But we've got a surprise waitin' for ya, varmint, Snipe said, a sly grin spreadin' across his face as he drew his pistols. He fired 2 laser-like bullets at Ghostfreak, who let out a blood-curdling scream as Midnight's whip, glowing with a deep purple light, wrapped around his arm. The whip's energy caused Ghostfreak's arm to sizzle and burn, and with a swift motion, Midnight tore him away from the wall, ripping his arm off in the process. Ghostfreak's agonized cry echoed through the air. Ah, daylight at night. Snipe gloated. Looks like you're fackin' a whole lot of sunlight, courtesy of Momo Yaoyorozu, Mei Hatsume, Melissa Shield, and Brainstorm. Their gadgets are shinin' brighter than a Texas sun at high noon. Aizawa added, his voice firm, a fitting countermeasure against a creature of darkness like yourself, Ghostfreak. Ghostfreak's gaze locked onto Izuku, his voice dripping with malice. Clever, but not clever enough. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air as Amajiki, Mirio, Yuyu, and Nejire arrived on the scene, their faces set with determination. "Hey, what's going on here? We heard the commotion," Mirio exclaimed. Forearm's eyes widened as he recognized the upperclassmen. Tagata. But before they could react, Ghostfreak materialized in front of them, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly energy. He launched himself at Yuyu, who let out a terrified cry as her eyes turned black and her pupils transformed into a deep purple. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air as Ghostfreak took control of her body. What's happening?" Yuyu exclaimed, her voice trembling as her consciousness began to slip away. Ghostfreak sneered, his voice dripping with triumph. "As long as I'm in a host body, your weapons have no effect." With a swift motion, he dodged a tentacle attack from Amajiki, his movements eerily fluid as he continued to taunt the group. "I don't know what's going on, but something's definitely wrong with Yuyu," Amajiki exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. Ghostfreak's eyes gleamed with excitement as he analyzed Yuyu's body. "Ah, yes, if I recall, this one has electrical abilities." With a cackle, he unleashed a torrent of electricity from Yuyu's body, the air crackling with energy. The blast struck Amajiki with incredible force, sending him flying backward as his muscles convulsed in agony. The three upperclassmen were forced to scatter, desperate to avoid the electrical onslaught. But Ghostfreak's attack didn't stop there. He targeted Aizawa, launching a precision electrical surge that struck the teacher with brutal force. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock as his quirk, Erasure, faltered, leaving him defenseless. The electricity coursed through his body, causing his muscles to spasm and contort in excruciating pain. Aizawa's scream was cut short as the electrical attack sent him flying across the ground, his body twitching violently like a puppet on a string. The force of the blast left him gasping for breath, his vision blurring as he struggled to regain control over his quirk. The air was heavy with the acrid smell of ozone and burned flesh, a grim testament to the attack's devastating power. "Yuyu," Nejire shouted, her voice cracking with desperation. "The hell's gotten into her?" Mirio exclaimed, his eyes bulging in horror. "She's being controlled," Forearms bellowed, his voice echoing through the air like a thunderclap. Bakugo launched himself at Yuyu with a deafening roar, his explosions propelling him forward like a human rocket. But Yuyu, still under Ghostfreak's control, unleashed a blistering electrical burst that sent Bakugo flying backward with incredible force. He crashed to the ground with a bone-jarring thud, struggling to pick himself up from the dust. "Damn it, so he can use our quirks when he possesses our bodies." Forearms snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. Aizawa, still twitching from the electrical onslaught, slowly hauled himself to his feet, his eyes clenched shut as he battled to regain control over his quirk. Just then, All Might's fist slammed into the ground with a colossal crash, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground shuddered beneath their feet as he unleashed his signature laugh. Plus Ultra. Yuyu, still under Ghostfreak's control, dodged All Might's attack with a gravity-defying backflip, her movements eerily fluid and precise. All Might's eyes narrowed, his gaze locked onto Yuyu like a laser. "I won't let you harm my students, villain," he declared, his voice thundering through the air. "Ah, All Might, I was hoping you'd come," Yuyu said with a twisted smile, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly energy. "So you could take over my body?" "Like hell," All Might growled, standing shoulder to shoulder with his students, his fist clenched in defiance. But Yuyu's smile only grew wider, her voice dripping with malice. "Oh, no, I don't want that failing body of yours." Nejire's eyes widened in horror as she watched her best friend's body contort into a twisted grin. Ghostfreak's gaze locked onto Izuku, his eyes glinting with malevolent intent. "Izuku, those 10 months of hell, just to gain a small portion of One for All." All Might's eyes narrowed, his face darkening with concern. It was bad enough he knows about One for All, but for him to spout about it so freely is annoying. But Ghostfreak continued, his words dripping with contempt. 5%. 10 months, just to control that small portion. Can you say the same for everyone here? All Might's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror. Four Arms' eyes mirrored his, both of them looking like they'd seen a catastrophic future unfold before their eyes. No. He can't be planning to use one for all in her body. All Might whispered, his voice trembling. Four Arms' face contorted in a mixture of fear and disgust. Everyone confused by their reaction, and why All Might looked terrified. Purple electricity crackled around Yuyu's body, casting an eerie glow over the scene. Aizawa, use your quirk immediately. All Might bellowed, his voice echoing through the air like a desperate warning. Don't do this, Four Arms shouted, his voice cracking with fear. But it was too late. Purple electricity erupted from Yuyu's arms like a catastrophic explosion, unleashing a bolt of energy that tore through the students like a hurricane. The blast sent them flying backward, their bodies crashing to the ground like ragdolls. Kaminari attempted to absorb the electricity, but he was quickly overwhelmed, his body convulsing in agony as the power coursed through him. For the first time in his life, he felt the excruciating pain of electrocution, his screams echoing through the air. The lightning bolt blasted the UA high school dorms with incredible force, creating a massive gaping hole that seemed to swallow the building whole. The sound of shattering glass and crumbling concrete filled the air, accompanied by the acrid smell of smoke and ozone. Everyone was utterly terrified, their faces frozen in horror as they stumbled backward, tripping over each other in their desperation to escape the destruction. The attack was so powerful that it seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. She's never been able to make that much electricity ever. Amajiki stuttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is bad, he continued, his voice trembling. But All Might's expression was downcast, his eyes filled with a deep foreboding. No, it's far worse than you could imagine, he said, his voice heavy with dread. As everyone followed his gaze, their faces widened in horror. Najire's eyes welled up with tears, her hands flying to her mouth in a futile attempt to stifle a scream. The girls gasped in unison, their voices barely audible as they took in the sight before them. Yuyu's arms were a gruesome sight, where Ghostfreak had poured 20% of One for All's power. The excessive energy had ravaged her limbs, leaving them twisted and mangled. A small portion of the 20%, around 6%, had been enough to cause irreparable damage. Her arms were dripping with blood, the skin torn and shredded, revealing the underlying flesh. Bones protruded from her shoulders, her humerus and radius shattered, leaving her arms dangling limply like broken puppet limbs. The inner workings of her arms were exposed, veins and muscles visible beneath the skin, struggling to hold her arms together. The flesh was torn, hanging in tatters, with jagged edges of bone piercing through. Her shoulders were a mass of blood and gore, the skin ripped apart, revealing the dark red muscle beneath. It was as if her arms were barely attached, ready to fall off at any moment, held together only by threads of tissue and tendon. Yuyu's gaze slowly turned to face everyone, her purple pupils piercing through the cloud of dust and debris. Her face, once twisted in agony, now broke into a near-to-ear, maniacal grin. The smile stretched across her face, her lips curling up in a grotesque, inhuman smile. As the grin reached its peak, Yuyu's body began to shake, her shoulders quivering with an otherworldly energy. Then, in a voice that sent chills down their spines, she began to laugh. The laughter started as a low, menacing chuckle, but quickly escalated into a hysterical, ear-piercing cackle. Ha 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 ha. Yuyu's laughter echoed through the air, a deafening, maniacal cackle that sent shivers down their spines. Her body convulsed with each guffaw, her arms twitching wildly like puppet limbs, her skin stretched taut over her bones as if ready to rip apart at any moment. But despite the unimaginable pain that ravaged her body, Yuyu's face told a different story. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated joy, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. Her grin stretched across her face, a wide, toothy smile that seemed to say she was savoring every moment of this agony. As she stumbled forward, her laughter grew louder, more intense. Ha 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 ha, she shrieked, her voice hoarse from the sheer force of her cackling. And then, in a moment of chilling calm, she whispered. Ha ha, this is going to be fun. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.